Chapter 11:10. Even more powerful than Zhang Jian Emperor. Fang Chun was completely shocked. Perhaps this was once the old site of a large sect, and that Almighty placed the pseudo-ancestral stone here in order to let the pseudo-ancestral stone nurture flowing gold ore and form a flowing gold ore mine, Little Mouse continued. Of course, this was only its conjecture. As for the specifics, it was simply too long ago, so far that it could not imagine. Actually, there was another possibility that Little Mouse did not mention. The Almighty who had used some method to bring the pseudo-ancestral stone here might be an expert from the previous era. He tried hard to calm the shock in his heart. After a long time, Fang Chun finally recovered. He also learned from Little Mouse that the vast flowing gold water had already been absorbed into the pseudo-ancestral stone. The flowing gold water is very corrosive, but it can temper the soul. It would be great if I could collect some, Fang Chun said. However, he also knew that this was impossible. The molten gold water was extremely corrosive. What in the world could store the molten gold water? Boss, what you said is not impossible, Little Mouse suddenly said. You have a way? Fang Chun hurriedly asked. Little Mouse nodded and continued. This is a pseudo-ancestral stone. I will devour it in a while. After I devour it, I will enter a long period of deep sleep. The flowing gold water will also spread throughout my body and fuse with my blood. I will force a small portion of the molten gold water to my finger. Boss, when you need it, you can cut my finger and you will be able to obtain the flowing gold water. Little Mouse said, Of course, my body is not strong enough, so the amount of flowing gold water I can withstand is limited. Fang Chun was overjoyed at Little Mouse's words. At the same time, he was very shocked. Although it is a pseudo-ancestral stone, it is still powerful enough. Will you really be fine after you devour it? Fang Chun was slightly worried. Boss, don't worry. My heaven-devouring divine rat clan has a special method to devour primordial ancestral stones. Moreover, this is only a pseudo-ancestral stone. The Little Mouse said. If it weren't for Fang Chun, it wouldn't have been able to obtain such an opportunity. All right, I'll protect you while you devour, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Soon after, he activated his perfect sword body and held the star-hidden sword in his hand. He looked around vigilantly. Little Mouse used a special method to devour the pseudo-ancestral stone. Actually, Fang Chun really wanted to bring the pseudo-ancestral stone out. Its value was simply too great. For a piece of pseudo-ancestral stone, even if it was to make those elites who had surpassed the heavenly body tier owe him a favor, they would still be willing to do so. However, he also knew. The pseudo-ancestral stone could not be taken away, unless he had the same methods as the Almighty who moved the pseudo-ancestral stone here. Therefore, the best way was to let the Little Mouse absorb it. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the handover between the Green Spirit sect and the Black Sky sect. On this day, the people of the Qingling sect exited the Gold Flow Stone Lode, and the people of the Black Sky sect entered. However, as soon as Ba Mo and the others entered the Gold Flow Stone Lode, they heard voices from the outside world. Boss hasn't come out yet. We want to go in and find boss. The people of the Qingling sect found that their boss did not come out and were very puzzled. They clamored to go in and find boss. However, how could the people of the Black Sky sect let them in? People of the Qingling sect, don't forget the rules set by our two sections. If you want to cause a war between our two sects, come in. Ba Mo said ruthlessly. Immediately, the people of the Qingling sect retreated. After all, the people of the Qingling sect were also well aware of the rules. Just like that, for a whole 7 days, the people of the Qingling sect had been waiting for their boss to appear. However, their boss did not appear. Inside the Gold Flow Stone Lode, the third mining area, when Ba Mo arrived here, he saw that the Gold Flow Stone was gone from the collapsed area. He already knew that the person in charge of the Qingling sect must have entered here. In this way we can push the blame to Sanguinati if he's still alive, Baimo said with a sinister smile. He carefully walked to the collapsed area. He thought he would be blown away by the shockwave. However, it was beyond his expectation. There was no terrifying shockwave below at all, and there was no movement at all. What's going on? Baimo was very puzzled. He had once explored here and found that there was an unknown danger below, which was enough to kill a person in the Heavenly Dipper realm LV9. Therefore, he lured Sanguinati here and killed Sanguinati. But now, could it be that Sanguinati got a blessing in disguise and got an opportunity? Thinking of this, Baimo cursed and immediately jumped into the collapsed area. The collapsed area was very deep, and Baimo fell quickly. After a long time, he landed on the ground. Seeing Baimo, Fang Chun immediately attacked. Die. He directly performed the 6th level of the Sky Demon swordsmanship. The tricky sword technique slashed towards Baimo in an unimaginable trajectory. As soon as he landed on the ground, he was attacked. Baimo hurriedly responded. Bang! Baimo resisted the attack of the Sky Demon's swordsmanship with difficulty, and then he saw clearly the martial artist who attacked him. Sanguinati, why? Are you surprised to see me alive? Fang Chen sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. You're really lucky. Did you get the treasure below? Baimo asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen being alive was really out of his expectations. But now, what he wanted the most was the treasure. At first, he didn't dare to think about it because of fear. At this moment, he was very regretful. He didn't expect Sanguinati to take advantage of him. You can exchange your life for it. Fang Chen sneered. Damn it! Baimo was furious. He activated his peak Heavenly Dipper realm cultivation and performed his strongest attack. Bang 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 in this narrow space. The two's attacks were very intense. The more they fought, the more frightened Baimo was. Although Sanguinati's cultivation was weak, he was very strong. Go to hell. Baimo found an opportunity and punched Sanguinati. After sending the latter flying with a punch, Baimo jumped and came to Sanguinati's side, wanting to kill him. However, at this moment, a terrifying wave of air suddenly shot toward them at a rapid speed. Baimo felt something was wrong and hurriedly dodged. But his arm was still penetrated by the flowing gold water. Ah! Baimo screamed miserably. The flowing gold water penetrated his mind and eroded his soul. His soul wasn't as strong as Sanguinati's, and it was shaking. What's going on? At this moment, Baimo noticed the little mouse. The little mouse glared at Baimo and was ready to attack. Run! Baimo didn't say anything and jump. He used the blood escape technique, burned his blood, and escaped. Fang Chen didn't chase after Baimo. After all, Baimo was a peak Heavenly Dipper realm martial artist. With Fang Chen's current strength, he couldn't completely gain the upper hand. If Baimo wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. Boss, I'm at the critical moment of devouring and can't be distracted. After that, the little mouse continued to devour the pseudo-ancestral stone. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he understood. The little mouse must have attacked by force just now. Don't worry, I'll block it for you. After saying that, Fang Chen used the space-time true meaning in his mind and flew to the surface in a short while. Then, he covered the collapsed entrance with the flowing gold stone and sat cross-legged on the side. He didn't want others to disturb the little mouse. Baimo was repelled and hurriedly left the flowing gold stone vein. Damn you, blood sword saint, I'm going to cut you into pieces. Baimo was furious. An idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately went straight to the Qingling sect building. I want to see Qing Shi. After a while, Baimo saw Qing Shi. Qing Shi was the strongest under the Qingling sect. Qing Shi, I found your boss's body. Baimo went straight to the point. Qing Shi's face changed greatly. He was killed in the third mining area of the flowing gold stone vein. Baimo said, Make it clear. Qing, she said in a deep voice, her words were full of killing intent. Don't misunderstand. The person who killed your boss is Sanguinati. Ba Mo said. He betrayed the Black Sky sect. Ba Mo's words were full of anger. Sanguinati. Qing Shi's eyes flickered and said, since he's a traitor, why don't you clean up the sect and tell me instead? Hearing that, Ba Mo lowered his head and was silent for a moment. Then, he said, actually, I've already fought with him. I can't kill him. Chapter 11:11. Qing Shi had a close relationship with the person in charge of the Green Spirit sect. Back then, both of them joined the Green Spirit sect with lofty ambitions. However, the many prodigies of the Green Spirit sect gave them a stern warning. Originally, both of them thought that their potential was already very strong. However, after joining the Green Spirit sect, they realized that their potential was simply too weak compared to the other true prodigies. Therefore, in the following period of time, the two of them could hardly compete for any resources. Seeing their peers surpass them one by one, they felt very upset. In the end, they were assigned to this place by the Green Spirit sect to be in charge of mining the goldstone lode. In fact, they knew that the Green Spirit sect had already given up on them. They had always regarded each other as brothers. However, now that Qing Shi learned that the person in charge was dead, he was furious. He stared at Ba Mo, trying to see if he was lying. Ba Mo waited quietly. He knew that it was very difficult to make Qing Shi believe him. However, he was confident. After a long time, Qing Shi spoke. Where is Sanguinati? Qing Shi asked in a deep voice. After I fought with him, I was defeated and fled in a hurry. He should still be in the third mining area now, Ba Mo said. Qing Shi nodded when she heard that. Qing Shi did not give a clear answer, and Ba Mo did not ask. In the end, Ba Mo left. He did not know what Qing Shi was thinking. Anyway, he knew that Qing Shi must be furious. A few days later, the two sects completed the handover. Qing Shi immediately entered the goldstone lode. Everyone, follow me to the third mining area, Qing Shi said in a deep voice. Although many of the Green Spirit sect's mining warriors were confused, they still went to the third mining area. Whoosh! After passing through the passage, they arrived at the third mining area. They suddenly found that Sanguinati was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by a vast king sword chi. It's really you. At this moment, Qing Shi believed Ba Mo's words. Sensing the arrival of Qing Shi and the others, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Sanguinati, you killed my big brother. Blood for blood. Qing Shi roared and immediately waved his hand. Immediately, the many Green Spirit sect disciples behind him all launched an attack. Boom! In the narrow third mining area, a chaotic battle broke out. Fang Chen fought against the numerous martial artists of the Green Spirit sect by himself. These warriors' cultivations were not strong. With Fang Chen's strength, he could easily deal with them. Even these warriors couldn't break through Fang Chen's defense. Activating his perfect sword body, a majestic sword chi surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense. Then, Fang Chen performed the heavenly demon swordsmanship and killed the disciples of the Green Spirit sect. In the blink of an eye, 5 Green Spirit sect disciples died under Fang Chen's sword. Qing Shi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Sanguinati. Qing Shi also did not expect that Sanguinati's strength was actually so formidable. Bang Qing Shi had personally made a move. He clenched his fists, and a green halo appeared around him. Then, it quickly gathered on his fist. Immediately, Qing Shi's fist increased by 100 times. Then, Qing Shi threw a punch at Fang Chen without hesitation. Go to hell! Qing Shi shouted in a low voice. His fist carried a majestic power and instantly blasted toward Fang Chen. Bang! Activating his intermediate perfect sword body, a majestic sword chi spread. Qing Shi's fist blasted onto Fang Chen's body, but it only made the latter take a few steps back. What a strong defense! Seeing this, Qing Shi was shocked. Sanguinati's defense was too strong. Again, Qingqi took a few steps back and steadied himself. Then, he formed a complicated seal with both hands. Gusts of strong wind appeared in the narrow third mining area. These gusts of strong wind were filled with a majestic wind aura. Wind Demon Hand. Qingqi performed a unique skill. Above his head, countless giant palm prints appeared and blasted toward Fangchen. The 6th level of the heavenly demon swordsmanship cut through the sky. A beam of heavenly demon sword light blasted out instantly and hit the countless giant palm print. Crack! However, what Fangchen didn't expect was that the heavenly demon sword light couldn't resist the attack of the wind demon hand. Seeing the heavenly demon sword light shatter, Qingqi's face revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, Sanguinati was already a dead man. However, in a split second, Fangchen made a decision. He took a deep breath and immediately performed the heavenly star technique. Crash! The power of the stars in the air suddenly gathered above his head, and then formed a giant hand of stars at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Then, the giant hand of stars pressed down. Crack! The giant hand of stars smashed countless giant palm prints with an unstoppable force. What kind of secret skill is this? When Qingqi saw this, a trace of fear emerged in his heart and he kept retreating. Run! Seeing the giant hand of stars blasted toward him, Qingqi immediately turned around and fled. However, since Fangchen had already performed the star sky technique, how could he give him a chance? Bang! The giant hand of stars directly pressed on Qingqi's body and instantly slapped him away. Then, Fangchen used the giant hand of stars to sweep through the third mining area. Suddenly, there was a series of screams. In the blink of an eye, except for Qingqi, the other warriors were all dead. Crack! Qingqi's arm was broken and he fell to the ground, covered in blood. His pupils constricted and he finally thought of something at this moment. Condensing a giant hand of stars, this seems to be a lost technique of Tongtian Island, the star sky technique. Thinking of this, Qingqi's face was full of horror. The star sky technique was too famous in Tongtian Island back then. Ordinary martial artists knew about this secret technique. However, as time passed, the star sky technique gradually disappeared from people's sight. The technique that Qingqi cultivated was also a handprint type technique. Therefore, he had been studying this type of technique. Therefore, he also learned about the star sky technique from ancient books. And now, he actually saw this secret skill. Star sky technique! Qingqi shouted. Fangchen sneered and displayed the spacetime true meaning. He suddenly appeared in front of Qingqi. Puff! The star-hidden sword slashed down and immediately cut off Qingqi's other arm. In his palm, there was a communication jade pendant, but Qingqi had not had time to send out the message. Die. Since the star sky technique was exposed, he had to kill him. Without any hesitation, Fangchen killed Qingqi. Phew! After killing Qingqi, Fangchen breathed a sigh of relief. The battle just now also made him a little tired. After all, Qingqi's cultivation was the same as the person in charge of Qingling sect, the peak of Heaven Dipper realm. If he did not expose the star sky technique, it was impossible to kill him. Outside, Baimo had been waiting for good news. However, after waiting for 3 days, there was no news. Even the miners of the Green Spirit sect were nowhere to be seen. This scene attracted Baimo's attention. He paced back and forth in the building. At a certain moment, he finally could not help it. Sneak into the lava gold stone mine and see the situation. Baimo waved his hand and instructed a martial artist to enter the lava gold stone mine. Yes. The martial artist left for a while and hurriedly returned. His face was extremely solemn and he was panting. What happened? Baimo asked. Boss Baimo, something bad happened. When the martial artist spoke, his face was full of horror. Tell me the details. Baimo frowned. I entered the lava gold stone mine and found that the first and second mining areas were empty. Finally, I prepared to enter the third mining area. The martial artist paused. What's the situation in the third mining area? What Ba Mo wanted to know the most was the situation in the third mining area. I walked halfway through the passageway and did not dare to go further. Because the passageway was full of blood, the martial artist said in horror. Ba Mo's face changed slightly. There was no one in the entire lava gold stone mine. In this case, Qing Chi must have gathered all the martial artists and entered the third mining area. Did you hear the sound of fighting? Ba Mo asked. The martial artist shook his head. There was no sound of fighting. Did Qing Chi kill Sanguinati? Ba Mo racked his brains. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that Sanguinati killed all the people of Qingling sect. Chapter 11-12. In the end, Ba Mo made a decision. He would go in and check it out himself. He had fought with Sanguinati before. Although Sanguinati was powerful, it was obviously impossible for him to kill the people of the Qingling sect by himself, unless his spiritual pet intervened. Although he was a little frightened, Ba Mo finally chose to go in and check it out, because it was related to the inheritance of the supreme treasure. Ba Mo ordered everyone to stay in the building. He entered the third mining area alone. Walking in the passage, Ba Mo found a lot of blood. His heart skipped a beat. He took the last step and entered the third mining area. As soon as he entered, he saw a scene that shocked him. There was blood everywhere in the third mining area. The people of the Qingling sect were all lying in a pool of blood. Qingxi. Ba Mo saw Qingxi not far away. Even Qingxi is dead. At this moment, Ba Mo was terrified and wanted to escape. However, Fang Chen appeared silently. Why do you want to leave as soon as you arrive? Fang Chen appeared behind Ba Mo silently and sneered. Ba Mo tried to stay calm and said coldly, Sanguinati, you killed the people of the Qingling sect. The Qingling sect will not let you go. If I were you, I would think about how to save my life, Fang Chen joked. He had already killed Qingling, so he did not mind killing Ba Mo. Humph, it's not that easy to kill me, Ba Mo said. You can try. Fang Chen sneered. Boom. Suddenly, Ba Mo launched an attack and punched Fang Chen. However, the latter was already prepared and successfully blocked the attack with his perfect sword body. Ba Mo took a few steps back and stared at Fang Chen vigilantly. Who on earth wants to harm me? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. He had never met Ba Mo, so he did not believe that Ba Mo would harm him. The only explanation was that someone wanted to harm him. In fact, Fang Chen had already thought of a candidate. However, he wanted to confirm with Ba Mo, the dead don't need to know so much. Ba Mo unleashed a tyrannical attack and fought with Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to use the Heavenly Star technique to kill Ba Mo. However, he received a telepathic message from the little mouse. Then, he changed his mind and performed the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Bang bang bang, the Sky Demon Sword art was clearly unable to suppress Ba Mo's attack. You want to kill me with just this little bit of strength? The more Ba Mo fought, the braver he became. He even started to gain the upper hand. However, before he could finish, he felt that something was wrong. The flowing gold stone was instantly blasted away. In the next moment, a shadow flew out from the collapsed area. Swoosh! A vast amount of sharp gold chi condensed into a sharp gold spear in the air and shot towards him. No! Ba Mo was horrified to find that the sharp metal spear had locked onto him. No matter how he tried to dodge, he couldn't. Damn it! Ba Mo roared furiously, urging all of his strength to resist the sharp metal spear. Unfortunately, the sharp metal spear was too powerful. Moreover, this sharp gold chi was an attack that the little mouse unleashed after devouring the pseudo-ancestral stone. One could imagine how powerful it was. Ba Mo couldn't resist at all. With a bang, the sharp metal spear pierced into his body. It directly nailed him to the wall. Poochie! A large amount of blood flowed out of Ba Mo's mouth. His face was extremely pale. Who wants to kill me? Fang Chen asked in a deep voice. Even if I die, I won't say it. Bai Mo laughed loudly. He was very happy to see Fang Chen's expression. Die. Fang Chen didn't say anything else and cut off Ba Mo's head with his sword. Then, Fang Chen left the flowing gold stone vein. He killed all of the Black Sky Sect's martial artists in the Black Sky Sect building. Boss! The little mouse looked at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and looked at the little mouse. Then, he was a little astonished. Was this still the little mouse from before? The little mouse from before was very petite and only the size of a palm. However, the current little mouse's body was a lot more bloated. Its size was at least twice its original size. Boss, I devoured the pseudo-ancestral stone and haven't completely digested it. Therefore, I'm too big. The little mouse spread out its hands. How is it? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse knew that his boss was asking about the situation after he devoured the pseudo-ancestral stone. Boss, I still underestimated the power of the pseudo-ancestral stone. After I devoured it, I discovered that the pseudo-ancestral stone is very powerful. I'm about to fall into a deep sleep and will probably take a long time to wake up. The little mouse said. I forced a small portion of the flowing gold water into my finger. When you need it, you can cut my finger and take it out. The little mouse stretched out its finger and said. I know. Fang Chen opened the special spatial ring and prepared to let the little mouse in. Boss, after I fall into a deep sleep, return to the pseudo-ancestral stone and take a look. I discovered that something is wrong. After the little mouse finished speaking, it entered the special spatial ring and fell into a deep sleep. Fang Chen's heart shook slightly. Something is wrong. What was under the pseudo-ancestral stone? Unfortunately, the little mouse had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, Fang Chen still prepared to go down and take a look. Swoosh! After returning underground, Fang Chen arrived in front of the pseudo-ancestral stone. There was a large hole here and it was obvious that it was left behind by the pseudo-ancestral stone. After careful inspection, Fang Chen discovered that there were actually some purple crystals under the pseudo-ancestral stone's hole. Purple crystals. Fang Chen was puzzled. He took out the hidden star sword and quickly dug the ground. In a short while, Fang Chen dug a very large hole. All that entered his eyes were purple crystals. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. Why would there be purple crystals where the pseudo-ancestral stone was? What was going on? After pondering for a moment, he still couldn't understand. Fang Chen began to use the hidden star sword to mine the purple crystals. He wanted to see what was under the purple crystals. In the Gold Flow mountain range, many miners from the two sects had all died at the hands of Fang Chen. Apart from Fang Chen, no one knew about this matter. Even the two sect couldn't constantly pay attention to the situation here. At this moment, in a wasteland not far from the Gold Flow mountain range, there was a small group of martial artists that were rapidly advancing. If someone was here, they would definitely be surprised. Because these martial artists were wearing red clothes. They were a group of adventurers called the Red Headblade. Since Fang Chen was in the Sword Firmament sect, the Red Headblade had wanted to kill him. However, they had never had the chance. Now, Fang Chen's growth made the members of the Red Headblade a little worried. Therefore, they joined forces with the red-bearded old man to secretly kill Sanguinati. This time, they received news from the red-bearded old man that Sanguinati had been sent to the Gold Flow mountain range. Bai Mo, the person in charge of the Black Sky sect in the Gold Flow mountain range, would kill him. The members of the Red Headblade wanted to see Sanguinati die with their own eyes. Therefore, they hurried to the Gold Flow mountain range. Boss, the Gold Flow mountain range is ahead, said a member of the Red Headblade. Go in quickly and meet up with Bai Mo. After a while, the members of the Red Headblade arrived in front of two buildings. This is the building of the Black Sky sect, said a member. The boss of the Red Headblade entered the building and was shocked to find the ground full of corpses. Then, he entered the building of the Green Spirit sect, but there was no one inside. Boss, what's going on? Did the Black Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect have a dispute? The boss of the Red Head Blade had a bad premonition and hurriedly entered the Gold Flow stone vein. Not long after, they arrived at the third mining area. Seeing the corpses on the ground, they were completely dumbfounded. Are the people of the Green Spirit sect all dead? Look, it's Bamo. The members of the Red Head Blade got a portrait of Bamo from the red-bearded old man and recognized him at a glance. Hearing that, the boss of the Red Head Blade turned to look at Bamo, who was stared at on the wall, and suddenly turned pale with fright. How is it possible? Bamo is also dead. In an instant, the members of the Red Head Blade took out their weapons and looked around vigilantly. Boss, it must be Sanguinati's doing. A member was frightened and his body trembled. What should we do? Asked another member. The boss of the Red Head Blade was also a little frightened. Look carefully. Maybe Sanguinati is also injured, said the boss of the Red Head Blade in a deep voice. His gaze swept across the third mining area and finally fell on the collapsed entrance. When he came to the collapsed entrance, the boss of the Red Head Blade looked down. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Chapter 11:13. Red Head Blade was a team of adventurers. Their overall strength wasn't too strong. Only the boss was at Heaven Dipper Realm level 9, the others were very weak. The reason why they could survive in Clear Sky Island was entirely because of the red-bearded old man. Others didn't know, only the Red Head Blade boss knew. The red-bearded old man was his uncle. His parents died very early and he was an orphan. He and his uncle depended on each other. It wasn't until his uncle joined the Mysterious Sky sect that he started to rely on himself. Now, his uncle had a very high position in the Mysterious Sky sect. He wanted to kill Sanguinati completely because of his uncle's power. After discovering that both parties had been killed, the Red Head Blade boss's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. His gaze looked towards the collapsed area. Then, he came here and looked down. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. Could it be that Sanguinati escaped from here? The Red Head Blade boss's eyes flickered as he said sinisterly. Then, the Red Head Blade boss called everyone over. Sanguinati might be below, let's go down. With the Red Head Blade boss leading, everyone slowly descended. At this moment, Fang Chun was digging for purple crystals. After digging for so long, he finally saw some of the purple crystals' outlines. This scene made him very shocked. The purple crystals were very smooth and flat, as if someone had specially built them. With great difficulty, he managed to dig out a purple crystal from the smooth surface of the purple crystal. Suddenly, a dazzling light shot out from below. Fang Chun looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that there was actually a spacious hall below the purple crystal. Could it be that this is the cultivation place of some expert? Fang Chun's heart moved slightly. Before the little mouse fell asleep, it once told him that there was something wrong under the pseudo-ancestral stone. Could it be that it was talking about this empty hall? Just as Fang Chun was thinking, the Red Head Blade boss landed here. Sanguinati. The Red Head Blade boss saw Sanguinati at a glance and immediately roared in anger. Who are you? Fang Chun asked in astonishment. You killed my Red Head Blade brother. Today I will personally kill you. After saying that, the Red Head Swordsman launched an attack, wanting to kill Fang Chun. When the other Red Head Blade members saw this, they all moved to help their boss. Courting death. Fang Chun had heard of Red Head Blade before. He was very puzzled. How did Red Head Blade find him? Could it be a coincidence? Fang Chun immediately rejected this idea. It couldn't be a coincidence. This was the Gold Flow stone mine that was jointly controlled by the Mystic Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect. Outsiders did not dare to enter at all. For Red Head Blades to be able to come here, it meant that they were very familiar with this place. Could it be, suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Red Head Blade was related to the Red Beard Elder. Thinking of this, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and launched a swift and fierce attack. The 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique was instantly displayed. The powerful sword light directly pierced into the body of the Red Head Blade member closest to him. Damn it! The Red Head Blade leader was furious and launched the most overbearing attack. However, Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space. One by one, the Red Head Blade members were beheaded by Fang Chun. Watching his brothers being beheaded by his enemy, the Red Head Blade leader's heart was filled with rage. "Boy, I'm going to tear you into pieces!" The Red Head Blade leader roared angrily. At the same time, a flying knife appeared in his hand. Whoosh! The flying knife pierced the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye and stabbed toward Fang Chun. The Heavenly Demon Sword technique. Fang Chun used the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique to cut through the sky to block it. Crack! The Heavenly Demon Sword light shattered, and the flying knife came in front of Fang Chun. However, the power of the flying knife had been reduced by more than half by the Heavenly Demon Sword light. When it bombarded Fang Chun's body, it did not even break through the defense of the perfect sword body. Good stuff! Fang Chun grabbed the flying knife and wanted to take it for himself. Swoosh! The flying knife had already recognized its master. As long as the master was not dead, it would not be taken by others. Die! The flying knife returned to the Red Head Blade leader's hand. His hands formed a complicated seal. He threw the flying knife with force. In an instant, countless flying knives appeared in the air. These flying daggers carried terrifying power as they pierced towards Fang Chun. Heavenly Demon Sword technique. When the flying knife was about to reach Fang Chun's side, his Heavenly Demon Sword technique killed the last member of the Red Head Blade. Next, he could focus on dealing with the Red Head Blade leader. The Red Head Blade leader's strength was not as good as Ba Mo's. It was very easy for Fang Chun to deal with him. 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Fang Chun activated the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. The void lightning instantly appeared and directly hit the flying knife. Crack! Countless flying knife phantoms were instantly shattered. Bang! The real flying knife was also hit by the powerful attack of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. It changed direction and pierced into the wall. At the same time, the void lightning struck the Red Head Blade leader's body. A miserable cry rang out. His soul was shaken and he was severely injured. His face was filled with unwillingness. However, what welcomed him was a resplendent sword light. Poochie! The sword rose and the head fell. At this point, all the members of the Red Head Blade were dead. Fang Chun put away the star-hidden sword, walked to the wall, and pulled out the flying knife. A small flying knife is actually as hard as a rank 2 divine weapon. Fang Chun grinned and put away the flying knife. Finally, he came in front of the purple crystal. Let's go in and take a look. The members of the Red Head Blade were killed. Fang Chun was worried that the Red-Beard Elder would use other methods. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As long as he returned to the Xiantian sect, he would be safe. Then, Fang Chun leaped and entered the Purple Crystal Hall. Xiantian sect, main peak. In the Red-Beard Elder's courtyard. He sat on a stone bench. On the stone table in front of him, there was a cup of tea. His palm gently tapped on the stone table as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. He opened the communication jade pendant. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. A terrifying killing intent radiated from his body. Dead. They're all dead. The Red-Beard Elder clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to tear Sanguinati into pieces. However, he was in a high position and could not leave the Xiantian sect without permission. Brat, I'll kill you. His own nephew had been killed. The red-bearded old man was completely enraged. Scar Island, one of the 36 islands of the old China Islands. Blue Sky Continent, main city. In the old site of the Sky Puppeteer clan. Ever since Ching Ho thought that his brother Sanguinati had died, He had been practicing the Sky Puppeteer clan's puppeteer art. After such a long time, Ching Ho's puppeteer arts had finally reached an extremely high level. All the members of the Sky Puppeteer clan were nervously watching Ching Ho, who was sitting on the altar. "Clan leader, will he succeed?" an elder asked. "Clan leader, this person is the hope of our Sky Puppeteer clan." Ching Ho had joined the Sky Puppeteer clan and obtained all their technique. Moreover, he had shown extraordinary talent in the process of practicing the puppeteer art. The Sky Puppeteer clan thought highly of Ching Ho. At this moment, Ching Ho was undergoing the baptism. Once the baptism was over, he would be able to control all the techniques of the Sky Puppeteer clan. He might even enter the legendary Heavenly Body tier. Back then, Ching Ho was only at the Mystic King tier. Now, Ching Ho had already reached the high level of the Heaven Dipper realm. His strength was almost invincible in the entire Blue Sky continent. This baptism was very important. Above the altar, above Ching Ho's head, radiance poured in continuously. Time passed by slowly. After 3 days, Ching Ho suddenly opened his eyes. Rumble! The sky was filled with the deafening sound of thunder. The majestic power above Ching Ho's head instantly poured into his head. In an instant, Ching Ho's aura kept rising. It only stopped when he reached the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm. At this time, Ching Ho had changed greatly. It was as if he had become a different person. Did he succeed? A clansman asked. The Sky Puppeteer clan leader was very excited. Ching Ho, whether our Sky Puppeteer clan can rise again depends on you. Clan leader. Ching Ho clasped his hands at the clan leader. Ching Ho's achievements were all because of the clan leader's full help. Clan leader, I've finished the baptism, and I'm almost done with the Sky Puppeteer clan's puppeteer arts. I'm preparing to go out and train, Ching Ho said. The clan leader nodded. This was something that had been decided before. Chapter 11:14. This was the old site of the Heaven Puppet Race, where they had a unique advantage. Therefore, the Demon Cloud State Lord did not dare to attack. The Heaven Puppet Race was very safe here. But Ching Ho was different. He could no longer improve here. Only outside could he continue to improve. The Heaven Puppet Race naturally hoped that Ching Ho could become extremely powerful. The Patriarch warned Ching Ho and sent him away. However, after leaving, he reminded Ching Ho to be careful of the Demon Cloud State Lord's puppets. Crash. Ching Ho felt his vision blur, and then his body appeared in the place where the Demon Cloud State Lord had brought them in. There was no one here. Ching Ho left the place silently. In the following time, Ching Ho wandered around the Azure Sky State. While secretly killing the Demon Cloud State Lord's henchmen, he also inquired about Sanguinati. As for Fang Chen, after entering the Purple Crystal Hall, he found that it was actually a cave residence. A cave residence refined with purple crystals. This kind of extravagance was too overbearing. Fang Chen's heart was full of shock, and he carefully looked around. The owner of this cave residence seemed to be a top powerhouse. However, there was no one in the cave residence. Moreover, the cave residence was covered with dust, as if no one had been here for a long time. On the left side of the cave residence, there was a futon, which should be the cultivation place of the owner. Behind the futon there were some books. Fang Chen walked to the books and scanned them with his soul spirit, and found that most of these books were refining books. Could it be that the owner of the cave residence is a refining expert? Fang Chen thought to himself. In the outer universe, there were not as many refining masters as in the ancient sword continent. Those who could become refining masters were all extraordinary existences. The red-bearded elder was a 4-star divine master. Most of the books on the bookshelves explained how to refine weapons. They were all basic books. After Fang Chen glanced around, his eyes fixed on the stone platform on the right side of the cave residence. This was a refining stone platform. The owner of the cave residence is really a refining master. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes fell on the stone platform. Because it had not been used for a long time, the stone platform was already covered in dust. There were some metallic materials on the stone platform that Fang Chen did not recognize. At the side, there was a piece of paper with the ratio of materials needed to refine the weapon written on it. Fang Chen picked up the paper and read on curiously. Thunderbolt Battle Axe. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw the 4 words at the front of the paper. Even though he had no idea what the Thunderclap Battle Axe was, he knew that it was no ordinary object. As expected, there was an introduction to the Thunderclap Battle Axe at the back. Thunderclap Battle Axe, a 7th level divine weapon. When he saw the words Level 7 divine weapon, Fang Chen's head exploded. It took him a while to recover from the shock. Level 7 divine weapon. Divine weapons were divided into 9 levels. With each level, their power would increase exponentially. The hidden star sword that Fang Chen was currently using was merely a level 2 divine weapon. In the Xiantian sect, a 4-star divine master was already very respected. He did not expect the owner of the cave to be a 7-star divine master. It seemed that he had prepared the materials and was about to refine it when he suddenly had an urgent matter and left in a hurry. Unfortunately, he never came back. Perhaps he had already fallen. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. There must be a supreme treasure in the cave of a 7-star divine master. Fang Chen searched carefully but didn't find anything. However, just as he inadvertently sat on the futon, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the futon. Then, an illusory figure appeared in the air. Fated One, when you see me, it means that I have already fallen. This is my cave, and I am a 7-star divine master. If you come here, you will receive my inheritance and become a respected God-tier master. The illusory figure only said a few words before it dissipated. In the end, it turned into a bright light and shot into Fang Chen's glabella. Suddenly, a large amount of information appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This 7-star divine master had imparted his lifetime knowledge of crafting artifacts to Fang Chen. To a divine master, this was more important than any inheritance treasure. When he was in the ancient sword continent, Fang Chen was a refiner. Later, after reaching the mysterious king realm, his refining level also reached the level of a divine master. However, after coming to the outer realm, he had been busy improving his strength and neglected refining. And now, after obtaining the 7-star divine master's lifetime of hard work, Fang Chen was extremely excited. This 7-star divine master had not only imparted his refining experience to him. Moreover, he had also integrated his own power into Fang Chen's mind. Fated One, if you can comprehend these refining methods that I have sealed in your mind, you will directly step into the realm of a 3-star divine master. Seeing this sentence, Fang Chen's heart beat faster. Jumping directly to a 3-star divine master, this was too terrifying. Although he did not dare to believe it. However, Fang Chen knew that the methods of a 7-star divine master were not something that ordinary people could imagine. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the futon, struck the iron while it was hot, and began to comprehend the refining experience. As he had a foundation in refining from the beginning, it was much easier to comprehend. The path of refining was vast and boundless. When he was in the ancient sword continent, he thought that a divine master was the peak. But now, it seemed that a divine master was just the beginning. As time passed, the aura around Fang Chen's body was constantly changing. In the cave, a special aura was constantly emitted from the futon, helping Fang Chen comprehend the seal. On the 8th day of Fang Chen's comprehension, he completely comprehended the 7-star divine master's refining experience. At this moment, he felt the seal loosen a little. Buzz. Traces of powerful aura were emitted from the seal. Whoosh. 1-star divine master realm. This is great. If outsiders were to find out that he had reached the level of a 1-star god master in just 8 days, their jaws would drop in shock. However, this was just the beginning. On the 15th day, Fang Chen reached the two-star Divine Master realm. At this time, the seal had already loosened by 2/3, and only the last step was left. This step was very difficult to take. Once he succeeded, it would benefit Fang Chen immensely. This step troubled Fang Chen for a long time. During this time, the people of the Green Spirit sect finally learned about what happened in the flowing gold stone vein, and immediately sent a heavenly body tier elder over. The Black Sky sect also sent a heavenly body tier elite over. It was just that the heavenly body tier elite of the Green Spirit sect arrived first. When the heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect arrived at the flowing gold mountain range, it was already the 30th day since Fang Chen comprehended the seal. Everyone is dead. The heavenly body tier elder's soul shrouded the entire flowing gold mountain range, and instantly found the dead people. Then, he entered the flowing gold stone vein. He found the bodies of Qing Shi and the others. His face was ashen. Could it be the accomplices of these outsiders who killed the people of my Green Spirit sect? The heavenly body tier elder was puzzled. Sure enough, after a while, he found the collapsed area. Then, he found the purple crystal palace. Boom! At this moment, inside the amethyst cave abode, Fang Chen's body exploded with a vast amount of energy. The seal in Fang Chen's mind instantly came into contact with it. The wild power immediately caused Fang Chen's body to become extremely powerful. 3-star realm. After removing the seal, he really reached the 3-star realm. Right now, Fang Chen was truly in awe of the owner of the cave abode. After being dead for so many years, he could still casually create a 3-star Divine Master. Moreover, with his lifetime of refining experience, Fang Chen's path of refining would definitely be smooth in the future. He might even reach the level he was at when he was alive. 7-star Divine Master Realm. Of course, this was a story for later. Fang Chen had just broken through and didn't have time to be happy. Then, he felt a vast amount of power of the stars pressing down on him. Not good. Fang Chen felt threatened. Using the true intent of time and space, he instantly concealed himself within the void. Interesting. The heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect's expression changed slightly, and he entered the palace. Then, he began to look for Fang Chen. Bang! The heavenly body tier elder bombarded the void with absolute power, forcing Fang Chen to appear. Brat, you're from the Black Sky sect, the heavenly body tier elder said coldly. Hand over the inheritance here, and I can spare your life. As soon as he entered, the heavenly body tier elder discovered that this was a refining cave. There must be an inheritance treasure. Buzz. Chapter 11:15. The Black Sky sect and the Green Spirit sect had always been rivals. Moreover, the heavenly body tier elder of the Green Spirit sect suspected that this person had something to do with the deaths of the Green Spirit sect members. Of course, the most important thing was that this person was cultivating in the cave of a great master, so it was very likely that he had obtained a precious treasure for refining. Kid, hand over the inheritance. The heavenly body tier elder roared in a low voice. He suddenly waved his hand, and streaks of power of stars instantly shot toward Fang Chen like lightning in the sky. Damn it! The void was sealed, and the time intent couldn't be used. Fang Chen was a little anxious. Bang! The star-hidden sword blasted out, and the Sky Demon Sword art was used to the extreme. Poochie! With the Sky Demon Sword art's resistance, Fang Chen finally dodged the elder's attack. However, it was at this moment that the heavenly body tier elder's next attack arrived. Boom! The battle was fierce, and Fang Chen was completely suppressed. Although this elder was a first-layer heavenly body tier martial artist, his strength was not something that Fang Chen could compare to. Fang Chen relied on his perfect sword body and heavenly demon sword technique to block the attack. However, it was not a way to go on like this. I can't go on like this, Fang Chen thought to himself. He found the right time and instantly used the Sky Demon Sword art. While the battle was going on in the underground cave, the heavenly body tier elder of the Black Sky sect finally arrived. His soul swept over, and his expression changed drastically. Then, he entered the flowing gold stone vein. Then, he found the purple crystal cave below. There's a battle in the cave. The Black Sky sect elder's expression changed slightly, and he immediately went into the cave. He suddenly found that Sanguinati was suppressed by the Green Spirit sect elder. Stop! The Black Sky sect elder waved his hand, and a strong power of stars appeared in front of Fang Chen, blocking the attack of the Green Spirit sect elder. The Green Spirit sect elder's body retreated slightly, and then he stopped. Seeing this, Fang Chen jumped and directly came behind the Black Sky sect elder. Elder! Fang Chen cupped his hands in greeting. The elder had come just in time. If he had been any later, he would have died here. My Black Heaven sect and your Green Spirit sect have never interfered with each other. As a heavenly body tier elder, you actually attacked a disciple of my Black Heaven sect. The elder of the Black Sky sect glared at the elder of the Green Spirit sect and said coldly, I suspect that the death of the Qingling sect disciples has something to do with him. The Green Spirit sect elder said in a deep voice, everyone is dead except for him. He's the most suspicious. Bullshit. Hearing this, the elder of the Black Heaven sect immediately cursed. Then, he turned to Fang Chen and said, Sanguinati, what do you know? Just tell me. With me here, no one can touch you. Elder, I was ordered to carry out a mission here. After I arrived, I discovered that the people of the two sects had all died in the Gold Flow stone mine. I came in to check and accidentally fell into this cave abode, Fang Chen said slowly. I found that someone seemed to have been here before. It was empty and there was nothing here. Fang Chen continued, I fell into the seal. When I finally broke the seal and wanted to leave, I was attacked by the elder of the Green Spirit sect. Fang Chen said calmly. Of course, he would not say that he had killed those people. Once he told the truth, not to mention the Green Spirit sect, even the Black Sky sect would not let him go. Anyway, there was no evidence, and they could not do anything to him. Moreover, he had obtained the inheritance of the cave abode's owner. The elder of the Green Spirit sect would definitely not let him go. After hearing Sanguinati's words, the elder of the Black Sky sect turned to look at the elder of the Green Spirit sect and said in a deep voice, You heard what Sanguinati said. Humph, I will investigate this matter. If I find out that the people of the Green Spirit sect were killed by this person, I will kill him. The elder of the Green Spirit sect waved his sleeves and turned to leave. He knew that he had missed the best opportunity when the elder of the Black Sky sect arrived. Now, even if Sanguinati was lying, he could not do anything. So, he left immediately. The elder of the Black Sky sect took Sanguinati out of the cave abode and returned to the mountain range. The two elders sent messages to their respective sect and explained the situation here. Perhaps it was because the Gold Flow stone mine was not that important to the two sections. This matter was left unsettled in the end. They obviously did not want to see a war between the two sects because of a few Heaven Dipper realm martial artists. A few days later, the Gold Flow mountain range returned to peace again. The two sects each sent some new disciples to mine the ore veins. As for the Purple Crystal Cave abode, the two Heavenly Body Realm elders had already explored it. There was almost nothing. This matter was over. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the Black Sky sect. Fang Chen gained a lot from this trip to the Gold Flow mountain range. His soul reached the peak of the middle stage of the blue level, only one step away from the late stage of the blue level. However, with the Gold Flow water, the improvement of his soul was only a matter of time. There was not much time left before the hunting battle. In the Black Sky sect, all the martial artists below the Heavenly Body Realm were cultivating in seclusion, striving to improve their strength before the hunting battle began. Fang Chen did not cultivate in seclusion. He was collecting materials. Since the ancient Sword Continent, he had been using the star-concealing sword. The star-concealing sword was a divine weapon that Fang Chen refined with painstaking effort. When he first came to the foreign region, it was refined into a second-level divine weapon by the master of the Heavenly Sword Mansion. Until now, it had not been upgraded to the third level. Not long ago, Fang Chen's refining level reached the 3-star level. The first thing to do was to upgrade his star-concealing sword to the level of a third-level divine weapon. In this way, his combat power would skyrocket. On this day, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench in the courtyard. There was a brush in his hand and a piece of paper on the stone table. Some of the metal materials needed to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword were written on it. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen wrote down the last material and then put the brush aside. A bright smile appeared on his face. It will be easy to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword after collecting these materials, Fang Chen said with a grin. Then, he began to collect these materials. The first stop was the points hall. He had 400 points left from last time, and Fang Chen used them all. When he came out of the points hall, Fang Chen gained a lot. Of the 27 metal materials needed to upgrade the grade of the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen had already collected 24 of them. There were still 3 that he needed to solve by himself. Walking on the road, Fang Chen racked his brains to think about how to get the last 3 materials. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought of the bloodthirsty palaces by Qingqing. Then, he left the Sealing Heaven Palace and came to the Bloodthirsty Palace. It's Sanguinati. Why did he come to my Bloodthirsty Palace? Many disciples were cultivating in the Bloodthirsty Palace. They were very curious when they saw Sanguinati. He couldn't have come to find Miss Bai Qingqing, right? Said a disciple. Many disciples stared at Sanguinati with burning eyes. Sanguinati, why did you come to my bloodthirsty palace? Right at that moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded from behind Fang Chen. Fang Chen turned his head and was surprised to discover that it was a familiar face. I came to find Qingqing, Fang Chen said frankly. Humph, my bloodthirsty palace doesn't welcome you. This person was the golden armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace. He had a good impression of Sanguinati before, but ever since he asked about the result of the bone pagoda, his impression of Sanguinati became bad. He thought that Sanguinati was too arrogant and conceited. So when he saw Sanguinati appear in the bloodthirsty palace, he was very angry. You don't welcome me? Fang Chen was startled, then frowned. You can leave, said the golden armored commander. Fang Chen ignored him, turned around, and continued walking. I told you to leave. The bloodthirsty palace's golden armored commander roared in anger. Then, he attacked. He clenched his fist and punched Sanguinati. Many disciples were watching anxiously. The golden armored commander attacked Sanguinati. However, Fang Chen easily blocked the Bloodthirst Palace's commander's punch. You! The golden armored commander was about to use his full strength, but he was stopped by Qingqing, who was passing by. Stop! Qingqing reprimanded. Immediately, the golden armored commander stopped attacking. What's going on? Asked Qingqing. Vice Palace Master, my bloodthirsty palace doesn't welcome Sanguinati, said the golden armored commander. Chapter 11:16. Sanguinati is too arrogant. He thinks he has unlimited potential just because he obtained the title of Junior Commander King. My bloodthirsty palace does not welcome such a rascal. The golden armored commander of the bloodthirsty palace said coldly. Ever since the Bone Pagoda, the golden armored commander's attitude toward Fang Chen had been very bad. Oh, how arrogant is Sanguinati? Qingqing was a little surprised when she heard this. The Sanguinati she knew was not such an arrogant person. When I found out that Sanguinati had challenged the Bone Pagoda, I went to ask about the result. But who would have thought that Sanguinati would boast that he had reached the 7th floor, the golden armored commander said coldly. The surrounding cultivators shook their heads when they heard this. Even an unrivaled expert among the golden-armored commanders would not be able to reach the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, let alone for the first time. But Sanguinati actually said that he had reached the 7th floor. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully. The 7th floor. Bai Qingqing's pretty face revealed a trace of surprise when she heard this. Then, she turned to look at Fang Chen and asked doubtfully, "You reached the 7th floor on your first try?" Fang Chen spread his hands. He had spoken the truth, but no one believed him. "If you could reach the 6th floor on your first try, why can't I reach the 7th floor?" Fang Chen did not want to explain. He was just telling the truth. Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered as she carefully looked at Sanguinati. After a long time, Bai Qingqing said, "I believe you." Fang Chen smiled when he heard Bai Qingqing's words. "Vice Palace Master, I don't believe that Sanguinati reached the 7th floor," the golden-armored commander said unwillingly. "If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't." Fang Chen snorted coldly. He ignored the golden-armored commander and walked to Bai Qingqing's side. Seeing this, the golden-armored commander's face turned extremely gloomy. Boom! A vast amount of vital essence gushed out from his body. Within his qi, 9 thick strands of vital essence spun rapidly. "Since you keep saying that you've reached the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, I'll challenge you right here and now," said the golden-armored commander in a deep voice. His meaning was clear. If you really made it to the 7th floor of the Bone Pagoda, you wouldn't have rejected my challenge. Furthermore, if he really managed to reach the 7th floor, he would definitely be stronger than the golden-armored commander. Fang Chen, who was about to leave, frowned slightly. "Noisy," Fang Chen said. "Sanguinati, do you dare accept my challenge?" asked the golden-armored commander. "You are no match for me." Fang Chen waved his hand. The golden-armored commander thought that Fang Chen was refusing, so his words became even sharper. "I think you don't have the guts to accept my challenge. What a coward!" The golden-armored commander sneered. He didn't want to pay attention to this person, but he was being overbearing. Fang Chen was also a normal human, and he also had emotions and desires. The words of the golden-armored commander from the bloodthirsty palace completely enraged Fang Chen. "Which floor of the Bone Pagoda did you reach?" Fang Chen stared at the golden-armored commander and asked. "No, I only reached the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded, then raised his hand and extended 3 fingers. "Since you've reached the 3rd floor, I'll defeat you in 3 moves." Fang Chen's words instantly spread among the crowd. The onlookers were all shocked. Wasn't this too arrogant? Although Sanguinati was strong, it was almost impossible for him to defeat the golden-armored commander in 3 moves. Even Bai Qingqing was a little worried. If Sanguinati couldn't defeat the golden-armored commander in 3 moves, how could he stay in the Black Heaven sect in the future? The golden-armored commander was also amused by Fang Chen. He revealed a sinister smile, then said, "All right, I'd like to see how you, Sanguinati, can defeat me in 3 moves." Boom! Fang Chen didn't say anything and directly attacked. Activating his perfect sword body, a powerful force instantly gathered on his fist. "First move," Fang Chen said softly, then threw a punch at the golden-armored commander. Bang! Caught off guard, the golden-armored commander's body was forced back. The golden-armored commander's face was full of anger. "A sneak attack? What's the big deal?" As the golden-armored commander spoke, he used the Bloodthirsty Palace's secret technique. His whole body emitted a scarlet aura, and his eyes were crimson red. "Die!" The golden-armored commander growled, then leaped, stepping on the void with the tip of his foot, and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Then, he punched with both fists. Second move. For the second move, Fang Chen still threw a punch. However, this punch was much more powerful than the previous one. Bang! With a simple punch, he dissolved the golden-armored commander's powerful attack. This made the golden-armored commander's face change slightly, but he was still confident that Sanguinati couldn't defeat him in 3 moves. Sanguinati, I admit that I underestimated you. But you're too arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? Dream on. 2 moves had passed, and only the last move was left. The golden armored commander had the advantage. He didn't need to attack with all his strength, and only needed to defend. If he successfully defended, he would win. He seemed to have seen Sanguinati being defeated by him and being cursed by thousands of people. Ah! A wild smile appeared on the golden-armored commander's face. His whole body's defense was raised to the extreme. However, it didn't help. Fang Chen used the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to say that he could defeat this person in 3 moves. But now it was different. His soul had successfully reached the peak of the middle stage of the blue class in the flowing gold water. Now that he had used the first level of the 5 Thunders Tribulation technique, its power had increased several times. Seeing Fang Chen use such a powerful soul attack secret technique, Bai Qingqing's face changed slightly. Then, a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. Sanguinati's strength was beyond her imagination. What a magical guy! In such a short time, Sanguinati had become so strong. He was indeed a talented martial arts genius. Rumble! Lightning flashed in the sky. Under the attack of the blue-class soul, bolts of lightning condensed into a thick bolt of lightning. Then, with a powerful force, it blasted toward the golden-armored commander. Come on! The golden-armored commander had a disdainful smile on his face. However, when the lightning struck his body, his smile instantly froze. No! Immediately, the golden-armored commander cried out miserably. The soul attack was more powerful than the last time when he fought against Xia Xing. How is this possible? The golden-armored commander's face was full of disbelief. In his mind, his soul was shaken. Bang! His body was directly sent flying. Fang Chen had held back at the end. The lightning only hit the golden-armored commander and gradually dissipated. In fact, the golden-armored commander's soul did not suffer any serious damage. If Fang Chen had used all his strength, he would have fainted. The audience was silent. All the warriors looked at Sanguinati in shock. Too strong. He really defeated the commander in 3 moves. If Sanguinati had used such an attack in his first move, the commander would have been defeated. They are not at the same level at all. Many warriors were talking about it. Bai Qingqing's beautiful face was full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes kept flickering. Looking at Sanguinati, she sighed in her heart. The golden-armored commander crawled up from the ground. His heart was full of disbelief. However, after trying hard to calm down, he looked at Sanguinati with a complicated expression. Then, under everyone's gaze, the golden-armored commander cupped his fists at Sanguinati. Thank you for showing mercy. After saying that, the golden-armored commander left. Everyone was left looking at each other in dismay. Bai Qingqing left the square of the bloodthirsty palace with Fang Chen and came to her private courtyard. Sometimes I'm really curious what kind of monster you are. After entering the courtyard, Bai Qingqing stared at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen was stunned. Immediately, he spread out his hands and said, I'm just a little luckier than others. If you can reach your level with just luck, I, Bai Qingqing, will be the first to not believe it. Bai Qingqing shook her head. The more she wanted to see through Sanguinati, the more she couldn't see through him. Bai Qingqing was also helpless. By the way, why did you come to the bloodthirsty palace? Bai Qingqing asked directly. Chapter 11:17. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing was a bit surprised. 8 reading. 23 Sanguinati had come to the bloodthirsty palace to ask for her help. What materials? Asked Bai Qingqing. Water and fire crystal essence stone, illusory mercury, and void sky divine vine. Fang Chen told Bai Qingqing the materials he needed. A trace of surprise appeared on Bai Qingqing's face. These 3 materials are all incomparably precious. What do you need them for? Asked Bai Qingqing. Fang Chen wanted to say something, but hesitated. Bai Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at this sanguinati who was younger than her. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret for you." After thinking for a moment, Bai Qingqing said, "I have a way to obtain water and fire crystal essence stone. I heard that the palace master of illusory mercury has some. As for the void sky divine vine, I can't get it." The void sky divine vine was the only one of the 27 materials that wasn't metal. The void sky divine vine was a kind of plant. Its trunk was much tougher than a Banksian shoes. However, it was very different from a Banksian shoe. The void sky divine vine grew in dark and damp places. Under normal circumstances, outsiders wouldn't be able to find it. "Qingqing, can you help me get some water and fire crystal essence stones?" asked Fang Chen hastily. Bai Qingqing didn't hesitate and directly nodded. "Wait for me here." After saying that, Bai Qingqing left her courtyard. Fang Chen was left alone to wait. About an hour later, Bai Qingqing returned. "This is water and fire crystal essence stone." Bai Qingqing's fair hand held a stone made of fire and water. This was the water and fire crystal essence stone. Fang Chen didn't rush to take it. He sank into silence. "I know what you're thinking. Just take it. Although this water and fire crystal essence stone is precious to you, it's very easy for me," said Bai Qingqing with a smile. The Bloodthirsty Palace's Points Hall just so happened to have water and fire crystal essence stones. Furthermore, with her status as the Vice Palace Master, she only needed to use a very small amount of points to obtain it. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not decline. He immediately kept the fire and water crystal essence stone into his space ring. After which, he cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks. If you need anything in the future, just look for me directly." Illusory quicksilver. I asked our palace master, and he has very little of it. He heard that you need it, so he asked me to take you there. After that, Bai Qingqing brought Fang Chen to the main hall of the Bloodthirsty Palace. The palace master had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Sanguinati and Bai Qingqing, his face was full of smiles. "Sanguinati, I heard from Qingqing that you need illusory mercury," said the Bloodthirsty Palace master directly. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Palace master, can you give me the illusory mercury, no matter the price?" "Oh, any price?" The palace lord looked at Sanguinati thoughtfully and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The palace lord continued, "Then join my bloodthirsty palace." Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He immediately fell into silence. He thought that the palace lord would ask him to take out something of equal value in exchange. Who would have thought that the palace lord would ask him to join the bloodthirsty palace? This, Fang Chen was a little embarrassed. After all, he was a member of the Fengtian Palace. If he casually left the Fengtian Palace and joined the Bloodthirsty Palace, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Ha ha ha, just kidding. The palace lord was one of the higher-ups of the Black Heaven sect. Although he wanted Sanguinati to join the Bloodthirsty Palace, he knew his limit. Hearing this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "I do have some illusory mercury, but it's not a lot. If you want it, take out something of equal value," said the palace lord. Fang Chen carefully thought about what he had that could be exchanged for the illusory mercury. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the Bloodthirsty Palace's master spoke again. "Of course, if you don't have anything to exchange, then you owe me a favor." The palace lord seemed to want to befriend Sanguinati. He directly took out some illusory mercury and handed it to Sanguinati. "Palace lord, if the Bloodthirsty Palace needs me, Sanguinati, in the future, I will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you," Fang Chen promised. Beside him, Bai Qingqing also smiled slightly. In the palace lord's opinion, a favor was obviously more important than the illusory mercury. Moreover, Sanguinati's potential was incomparably heaven-defying. Even the Black Heaven sect master and vice sect master were secretly paying attention. What the palace lord didn't know was that he was just casually saying that. He didn't expect that in the days to come. The bloodthirsty palace master had used the favor the blood sword saint owed him to escape from a situation of certain death. Of course, this was a story for later. Fang Chen was very happy to obtain the illusory mercury. Only the illusory sky divine vine was left. As long as he obtained the illusory sky divine vine, with his refining skills, the hidden star sword would definitely be upgraded to a rank 3 divine weapon. Right, I heard that you still need the illusory sky divine vine, the palace lord suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded. The illusory sky divine vine is a very peculiar plant. The Points Hall of the Black Heaven Sect's 8th Palace doesn't have it, the palace lord said. May I ask if palace lord knows anything about the illusory sky divine vine? Fang Chen asked. The palace lord nodded slightly. Many years ago, I heard some information about the illusory sky divine vine, but I don't know if it still exists after so many years. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Information about the illusory sky divine vine was too important to him. Where is the illusory sky divine vine? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. At the edge of Clear Sky Island, in the territory of Sealed Sky City, there is a forbidden area called the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. The palace lord slowly said, someone once saw the illusory sky divine vine appear in the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. Vine Forest Forbidden Area? Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had also heard of the Vine Forest Forbidden Area. It was an extremely dangerous place in the territory of Sealed Sky City. Under normal circumstances, even Heaven Dipper tier cultivators wouldn't dare to enter. There were even rumors that Heavenly Body tier cultivators could get lost if they entered. The Vine Forest Forbidden Area is very dangerous. You have to be careful, the palace lord said slowly, seeing through Fang Chen's thoughts. Many thanks, palace lord. I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen bid farewell to the palace lord and left the bloodthirsty palace. Looking at his departing figure, the palace lord faintly said, Qingqing, do you think it was worth it? Hearing this, Bai Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Then, she nodded and said, Sanguinati's potential is much greater than we imagined. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely become one of the peak elites of Clear Sky Island in the future. He might even surpass Emperor Xia. Hearing Bai Qingqing's evaluation of Sanguinati, the palace lord was slightly surprised. He knew that as a genius, Bai Qingqing's standards were very high. She would never evaluate someone like this. Although his potential is extraordinary, it shouldn't be as exaggerated as you say, the palace lord said. Bai Qingqing turned to look at the palace lord, and then said, Palace lord, do you know about the Bone Tower? The palace lord nodded. Of course he knew. Previously, Sanguinati went to challenge the Bone Tower. Do you know which level he reached? Bai Qingqing asked. The palace lord shook his head, expressing his confusion. The 7th level. Bai Qingqing's words were very calm. However, it caused a huge commotion. What 7th level? Are you serious? This time, it was the palace lord's turn to be shocked. Until now, no Heaven Dipper tier cultivator had been able to step into the 7th level of the Bone Tower. The highest record was Bai Qingqing's 6th level. The palace lord stared at Bai Qingqing and saw the latter nod. In his heart, he was completely shocked. A Heaven Dipper tier 4 cultivator reached the 7th level of the Bone Tower. If other forces knew about this, they would definitely kill Sanguinati at all costs. This kid's potential is too terrifying. At this moment, the palace lord started to rejoice. He had listened to Bai Qingqing's words and helped the blood sword saint. Fang Chen didn't know that the palace lord helped him because of Bai Qingqing. After he returned to the Sealing Sky Palace, he started to make preparations. Many years ago, someone saw the Void Sky Divine Vine appear in the Forbidden Vine Forest. Fang Chen muttered to himself, There is still some time before the hunting war. This time, I will go to the forbidden vine forest to find the void sky divine vine and train myself. When the palace lord told him about the void sky divine vine, Fang Chun had already made his decision. The sealed sky city and the forbidden vine forest were his goals. I hope I can obtain the void sky divine vine, Fang Chun said to himself. Of course, Fang Chun also had other plans. The void sky divine vine was too rare. If he really couldn't find it, he might be able to find a replacement vine in the forbidden vine forest. Chapter 11:18. The Sealed Sky City was the first city that Fang Chun saw when he came to Clear Sky Island. At that time, he was only a little fellow at the profound King realm. In the blink of an eye, he became a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. Moreover, he was not far from the legendary heavenly body tier. The Sealed Sky City was still so prosperous. As one of the 8 cities of Clear Sky Island, it was naturally very important. There were endless streams of martial artists coming and going everywhere, in front of the teleportation formation in the Sealed Sky City. Voila! The teleportation formation flickered, and Fang Chun appeared immediately after. The faces of the 2 martial artists guarding the teleportation array instantly turned grave. This was because they knew that the teleportation this time came from the Black Heaven sect. Greetings, my lord. The 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family were not people that mere martial artists like them could provoke. Fearing that Fang Chun would be angry, the 2 martial artists hurriedly greeted him. Fang Chun nodded and directly left the teleportation formation. Walking on the streets of the Sealed Sky City, Fang Chun smiled faintly as he felt the liveliness of the city. The first time I came to the Sealed Sky City, I heard about the legend of the demon sword. Fang Chun muttered to himself. He sank into his memories. That time, he communicated with the demon sword. However, the demon sword thought that he was too weak and refused to go with him. It was also at that time that he became enemies with Jin Tianzhan. I wonder how Gu Xingyun is now. Ever since he met Gu Xingyun before the Severed Head Cliff, Fang Chun had not heard any news about Gu Xingyun. At that time, he did not know Gu Xingyun. However, the latter spoke up for him and did not hesitate to offend Jin Tianzhan. Fang Chun had a very good impression of Gu Xingyun. With Gu Xingyun's potential, he must have joined the 3 palaces and 2 sections. They would definitely meet in the hunting war not long after. Of course, thinking of Gu Xingyun, he naturally thought of another person. Wang Wenlong, Jin Tianzhan's lackey. In order to curry favor with Jin Tianzhan, he made an enemy of him. If they met next time, he did not mind teaching this person a lesson. While thinking, Fang Chun arrived in front of a certain square in the center of the Sealed Sky City. There was a sea of people in the square. Fang Chun could vaguely hear someone arguing inside. In any case, they had already arrived at the Sealed Sky City and were not far from the Forbidden Vine Forest. Fang Chun was curious. He squeezed into the crowd and looked inside. At this moment, in the middle of the square, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. Fang Chun recognized them with a single glance. One of them was from Fengtian sect while the other was from Sword Firmament sect. You've gone too far. The leader of the Sword Firmament sect said coldly with a long sword in his hand. His body exuded a terrifying sword chi, and he was ready to strike at any time. However, in the face of the Jian Shao sect disciples' question, the people from Fengtian sect sneered. This was especially so for the leader of the Fengtian sect. He said in disdain, "Kneel down and kowtow, and we'll call it a day. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of our Fengtian sect's ultimate sealing technique." The crowd was discussing in low voices. Fengtian sect's Fengbing is too arrogant. Fengbing is the strongest among the younger generation of the Fengtian sect. He mastered the ultimate sealing technique in a short period of time. No one in the younger generation of the Fengtian sect is a match for him. That's right. Although Gu Chun is an outstanding talent among the younger generation of the Sword Firmament sect, he can't do anything to Fengbing. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Fang Chun gradually understood the truth of the matter. The Fengtian sect and the Sword Firmament sect had always been at odds. It was inevitable for the disciples to fight with each other. Today, Feng Bing and the others had their eyes on something, but it was bought by Gu Chen first. This was the reason for the dispute. "Kneel down and apologize or hand over the item," Feng Bing said coldly as he pressured Gu Chen. "Dream on." Gu Chen was stubborn and refused to apologize. He would rather fight to the end. "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for what I'm going to do." As soon as Feng Bing finished his sentence, wisps of blurry auras descended from the sky and encapsulated Gu Chen and the others. It's the ultimate sealing technique. The crowd in the square couldn't help but take a step back. The ultimate sealing technique of the Fengtian sect was extraordinary, and it wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. "Kill!" Inside the seal, Gu Chen roared. Outside the seal, Feng Bing was also prepared to give the order. "Cripple them all." If they killed the disciples of the Sword Firmament sect, the higher-ups of the Sword Firmament sect would definitely step in. The best way was to cripple them all. In the crowd, Fang Chen shook his head. Then, he used the true meaning of space-time and quietly entered the seal. After all, he was once a disciple of the Sword Firmament sect. Gu Chen and the others were frantically attacking the ultimate sealing technique. However, at this moment, the ultimate sealing technique suddenly broke. This, Gu Chen and the others widened their eyes. Could it be that they were the ones who broke the seal? Outside, Feng Bing, who was about to attack, had a solemn expression. In the end, his gaze landed on Fang Chen. "I don't think it's good for you to interfere in the matters of the Fengtian sect." Feng Bing's words were full of threats. He deliberately brought up the Fengtian sect to threaten Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chen. "Let's end this here," Fang Chen said calmly, not caring about the shock of the crowd. Who do you think you are?" Feng Bing was furious. This was the Fengtian city. This person was too arrogant. Slap. No one saw Fang Chen make a move, but they heard a crisp sound. Instantly, everyone looked at Feng Bing. There was a red handprint on the latter's face. "I think that my words have some authority." As if nothing had happened, Fang Chen said calmly. Feng Bing's face was burning, but he didn't act rashly. This person's strength was beyond his imagination. "Senior Brother Feng." The people behind Feng Bing shouted loudly. However, they were stopped by Feng Bing. "Let's go." Feng Bing glared fiercely at Fang Chen before he flung his sleeves and left. "Brother, thank you for helping." Gu Chen woke up from his shock and cupped his hands in thanks to Fang Chen. "It's nothing. You can go back," Fang Chen said and disappeared from the streets of the Fengtian sect. In a certain building in the Fengtian sect, Feng Bing stood fiercely in front of the window. Behind him, a delicate-looking man was sitting quietly. "Young master, you must help me in this matter," Feng Bing said coldly. "According to your description, this person must be a Heaven Star border cultivator." The handsome man nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as he leaves the Fengtian city, I will kill him." "Young master." Feng Bing wanted to say something, but the handsome man waved his hand and stopped him. Soon, Feng Bing received news that Fang Chen had left the Fengtian city. "Young master, he left," Feng Bing said gloomily. Young master, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Are you interested in watching the show?" "Of course I am." Feng Bing laughed. The handsome man brought Feng Bing and quickly left the Fengtian city. The sun was high in the sky and noon was the hottest time of the day. Walking on the official road outside the Fengtian city, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived in front of the decapitation cliff. To reach the vine forest, one had to pass by the decapitation cliff. "I don't know if I have the right to bring you away." Fang Chen's soul sank into the decapitation cliff and tried to communicate with the demon sword. Donga sword chime that only Fang Chen could hear came from the decapitation cliff. Then, the demon sword spoke. Too weak. The demon sword only said 3 words and went silent. Fang Chen heard and nodded. He stared at the decapitation cliff and said, "The next time I come, I will bring you away." With that, Fang Chen prepared to leave. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Fang Chen turned his head and saw a handsome man and Feng Bing, who he had taught a lesson to. "Oh, did you invite reinforcements?" Fang Chen joked. "Brat, with young master here, you are dead." Feng Bing glared at Fang Chen. The handsome man stared at Fang Chen with a smile in his eyes. "4th level of Heaven Dipper, you can make me feel a trace of pressure. Not bad." The handsome man saw through Fang Chen's cultivation with a glance which surprised Fang Chen. But soon after, Fang Chen said, "It's a pity, Heaven Star Border Stage 6, you're too weak." Obviously, Fang Chen also saw through the handsome man's cultivation. In his eyes, a 6th level of Heaven Dipper was no different from an ant. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the handsome man didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "You may not know, but there is a kind of martial artist in this world that is called a genius." "Oh, so you are a genius?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes or no, we will know soon." The handsome man grinned. His body emitted a trace of killing intent. "Feng Bing is my man. Hitting him is hitting me," the handsome man said. "What can you do to me?" Fang Chen retorted with a tough attitude. "Kill you. I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Boom! The handsome man's body was surrounded by a terrifying amount of vital essence. In his qi, 6 strands of vital essence were spinning rapidly. His aura was raised to the extreme. "Your aura is not weak," Fang Chen said and released the powerful aura of a 4th level Heaven Dipper realm. Bang! The handsome man gathered his strength and punched out. This punch was just a test. Fang Chen responded with a punch without hesitation. Dong! The 2 fists collided, causing the decapitation cliff to shake. The 2 of them quickly retreated. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The handsome man was even more surprised. "I didn't expect to meet a genius like you in the sealed sky city." The handsome man chuckled. Fang Chen clenched his fist and gathered his strength. In the test just now, he felt the handsome man's strength. It wasn't until this moment that Fang Chen realized. He wasn't the only one who could fight above his level. In the vast universe, there were countless geniuses who could fight above their level. Chapter 11-19. Dong. In front of the decapitation cliff, the terrifying power of vital spirit was wantonly flying. Fang Chen and the handsome man stood quietly, staring at each other. They both felt the strong fighting spirit from each other. "I didn't expect to meet someone who can fight to my heart's content as soon as I left the mountain." The handsome man laughed wildly. Then, layers of gray luster appeared on the surface of his body. In the next moment, he let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with both fists. The handsome man punched out with both of his fists, causing the space before him to tear apart. Crash! In an instant, countless fist radiances appeared in the sky. The power of these fist radiances was very strong. Phantom! Seeing the fist radiances in the sky, Fang Chen's face finally turned serious. Even with his achievements in the illusory sword principle, he couldn't tell which fist radiance in the sky was the real fist radiance. It was enough to show how powerful the handsome man's fist technique was. Sky Demon Sword Principle. Fang Chen displayed the 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword Principle, Sky Cleaving. Whoosh! Streaks of Sky Demon Sword radiance blasted at the fist radiances in the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! The sword radiance and fist radiance collided and immediately exploded. As the sword radiance shattered, so did the fist radiance. The handsome man's face was very serious. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very powerful. If he hadn't cultivated a unique technique, it would have been very difficult for him to defeat this man. When the fist radiance and sword radiance collided and shattered, The handsome man's fists suddenly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Go! The handsome man let out a low roar, and layers of vital spirit appeared on his fists. Bang! The handsome man's fists fiercely bombarded Fang Chen's body. Crack! Fang Chen's body instantly shattered. In an instant, the handsome man's heart was set off by stormy waves. This, his all-out attack, only hit the opponent's afterimage. He hurriedly turned his head and found that Fang Chen was behind him, attacking with all his strength. Bang! Caught off guard, the handsome man was forced back and landed on the ground. He stopped attacking and stared at Fang Chen with a serious expression. You are very strong, the handsome man said in a deep voice. You're not bad either, Fang Chen said. Without a doubt, the handsome man was also a genius who could fight above his level. With the realm of Heavenly Dipper Realm 6th layer, burst out the power of Heavenly Dipper Realm 9th layer. Unfortunately, he met Fang Chen, who was even more abnormal. Let's not fight anymore. If we continue to fight, it's hard to say who will win. Moreover, I don't want to expose my trump card right now. The handsome man restrained his aura and waved his hand. Fang Chen nodded. The handsome man had a trump card, but so did he. Although the handsome man was very strong, he was fearless. Feng Bing, who was watching from afar, saw that the tycoon was unable to do anything to Fang Chen. His heart was filled with shock. How is this possible? Feng Bing felt a trace of terror. I'm very happy to be able to exchange blows with a genius like you. The handsome man didn't have the arrogance from before and grinned. Fang Chen naturally didn't want to make enemies with others so easily. Moreover, this guy wasn't simple. You, come here. The handsome man turned around and glared at Feng Bing before berating loudly. Feng Bing immediately trembled as he came to the handsome man. Apologize to this brother. Feng Bing was terrified and hurriedly apologized to Fang Chen. Brother, please be magnanimous and spare me. Feng Bing hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother, I'll hand him over to you. You can punish him however you want, the handsome man said straightforwardly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Forget it. Let's end this here. With his current cultivation, it was beneath his dignity to deal with Feng Bing. Good. The handsome man laughed. Why aren't you getting lost? Feng Bing was overjoyed and hurriedly left. After Feng Bing left, the handsome man was even happier. He came to Fang Chen and stretched out his hand. We can be considered friends after a fight. How about we be friends? Fang Chen stretched out his hand and shook the handsome man's hand. Sanguinati. Ouyang Hong. After the two said their names, they looked at each other and smiled. Brother Shui, I have to leave first. We'll definitely meet again in the future, Ouyang Hong said with a smile. See you later. After the two said goodbye, Ouyang Hong returned to the sealed Sky City. As for Fang Chen, he continued to advance towards the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Ouyang Hong should be the disciple of a reclusive almighty. He should have come out this time to participate in the hunting war. Fang Chen thought to himself as he walked. Today's battle with Ouyang Hong had completely awakened Fang Chen. In the past, Fang Chen thought that his potential was limitless and that he could fight above his level. However, today's battle made Fang Chen realize the reality. In this world, there were countless geniuses. The number of geniuses participating in the hunting war was even more uncountable. Therefore, increasing one's strength was the most important thing. The Vine Forest Forbidden Land was not far from the Decapitation Cliff. It could even be said that the Decapitation Cliff was part of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. However, many people did not know about this and separated the Decapitation Cliff from the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. After many twists and turns, Fang Chen finally arrived at the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. At a glance, it was surrounded by dense vines, making it difficult for people to see the situation inside. It was strange that even with Fang Chen's peak mid-stage blue-class soul strength, he could not penetrate the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Is this the Vine Forest Forbidden Land? Fang Chen said softly. Then, he plunged into the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. After entering the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, Fang Chen instantly felt a terrifying aura. It was very oppressive. This Vine Forest Forbidden Land is extremely dangerous. I must be careful. Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body. King's sword chi wrapped around his body as he carefully moved forward. However, what he did not expect was that, after just a few steps, he was attacked by a vine. Puff! The main trunk of this vine-type plant was very thick. Vines shot out continuously and whipped at Fang Chen. Poochie! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed at one of the vines. Crack! The vine broke and the vine let out a miserable cry. Then, its attacks became even more intense. However, Fang Chen had also gradually adapted to the attacks of the vine plant. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen completely destroyed the vine and was able to leave. As expected of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Then, he took out a map. This map was hand-drawn. After the bloodthirsty palace master told Fang Chen about the Void Sky Divine Vine in the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, he drew a map according to his memory. Strictly speaking, this could not be regarded as a map. On this map, there was a vague route. Finally, there was a large range in the depths of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Because the bloodthirsty palace master also heard about it, he was not sure which area the Void Sky Divine Vine had appeared in. However, this was much better than running around randomly. I still have a long way to go before I can reach the range of the Void Sky Divine Vine. Fang Chen pointed to the map in his hand and said slightly. Then, he moved forward according to the map. In the middle of the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, a place overgrown with weed. There were many vines around. In the center of the vines, there was a fierce battle. Your Lai Bing Explorer team will be removed from Tongtian Island from today. A Heaven Dipper Realm expert roared loudly. At the same time, more than 10 Heaven Dipper Realm martial artists were crazily besieging the members of the Lai Bing Explorer team. I'm Hu Shua. Even if I die today, I will drag a few of you down with me. Hu Shua was the captain of the Lai Bing Explorer team. This time, they had just returned from the Void Ocean. After selling the sea monster corpses, they received a piece of news. The Void Sky Divine Vine appeared in the Vine Forest Forbidden Land. Of course, it was the Mo Long Explorer team who told Hu Shua the news. The two Explorer teams reached a consensus and came to the Vine Forest Forbidden Land together. Normally, the Mo Long Explorer team and the Lai Bing Explorer team had a very good relationship. Especially Hu Shua and Mo Long, the two of them were bosom buddies. However, who would have thought? This was completely a conspiracy of Mo Long. When the two Explorer teams entered the Vine Forest Forbidden Land, the Mo Long Explorer team made use of their familiarity with the terrain. They began to hunt the members of the Lai Bing Explorer team. Because they were not familiar with the environment here, several members of the Lai Bing Explorer team died. After fleeing for a while, they were finally caught up here. At this moment, Hu Shua led his men and struggled to resist. Bang! The short blade in Hu Shua's hand pierced the throat of a member of the Mo Long Explorer team as fast as lightning. In an instant, the person was killed. After doing all this, Hu Shua's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at the demonic dragon. Why? Hu Shua asked in a deep voice. His words were full of sadness. His bosom buddies, who he could trust with his back to, actually wanted to kill him. Hu Shua could not accept this fact. If you want to blame someone, blame your Lai Bing Explorer team for offending someone you shouldn't have offended, Mo Long sneered. What about our feelings over the years? Hu Shua questioned. Feelings are nothing in the face of benefits, Mo Long spread his hands and sneered. As an explorer, Hu Shua was talking about feelings with him. It was really ridiculous. All of this is your conspiracy, Hu Shua roared angrily. Yes, after the employer gave me a lot of benefits, I began to plan to get rid of your Lai Bing Explorer team, Mo Long said. Hu Shua lowered his head, unable to accept this fact. After a long time, he raised his head tiredly and looked at Emo Long. "Can you let my brothers go?" Hu Shuo asked. Emo Long shook his head. "What the employer wants is for the Lai Bing Explorer team to be completely wiped out." The members behind Hu Shuo glared at Emo Long. They had already disregarded life and death. He only hoped that he could kill the despicable Emo Long before he died. Chapter 11:20. If Fang Chun were here, he would definitely recognize them. Lai Bing's team of explorers was the team that had rescued him near Scar Island. At this moment, the Lai Bing explorers were in a desperate situation. "Emo Long, do you know what I regret the most in my life?" Suddenly, Hu Shuo grinned and said. "What is it?" Emo Long asked curiously. "I know you, you be **starred. Hearing this, Emo Long was instantly enraged. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Kill him!" Following Emo Long's command. Immediately, all the members of the Emo Long explorers moved out. Pucci, the battle became intense once again. Warriors died from time to time. In the beginning, the Lai Bing explorers were still able to hold on. But as their numbers decreased, they were completely suppressed by the Emo Long explorers. In the blink of an eye, the Lai Bing explorers suffered heavy casualties, and only 5 of them were left. "Captain, you go first. We'll stay behind." The remaining 4 seemed to want to help Hu Shuo escape from this place. However, Hu Shuo was determined to fight to the death. It was impossible for him to escape. "No, I want to avenge my dead brother." Hu Shuo roared and immediately performed his most dazzling attack, entering the crowd of the Emo Long explorers. Pucci under the joint attack of the Emo Long explorers, Hu Shuo was instantly injured and his body flew backward. Die. Emo Long was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He arrived in front of Hu Shuo and slammed his fist down. If this punch hit Hu Shuo, he would definitely die. "Captain!" The 4 members fell into a frenzy. They roared loudly and rushed toward Emo Long, trying to stop his attack. However, what greeted them was Emo Long's iron fist. The 4 bodies flew backward one after another. They fell to the ground, their faces full of despair. "Captain!" The 4 screamed miserably. However, it was useless. The power of vital spirit emerged on Emo Long's fist. He slowly raised his fist and punched down. Hu Shuo closed his eyes and waited for death to come. "Hu Shuo, I didn't expect you to have such a day." "Ha!" Emo Long laughed eerily. He seemed to have seen Lai Bing's exploration team being destroyed by him and returning to get a lot of benefits from his employer. Fang Chun was moving forward quickly according to the markings on the map. Suddenly, he felt a surge of vital essence. "Someone is fighting." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He leaped up and landed on the main trunk of a vine-like plant. Suddenly, he saw the demonic dragons attack. When his gaze landed on Hu Shuo, his expression changed drastically. "Nonsense! Lai Bing explorers!" Fang Chen's eyes instantly swept over the other 4 people and confirmed that this was the Lai Bing explorers team. Whoosh, using the true intent of spacetime, Fang Chun appeared on the battlefield. He threw a punch full of anger and hit the back of the demonic dragon. Bang! Emo Long's body was sent flying. The 4 people in the distance closed their eyes in pain. They thought that this punch was the sound of the demonic dragon hitting Hu Shuo's body. "Boss!" However, when the 4 of them heard the voice of a member of the demonic dragon explorers team, they suddenly opened their eyes in surprise. Then, they saw a strange scene. "Boss!" Hu Shuo was fine. The 4 of them quickly ran to Hu Shuo's side. Hu Shuo, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, also felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes, and Fang Chen's face entered his vision. Sanguinati! Hu Shuo never dreamed that the person who saved him was Sanguinati. "Sanguinati, why are you here?" The 4 members were very excited that Hu Shuo was saved. "I came to the Vine Forest Forbidden Land for some matters." Fang Chen said, "What's going on?" Hu Shua briefly told Fang Chen about the demonic dragon explorers team plotting against him. The latter nodded and then his gaze fell on the demonic dragon. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in other people's business? The demonic dragon stood up and felt pain all over his body. He stared at Fang Chen with a grave expression. I am indebted to the Lai Bing explorers. Fang Chen did not answer the demonic dragon's question and said indifferently, what an arrogant guy. How dare you obstruct my demonic dragon explorers from doing something? Are you tired of living? The demonic dragon shouted. Hu Shua, who was beside him, also shook his head slightly. Blood brother, you should leave quickly. The demonic dragon explorers are very strong. When he saved Sanguinati, his cultivation was only at the 9th level of the profound king realm. How long had it been since then? How much had his strength increased? Leave it to me. Fang Chen patted Hu Shua's shoulder lightly and then walked towards the demonic dragon explorers. All of you, come at me together. Fang Chen's voice was very arrogant and it entered the ears of every member of the demonic dragon explorers. What? You want us to come at you together? After recovering from their shock, the members of the demonic dragon explorers laughed wildly. They looked at Fang Chen with eyes full of disdain. Kid, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. One of the members of the demonic dragon explorers growled and attacked with all his might. Bang! Fang Chen stood quietly without moving. When the martial artist got close to him, he suddenly threw a punch. Crack! The martial artist's head was directly smashed and blood splattered all over the sky. Bang! The martial artist's body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. In less than 3 seconds, the martial artist was killed by Fang Chen. The 5 members of the Lai Bing explorers were shocked. On the other hand, the demonic dragon explorers were filled with rage. Kill him for me. The demonic dragon was enraged and shouted wildly. Immediately, the members of the demonic dragon explorers attacked. The members of the demonic dragon explorers were basically at the 5th level of the Heaven Star border realm. Fang Chen did not even need to use his full strength to deal with them. Bang! Fang Chen's fists were constantly punching. Every time he punched, there would be one person who died under his fist. In the blink of an eye, the members of the demonic dragon explorers were all killed by Fang Chen's iron fist. The demonic dragon's heart was filled with shock. How strong is this guy who appeared out of nowhere? Kid, who are you? The demonic dragon asked coldly with a tinge of fear in his eyes. Those who are about to die don't need to know my name. Fang Chen walked towards the demonic dragon step by step. The latter was furious and attacked with all his might. Boss, this kid is too strong. Is this kid the weak martial artist we saved? How long has it been? That kid has reached such a level from the mysterious king realm. The members of the Lai Bing explorers looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. At the same time, their faces were filled with ecstasy. They thought they would be annihilated. Who would have thought that the little guy they had casually saved back then would actually save their entire team of explorers? Go to hell. The demonic dragon's cultivation had reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 7. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, he was still vulnerable. Bang! With just one punch, the demonic dragon was sent flying again. Dong! The demonic dragon's heart finally had a trace of fear. Brother, let me go and I can give you great benefits. The demonic dragon begged for mercy. It's too late, Fang Chen said. The demonic dragon saw that Fang Chen was unwilling to let go and immediately said in a deep voice, Kid, if you dare to kill me, Lord Qiuli will never let the Lai Bing explorers go. Bang! Fang Chen did not want to listen to the demonic dragon's nonsense and killed him with a punch. Turning around, Hu Shua was already shocked. After the shock, Hu Shua cupped his fists at Fang Chen. Blood brother, my Lai Bing explorers were saved by you. If there's anything you need us for in the future, just let us know, Hu Shua said in a deep voice. You saved me before too, Fang Chen said with a smile. Fang Chen also had a good impression of the Lai Bing explorers. After all, these people had saved him before. It was no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for these people, he would have died in the void ocean. By the way, the demonic dragon just mentioned Lord Chioli. Do you know him? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing the name Chioli, Hu Shuo suddenly realized. No wonder the demonic dragon attacked me. It turns out that the mastermind is Chioli, Hu Shuo said in a deep voice. Damn Chioli. He wants to destroy our Lai Bing explorers. Another person said. Who's Chioli? Fang Chen asked. Chioli is the captain of a powerful team of explorers. There was a dispute between our two teams. Hu Shuo gave a simple explanation. Fang Chen did not ask any more questions. The forbidden vine forest is more dangerous. You'd better leave quickly. Hu Shuo and the others also knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to walk safely in the forbidden vine forest. Moreover, the Lai Bing explorers had suffered heavy losses this time, so they had mixed feelings. In the end, they bid farewell to Fang Chen and left the forbidden vine forest. When they finally came out of the forbidden vine forest, Hu Shuo's face was extremely gloomy. Boss, since Chioli has already attacked us, he will definitely not let it go. One of the explorers said. Yes, boss. We have to think of a way. Hu Shuo pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, At worst, we'll just drift in the void ocean and not set foot on Tongtian Island. I'd like to see what Chioli can do to me. That's the only way. Chioli's team of explorers was too strong. The Lai Bing explorers could not fight against them at all. The best way now was to leave Tongtian Island. Hu Shuo also felt very uncomfortable making this decision. But there was no other way. Hu Shuo clenched his fists and swore to himself. If his strength increased to a certain level in the future, he would definitely take revenge and learn from Chioli's team of explorers. Inside the forbidden vine forest, Fang Chen was also a little surprised to meet Hu Shuo and the others. It was the cycle of karma. Hu Shuo and the others had once saved him, and it just so happened that he had saved their lives today. Fang Chen looked up at the sky. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. After a long time, Fang Chen composed himself and continued his journey to find the void sky divine vine. For him, saving Hu Shuo and the others was just a small interlude. Chapter 11:21. Since the vine forest forbidden land was called a forbidden land, it must be a dangerous place. Moreover, it was not an ordinary danger. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had been walking here for 2 days. Along the way, Fang Chen encountered a lot of powerful vine attack. At this time, Fang Chen also sighed. If the Mo Long Explorers team took action against the Lai Bing Explorers team later, if they continued to walk, even if they did not kill each other, they would definitely be killed by the powerful vines. The reason for that was because some of those vines were even threatening him. However, fortunately, his strength was very strong, and the perfect sword body could resist everything. 2 days later, Fang Chen sat on a bluestone to rest. In fact, with Fang Chen's strength, he would not feel tired at all. Although he said to rest, he was actually exploring the surrounding environment. With his abnormal soul power of the peak of the middle stage of the blue level, he could only explore the surrounding 100 meters. This made Fang Chen feel very depressed. Why is this vine forest forbidden land so magical? Could it be that there is some unknown secret here? Sitting on the blue stone, Fang Chen took out the map again. According to the red circle on the map, after walking for 2 days, he could reach the area where the Void Sky Divine Vine had appeared. Void Sky Divine Vine, where is it? Fang Chen said to himself. However, at this time, suddenly, a beautiful red shadow flashed in front of him. Then, the red figure started fighting with a vine plant not far away. Well, there is someone here. Fang Chen was also very surprised. This position was already deep inside the vine forest forbidden land. He did not expect to see a human martial artist here. This was a woman in a red dress. Although he could not see her face, Fang Chen could also feel that this woman must be very beautiful. Pucci, there was a strange halo around the woman's body, blocking the attacks of the vine-type plants. This woman's cultivation seems to be Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5. Fang Chen said slightly. From the aura of the woman in the red dress, he could feel it. Well, while Fang Chen was observing, the vines suddenly mutated. The countless vines in the void opened up instantly, revealing a sharp spike. These spikes joined forces and blasted towards the woman in the red dress. Not good, these spikes are very hard. Fang Chen thought to himself. Sure enough, after being attacked by the spikes, the woman in the red dress was in a slightly sorry state. Her body kept jumping, trying to avoid the attack of the spikes. Fang Chen wanted to make a move, but he restrained himself. That was because he could sense that the woman was extraordinary. The woman was about to lose to the vines. An unexpected change took place. An extremely icy aura burst out from the woman's body. Then, with the woman as the center, these extremely cold auras instantly formed a huge defense. Puchie's sharp sword appeared in the woman's hand, and she viciously slashed at one of the vines. Crack, the rattan snapped. Then, the woman brandished her sword a few times, cutting off all the attacking vines. In the end, the vines seemed to be unable to resist the woman. They stopped attacking and retracted into the ground. Seeing this, the woman shouted and leaped. Her beautiful red figure danced in the void. In the blink of an eye, the woman came to the ground. The vines were about to enter the ground. The woman's sword directly pierced into the main trunk of the vines. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. The main trunk of the vines was shrinking continuously. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized vine. Then, the woman happily kept it in her space ring. After doing all this, the woman in the red dress turned to look at Fang Chen. There was a trace of displeasure on her pretty face. I say, you're a big man. How can you watch a weak woman in danger without doing anything? The woman in the red dress was slightly overbearing. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the woman in the red dress to say such a thing. Then, he spread his hands and smiled awkwardly. It turns out that you're not a weak woman. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress came to Fang Chen's side. You don't have the heart of a man at all, the woman in the red dress said. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. This woman in the red dress had extraordinary potential, but she was a little spoiled. Fang Chen was speechless. Seeing Fang Chen's deflated expression, the woman in the red dress laughed. The vine forest is so dangerous. Since you dare to come here, it means that you're very powerful. Let me see what your cultivation is. The woman in the red dress put her hands on her waist and looked at Fang Chen. Not high. Just Heaven Star Border Stage 4. Fang Chen said indifferently. Heaven Star Border Stage 4 is indeed too weak. The woman in the red dress's beautiful eyes flickered. Then, she said, I think you're quite a good person. Follow me and I'll ensure your safety. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. Just now, she was still blaming him for not doing anything. Now, she actually wanted him to follow her. What kind of woman was she? Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Her combat power was comparable to Heaven Star Border Stage 9. This woman was definitely not an ordinary person. Speaking of which, it was strange. After coming to the vine forest, this was already the second genius he met. Since when were there so many geniuses? This made Fang Chen speechless. Why are you in a daze? Let's go. The woman in the red dress saw Fang Chen in a daze and immediately urged him. Fang Chen did not say anything and followed behind the woman. In fact, the reason why Fang Chen followed the woman was because he felt a familiar aura from her body. At the last moment, when the woman was dealing with the mutated vines, she emitted an extremely cold aura. It was very similar to his wife, Star and Moon. Could it be that she has the same special physique as my wife? Fang Chen pondered as he walked. From time to time, a sweet smile would appear on his face. This scene was captured by the woman in the red dress. What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you're greedy for my beauty? The woman in the red dress asked. Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, was awakened. He immediately shook his head and said, Your aura is very similar to my wife's. Fang Chen's words were full of vicissitude. When his wife died, she was revived by the Zhongjian Emperor. However, the Zhongjian Emperor sent her to the place where the deities live. To this day, he still did not know where his wife was. Fang Chen felt a little sad. Don't tell me you've fallen for me. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress rolled her eyes at Fang Chen. This was because she used to meet such lechers. However, just as she was about to make a dig at Fang Chen, she suddenly felt the latter's emotions fluctuate. Why is there such a look in his eyes? A person's eyes could not deceive others. The woman in the red dress could tell that Fang Chen was a man with a story. Who is your wife? The woman in the red dress asked. Fang Chen shook his head slightly as if he did not want to talk about these sad things. Immediately, he quickened his pace and walked in front of the woman in the red dress. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress became even more curious. After catching up to Fang Chen, he kept asking him questions along the way. 2 days later, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress arrived at the red circle marked on the map. Why did you come here? The woman in the red dress asked in astonishment. I came here to look for something, said Fang Chen. It can't be for the Void Sky Divine Vine, right? The woman in the red dress opened her eyes wide. Fang Chen was startled and looked at the woman in the red dress. She actually knew about the Void Sky Divine Vine. Could it be that she also came here to look for it? That's right. I also came here for the Void Sky Divine Vine. That means we have the same goal, said the woman in the red dress. Fang Chen nodded in tacit agreement. In that case, how about the two of us work together? Asked the woman in the red dress. How did you know there would be a Void Sky Divine Vine here? Asked Fang Chen. The woman in the red dress grinned and said, Did you forget? 2 days ago, I fought against a vine-type plant. Fang Chen nodded, but he still didn't understand. That vine-type plant looked like an ordinary vine on the surface, but in reality, it wasn't. The woman in the red dress continued, My grandfather once told me some information. Based on that information, he determined that the vine-type plant was born from the Void Sky Divine Vine. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Born from the Void Sky Divine Vine? Asked Fang Chen hastily. In other words, this forbidden land really did have a Void Sky Divine Vine. As expected, the woman in red's following words caused Fang Chen to turn pale with fright. The forbidden land really does have a Void Sky Divine Vine. That's what my grandfather personally told me. How did your grandfather know? Asked Fang Chen. My grandfather is an expert. What doesn't he know? The woman in the red dress was filled with pride when she mentioned her grandfather. Fang Chen didn't say anything. It seemed this woman was the same as Ouyang Hong. She was also the disciple of a hidden expert. This hunting battle was truly attractive. In truth, this is my grandfather's test for me, said the woman in the red dress. Fang Chen was even more shocked. Searching for the Void Sky Divine Vine was her grandfather's test for her? Don't be so shocked. My grandfather's methods aren't something you can imagine. If he wants the Void Sky Divine Vine, no one can stop him, said the woman in the red dress when she saw Fang Chen's expression. Why are you telling me this? Fang Chen suddenly became vigilant and looked at the woman in red. Seeing this, the woman in the red dress sneered and said, Because you can help me. I can help you. Fang Chen was confused by her words. Correct. My big brother is worried about being punished by my grandfather, so he doesn't dare to help me. This forbidden land is incomparably dangerous. If I want to obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine by myself, it'll be a bit difficult. But with you, it'll be much easier, said the woman in the red dress. Do you really trust me that much? Asked Fang Chen. Because I know you also need the Void Sky Divine Vine. So we can work together, said the woman in the red dress with a mysterious smile. She knew more about the Void Sky Divine Vine than Fang Chen. Chapter 11:22. Do you know the exact location of the Void Sky Divine Vine? Fang Chen asked. The red-dressed woman gently nodded and said, I don't know the exact location of the Void Sky Divine Vine, but I do know that it is in the Forbidden Land of Vines. When Fang Chen thought of the red-dressed woman's grandfather, he nodded and believed her. However, he asked, if we find the Void Sky Divine Vine, who will it belong to? This was indeed a question worth pondering. Of course, Fang Chen was not afraid of the red-dressed woman. Even if they fought, it was hard to say who would win. Is there a need to ask? Of course, it will depend on your ability. If you obtain it, I won't say anything, the red-dressed woman said with a smile. Clearly, in her opinion, it was impossible for Fang Chen to obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine. All right. What should we do next? Fang Chen asked. Follow me. The woman in the red dress seemed to have a card up her sleeve as she led Fang Chen deeper into the Forbidden Vine forest. At the same time, several cultivators were carefully searching for the Void Sky Divine Vine in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Vines. Senior Brother Lin, we are already in the depths of the Forbidden Land of Vines. Can we really find the Void Sky Divine Vine? A cultivator asked worriedly. Hearing this, the man addressed as Senior Brother Lin revealed a smile. He said, the Void Sky Divine Vine must be here. Let's continue. This group of people was moving forward quickly. Soon, they encountered a lone traveler. Senior Brother Lin, there's someone here, a cultivator warned. In reality, Senior Brother Lin had also discovered this person. This person wore tattered clothes and looked very miserable, like a beggar. His hair was curled, covering his face. No one could see his face clearly. This person is too strange. Let's go around him, Senior Brother Lin said. Then, the group went around the cloth-clothed man and continued forward. However, just as they passed by the cloth-clothed man, he finally spoke. His voice was incomparably hoarse as he pushed aside the curly hair covering his face. A delicate and pretty face that was slightly muddy appeared in front of everyone. Senior Brother Lin was stunned. Why would such a young cultivator dress like this? What are you doing here? The cloth-clothed man asked in a hoarse voice. Us coming here has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Senior Brother Lin continued forward. Poochie. The clothed man flicked his wrist, and a beam of light shot toward Senior Brother Lin. Seeing this, Senior Brother Lin hurriedly blocked it. With a poochie sound, the laser shot into Senior Brother Lin's arm. Immediately, a miserable shriek was heard. Senior Brother Lin's arm sprayed a large amount of blood. Beggar, do you want to die? The people behind Senior Brother Lin glared at the plain-clothed man and shouted angrily. Ah! Kill him for me! Senior Brother Lin's arm was hit. He screamed miserably and angrily. Immediately, the few martial artists who had followed him attacked the linen-clothed man. You! The linen-clothed man sneered, as if he didn't even see him make a move. Several martial artists fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Who the hell are you? Senior Brother Lin retreated in horror, ignoring the blood flowing out of his arm. I'm the one who's going to kill you. The clothed man smiled coldly. I'm a disciple of the Green Spirit Sect. If you dare to kill me, the Green Spirit Sect won't let you go, Senior Brother Lin shouted. At this critical moment, he mentioned the Green Spirit Sect to intimidate the clothed man. However, he was disappointed. The clothed man didn't care about the Green Spirit Sect at all. He took a step forward and stopped in front of Senior Brother Lin. Then, he grabbed Senior Brother Lin's collar. How dare you covet the Void Sky Divine Vine? You'll die 10,000 times. After saying this, Senior Brother Lin's neck was broken by the linen-clothed man. Then, the clothed man turned and left. When Senior Brother Lin died, his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. A few hours later, Fang Chen and the red-dressed lady arrived at their destination. Yes, there are corpses ahead. Fang Chen was the first to find the corpses of senior brother Lin and the others. They quickly walked over and saw the corpses on the ground. It was a horrible sight. Yes, Lin Pu of the Green Spirit sect. Fang Chen's eyes fell on senior brother Lin. The higher-ups of the Black Sky sect had distributed some booklets to these disciples with potential. It recorded all the outstanding disciples of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. Lin Pu's name was on the list. In his impression, Lin Pu's cultivation base had also reached Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9. Although he had just entered Heaven Star Border Stage 9, he was considered a genius. However, he had died here. What's going on? Did an expert kill them? Fang Chen did not understand. The woman in red's eyes flickered. After seeing the corpses, she was more certain of her guess. If I'm not wrong, the Void Sky Divine Vine's guardian killed them, the woman in red said softly. Fang Chen's heart shuddered upon hearing this. Void Sky Divine Vine's guardian? Who was the guardian of the Void Sky Divine Vine? What else do you know? Fang Chen felt that the woman in red knew too much. I learned from my grandfather that the Void Sky Divine Vine is not a simple vine plant, the woman in red said. Then what is it? The Void Sky Divine Vine can evolve into a higher-level godly medicine, the woman in red said. Boom. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Godly medicine, that was something from legends. Even heavenly body tier elites yearned for that kind of godly medicine. And the Void Sky Divine Vine could actually evolve into a godly medicine? In this world, there is an extremely powerful sect. They were born to be the guardians of the Void Sky Divine Vine. The members of the sect can be found in any corner of the universe. As long as there is a Void Sky Divine Vine, there will be an expert from the sect guarding it, the woman in red said. Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. Was there really such a sect in this world? The Void Sky Divine Vine that protected everything in the world. How powerful was this sect? If there are experts guarding it, then how can we obtain it? Fang Chen asked in confusion. He had thought that with the help of the woman in red, their chances of obtaining the Void Sky Divine Vine would increase greatly. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. Not every place was suitable for the Void Sky Divine Vine. The growth of the Void Sky Divine Vine was very irregular. In the vast universe, there were countless Void Sky Divine Vines. In the eyes of outsiders, although the Void Sky Divine Vine was precious, it was still not enough to attract the attention of Heavenly Body Tier elite. However, if they knew that the Void Sky Divine Vine could evolve into a godly medicine, they would definitely go crazy. Since your grandfather knows of the existence of this sect, why did he still let you take the risk? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. The woman in red smiled faintly and said, This sect is extremely large, and its members can be found in any place in the universe where the Void Sky Divine Vine grows. My grandfather once said that the Void Sky Divine Vine of Clear Sky Island only exists in the Forbidden Land of Vines. And coincidentally, the guardian of the Void Sky Divine Vine in the Forbidden Land of Vines is a 9th-layer Heavenly Dipper tier cultivator. Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed in relief. If it was a 9th-layer Heavenly Dipper tier cultivator, then it would be easy to deal with. However, there is a Heavenly Body tier elite behind him, the woman in red said. My grandfather said that Heavenly Body tier elites will not act rashly unless the Void Sky Divine Vine is in danger of destruction. Then, we only need to pluck the roots of the Void Sky Divine Vine, the woman in red explained. Even now, Fang Chen still hadn't woken up from his shock. It seemed that the woman in red's grandfather was also a great elite of the Heavenly Body tier. Then what should we do now? Fang Chen asked. Follow me. The woman in red led Fang Chen into the depths of the Forbidden Land of Vines. In the dark, the linen-clothed man kept staring at the two of them. The Void Sky Divine Vine is not something you can lay your hands on. After saying this, the linen-clothed man appeared, blocking the path of Fang Chen and the woman in red. Ancient Sword Lord Guardian? Fang Chen asked. You actually know that I'm a guardian? The linen-clothed man grinned. The woman in red glanced at Fang Chen, then looked at the linen-clothed man, and said, We only came here to ask for some roots of the void sky divine vine. Unless you defeat me. The linen-clothed man shook his head. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Chapter 11:23. What are you waiting for? Attack. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the woman in the red dress spoke in a delicate voice. Then, the woman in the red dress attacked. An extremely cold aura surged out of her body. Her hands formed seals, and she launched a fierce and domineering attack. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his perfect sword body and used the heavenly demon sword technique. You're courting death. The linen-clothed man shouted in a low voice and fought with the two of them. In the depths of the forbidden land, in the clouds of the void, an old man sat here. His eyes slowly opened, and he looked at the place where the three people were fighting. Black Yin Dao Ancestors Line. The old man discovered the woman in the red dress cultivation technique, and said softly. After a long time, the old man finally confirmed. The woman in the red dress was from the Black Yin Dao Ancestors Line. Then, a smile appeared on his face. With the Black Yin Dao Ancestors' power, I can't do anything if he wants to obtain the Void Sky Divine Vine. But he didn't come, and instead let the younger generation come. It seems that he also knows the rules. Since that's the case, I can't let her come in vain. Then, the old man moved his mind. Suddenly, a message was transmitted into the linen-clothed man's mind. Let them pass the void sky barrier. The linen-clothed man, who was fighting with Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress, suddenly punched the two of them back, and then stopped attacking. Stop, the linen-clothed man said. Fang Chen was a little surprised and looked at the linen-clothed man. The linen-clothed man was very strong. Although he was at the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper tier, Fang Chen felt that he was comparable to a heavenly body tier cultivator. The woman in the red dress joined forces with him, but they were suppressed by him. Why did you stop fighting? The woman in the red dress asked. You two are quite strong. I can give you a chance. If you can pass, I'll give you some void sky divine vine roots, the linen-clothed man said. Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress eyes flashed, a little surprised. Pass what? Fang Chen asked. Void sky barrier, the linen-clothed man said. What's that? The woman in the red dress asked. The void heaven barrier is a barrier created by the void heaven divine vine. It can change endlessly, the cloth-clothed man said. You set us up on purpose, didn't you? The woman in the red dress curled her lips. However, before the linen-clothed man could speak, immediately, a bright light shone down from the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress disappeared from the forbidden vine forest. Seeing this, the plain-clothed man's figure flashed, and he arrived in the clouds of the forbidden area. Master, why did you let them challenge the void heaven barrier? Asked the plain-clothed man, puzzled. Behind that woman in the red dress, there's an existence that even I don't dare to offend, the old man said. What? The linen-clothed man was somewhat shocked. Even Master didn't dare to provoke an existence. How strong was that? He knows the rules of my sect, so I will give him some face. If they can really pass through, then a mere void sky divine vine's root is not worth mentioning, the old man said with a smile. With their strength, it will be very difficult for them to break through the void heaven barrier, the linen-clothed man said in a deep voice. The old man did not say anything else and closed his eyes. In the vast universe, there were countless small islands similar to Clear Sky Island. Almost every island had a cultivator from their sect. However, there were too few void sky divine vines on Clear Sky Island. There were only the two of them. Those who knew about their sect were almost all peak experts. They did not dare to attack them. Those who did not know about their sect were weak cultivators. Even if they attacked, they would be suppressed. Therefore, for countless years, they had guarded the void sky divine vines without any problems. Of course, there were still some criminals who were not afraid of death and wantonly destroyed the void sky divine vines. Generally, there was only one result for such people. That was death. There was a long process for the void sky divine vine to evolve into a divine vine. When the void sky divine vine matured, there would naturally be experts from the sect coming to take it away. Then, when they returned to the sect, they would use special methods to make the void sky divine vine evolve. The sect they were in was too big. Even the old man, who had been in the sect for so many years, did not know the name of the sect. He had not seen anyone other than the person who had received him. One could imagine how big this sect was. Seeing his master like this, the linen-clothed man did not say anything else. In an illusory space, there were barriers all around. Fang Chun and the red-dressed woman stood in the center. "Is this the void sky barrier?" Fang Chun asked. "Just now I clearly felt an expert attack. It should be the person behind the linen-clothed man," the red-dressed woman analyzed. "Since he didn't kill us, he must have seen through my cultivation technique. What we should think about now is how to break out of the void sky barrier," Fang Chun said. Fang Chun was also very curious about the red-dressed woman's background. However, since they were trapped in the void sky barrier, it was better to think of a way to break out. "Let me try." The red-dressed woman tried to attack the barrier around them. Rumble, the result was not unexpected. She could not break it open at all. The red-dressed woman spread out her hands and said, "With the strength of the two of us, we can't break it open. I wonder what this void sky barrier is testing." Fang Chun still did not understand what the void sky barrier was testing. "Let's look around," the red-dressed woman said. In the Qingling sect, the hall where the disciples' soul life slips were placed was guarded by two disciples. The disciples injected their soul imprints into the life slip. As long as a disciple died, the soul life slips would shatter. Crack! On this day, the two guarding disciples were cleaning the hall. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something shattering and immediately looked up. They found that several life slips had shattered. The most surprising one was Lin Pu's life slip. "What? Senior brother Lin Pu is dead? Go and report it." After a while, the sect master of the Qingling sect heard the news of Lin Pu's death. "Sect master, you know Lin Pu's potential. Such an excellent disciple died in the Forbidden Land of Vines. I beg you to allow me to go to the Forbidden Land of Vines to find out the cause of Lin Pu's death." This elder was Lin Pu's master, so he was very angry. However, the sect master of the Qingling sect was surprisingly calm after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's end this here." "Sect master, why?" the elder asked in confusion. "Did my disciple die for no reason?" The sect master of the Qingling sect frowned and immediately said, "The Forbidden Land of Vines is not as simple as you think." After saying that, the sect master of the Qingling sect turned and left. A sentence floated into the elder's ears. "There is someone stronger than me in the Forbidden Land of Vines." Upon hearing those words, the infuriated elder was astonished. How is that possible? Lin Pu's death did not cause a stir in the Qingling sect. After knowing the horror of the Forbidden Land of Vines, Lin Pu's master did not say anything about Lin Pu's death. What a joke! Even the sect master was afraid of the Forbidden Land of Vines, so he did not dare to go there. This also made him know why the Forbidden Land of Vines was called a Forbidden Land. Except for the Qingling sect, some powerful figures who lived in seclusion sent their disciples out to participate in the hunting war. Soon, the hunting war attracted the attention of all the experts on Tongtian Island. This was an unprecedented grand event. The 3 palaces and 2 sects were all actively preparing. Some disciples who were in seclusion also came out. Last time, the imperial family disciples almost defeated the 3 palaces and 2 sections. In this hunting war, the imperial family's goal was to occupy 7 spots in the top 10. Some elders of the heavenly body realm, who were rarely seen, also showed up to teach the disciples in person. Time passed by nervously. In the forbidden land of vines, inside the virtual heaven boundary. For half a month, Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress were looking for the test of the virtual heaven boundary. However, they found nothing, which made them speechless. Today they were still looking for it. They did not have much hope. However, at a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly shouted, "I know, ha ha, I finally know." Fang Chen was overjoyed. Hearing this, the woman in the red dress jumped in front of Fang Chen and asked hurriedly, "What do you know?" Fang Chen suppressed the laughter in his heart and quickly said, "I know what the test of the virtual heaven boundary is." "What is it?" the woman in the red dress asked hurriedly with her beautiful eyes shining. "Here." Fang Chen pointed at an inconspicuous place in the virtual heaven boundary. It was originally empty. Chapter 11:24. Seeing the 9 bronze lamps, the woman in red was also stunned. Soon after, her pretty face became wild with joy. "Strange, why didn't I discover it before?" she asked in confusion. The two of them walked in front of the 9 bronze lamps. The bronze lamps were only the size of a palm. There was a lamp plate on the lamp post, and there was a wick in the lamp plate. There were some prints carved on the lamp post, and it was obvious that they were very old. "Just now, I accidentally poured my astral essence into the ground, and this happened," Fang Chen said faintly. He also didn't expect that his unintentional action would lead to the 9 bronze lamp. Could it be that we can leave the void heaven barrier by igniting the 9 bronze lamps? The woman in red was very excited. After such a long time, she finally found some clues. How could she not be happy? "I don't know either. Let's try." In the following time, Fang Chen and the woman in red began to study how to ignite the bronze lamp. Fang Chen activated the concept of fire. A wisp of flame appeared on his finger, and he tried to ignite the bronze lamps. However, he failed. The wick of the bronze lamps was very mysterious. Flames couldn't ignite it at all. Then, Fang Chen activated the black flame in his body. As time went by, the black flame evolved even more and its power reached its peak. However, he still failed. "What's going on?" Fang Chen frowned, slightly puzzled. These 9 bronze lamps couldn't have appeared for no reason. "Let me try." Saying this, the woman in red used the true intent of fire, which instantly enveloped the bronze lamps. Hiss, 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 a thick flame enveloped the wick of the lamp. After a moment, the woman in red's face was filled with disappointment. Even the true intent of fire couldn't ignite the wick, so what could they do? The two of them stopped probing and sat on the ground. They looked at each other and pondered. At this time, in the clouds outside the void heaven barrier, the old man smiled faintly and said, "They found the 9 bronze lamps faster than I thought. Master, do you think they can break the void heaven barrier?" The linen-clothed man asked behind the old man. "Those below the heavenly body tier only need to ignite this bronze lamp to break open the void heaven barrier," the seated elder said faintly. "The descendant of that old geezer should be able to do so easily." When the plain-clothed man heard this, he didn't say anything else and quietly observed everything within the void heaven boundary. Void heaven barrier. Fang Chen and the woman in the red dress racked their brains. At some point, a light flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Soon after, he stood up. "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" the woman in the red dress hurriedly asked. "Let's try injecting vital essence." As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 4 strands of vital essence in his qi spun rapidly. The terrifying power of vital essence instantly surged out. Then, under his control, it was injected into the bronze lamp. When he poured his vital essence into the bronze lamp, the wick suddenly shook, as if it was about to ignite. "Yes, it is." Seeing this, their eyes lit up. "Could it be that we need vital essence to ignite the bronze lamp?" The woman in the red dress also quickly stood up and urged her vital essence to ignite the bronze lamp. The woman in the red dress vital essence was much denser than Fang Chen's. When she poured her vital essence into the bronze lamp, the wick shook even more violently. However, it only shook. It couldn't ignite at all. This made the two people even more helpless. Damn it, what kind of broken lamp is this? Fang Chen was very angry in his heart, and he punched the bronze lamp. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His unintentional action caused a shocking effect. The bronze lamp that was hit continuously flickered with a dazzling light, and wisps of flame actually appeared in the wick. However, these flames disappeared in the blink of an eye. What is this? The woman in the red dress noticed this scene, and her beautiful eyes flashed. Attack the bronze lamp! Fang Chen glanced at the woman in the red dress and said. Thinking this, the two of them joined forces and directly launched a fierce and domineering attack on the bronze lamp. Boom! When the two terrifying attacks landed on the bronze lamp, the wick of the first bronze lamp instantly ignited. It's lit up! Fang Chen was overjoyed and shouted excitedly. After such a long time, he finally found a way to ignite the bronze lamp. Continue! Under the two's continuous attacks, the bronze lamps were lit up one by one. However, after the fifth bronze lamp was lit, Fang Chen felt the pressure. Immediately, he activated his perfect sword body. Rich sword qi surrounded his body. The intermediate perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and suddenly punched out. Immediately, the sixth bronze lamp was lit up. Your strength is really abnormal. The woman in the red dress glanced at Fang Chen and said softly. She was a little surprised in her heart. This person's body constitution should be special. Continue. After activating his perfect sword body, the pressure suddenly decreased. With each punch, a bronze lamp was lit. After a while, all 7 bronze lamps were lit. At this moment, the old man sitting in the clouds outside the void heaven barrier was also a little surprised. Master! The linen-clothed man cried out in surprise. The old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He wanted to see through this boy, but he failed. After a long time, the old man shook his head and said, I can't see through this boy's body constitution. Master, this person's body constitution should be some kind of sword body. But I don't remember any sword body being so strong, the linen-clothed man said in confusion. There are all kinds of strange things in the vast universe. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After saying that, the old man waved his hand and the void heaven barrier that was about to collapse immediately returned to its original state. Master, what are you doing? The linen-clothed man asked in confusion. Igniting 7 bronze lamps would be able to break the void heaven barrier. However, these two people had already ignited 7 lamps. Why did his master make a move? Let's see if this little guy can ignite 9 bronze lamps, the old man said. Inside the void heaven barrier, Fang Chen and the red-clothed woman looked at the changes in the void heaven barrier above their heads, puzzled. What's going on? The void heaven barrier was clearly about to collapse, but it suddenly returned to its original state, Fang Chen said in confusion. Could it be that powerhouse made a move? The red-clothed woman said with a frown. Since that powerhouse told us to break through the void heaven barrier, he wouldn't lower himself to make a move against us. I think we need to ignite 9 lamps to get out, Fang Chen said. Then Fang Chen punched out again. Crack! A cracking sound came from the 8th bronze lamp as if the lamp post was about to shatter. After being hit by the terrifying vital essence, traces of complicated patterns appeared on the lamp post. These patterns revolved around the lamp post and then quickly drilled into the wick. Crash! The wick was ignited. Abnormal! At this time, the red-clothed woman could no longer help Fang Chen. If it weren't for Fang Chen's abnormal constitution, he wouldn't have been able to ignite the 8th bronze lamp. His physique is more of a strength type, while mine is more of a technique type. The red-clothed woman comforted herself. The last lamp. Fang Chen looked at the 9th bronze lamp with burning eyes and then suddenly punched out. Dong! Dong! When he punched out, Fang Chen felt his golden heart rapidly beating. Wisps of golden aura shot out rapidly and drilled into the fist. Immediately, Fang Chun felt his strength increase greatly. With a low shout, Fang Chen's fist fiercely smashed on the 9th bronze lamp. Crack! The 9th bronze lamp was instantly ignited. The red-clothed woman was also shocked by Fang Chen's abnormal strength. All 9 lamps were ignited. Buzz! The 9 bronze lamps suddenly changed positions and finally formed a circle. The flames on the 9 wick connected into a line. The void heaven barrier was like a sea of fire. Crack! The void heaven barrier was shattered. The 9 bronze lamps quickly disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared before. In the clouds of the void, the old man suddenly stood up and stared at Fang Chen without speaking for a long time. The linen-clothed man was already speechless from shock. All 9 lamps were ignited. It was absolutely a miracle that a heaven realm martial artist could ignite 9 bronze lamps. To ignite the bronze lamps, one had to rely on pure strength. Even the linen-clothed man couldn't ignite all 9 lamps. Chapter 11:25. The void heaven barrier was the sect's most common sealing technique. It could also be considered a test. After all, the sect's disciples were spread throughout the universe. The higher-ups of the sect couldn't take care of them all. Thus, if an elite came to ask for the Void Sky Divine Vine in some remote areas, the sect would definitely give them face. It was impossible for the Guardians to not give them face. However, at this time, the Void Heaven Barrier came in handy. The old man had guarded the Void Sky Divine Vine here for tens of thousands of years, and had encountered many cultivators who challenged the Void Heaven Barrier. However, there had never been anyone who could light 9 lamps at the same time. In his memory, the best person had only lit 7 bronze lamps. Of course, they were all Heaven Dipper tier cultivators. The requirements for Heavenly Body tier cultivators to challenge the Void Heaven Barrier were much higher. There was no comparison. Now, this child had actually lit 9 bronze lamps. This physique must be a top-notch physique, the old man said in a low voice. In his eyes, there was a trace of appreciation for talent. If such an outstanding person could become his disciple, how good would that be? Unfortunately, the old man also knew his own limit. This kind of genius wouldn't easily become a disciple. Let's go. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he landed on the ground. At this time, Fang Chun and the woman in red on the ground were still shocked. The Void Heaven Barrier disappeared? The woman in red asked. It should be. Fang Chun was secretly delighted. The Void Heaven Barrier disappeared. This meant that they could obtain the roots of the Void Sky Divine Vine. Voila! Just as the two of them were talking, the old man and the linen-clothed man appeared. Seeing this, Fang Chun was stunned. He had already seen the linen-clothed man, and this old man should be the great elite behind the linen-clothed man, right? Fang Chun couldn't sense any aura from the old man. Presumably, this person was at least a heavenly body tier cultivator. Greetings, senior. Fang Chun and the woman in red clasped their hands. The two of you have broken through the Void Sky Barrier. These are the Void Sky Divine Vine's roots you need. The old man waved his hand and 2 roots shot out. Fang Chun and the woman in red reached out to catch them. Thank you, senior. Can I ask you a question? Suddenly, the old man looked at Fang Chun and asked. Senior, please speak. What is your constitution? Asked the old man. Hearing this, Fang Chun fell silent. Seeing this, the old man no longer forced Fang Chun. He laughed and said, You can leave now, but don't tell anyone about what you saw in the Forbidden Vine Forest. Fang Chun cupped his hands towards the red-dressed woman and quickly left. Looking at the two's departing figures, the old man's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. In the end, he turned to look at the linen-clothed man. If my memory serves me right, Clear Sky Island will be hosting a hunt in a few months. All of the younger generation of Heavenspan Island will participate, including some of the reclusive chosen. The linen-clothed man nodded. Make some preparations. Go and participate when the time comes, the old man said. Hearing this, the linen-clothed man was slightly surprised. As guardians, they would not easily leave the void sky divine vine's range. Yet, his master was asking him to participate in the hunt. "Don't worry," said the old man. "Given Master's cultivation base, there aren't many people in Heavenspan Island who would dare to mess with him. This is a golden age, and geniuses are coming out in droves. This hunting competition will be a good training for you." The linen-clothed man nodded heavily. Fang Chen did not expect to obtain the void sky divine vine in such a way. Moreover, he also obtained some secrets about the void sky divine vine. A few days later, the two walked out of the forbidden vine forest. Fang Chen was ready to part with the red-dressed woman. "Let's part ways here," said Fang Chen. The red-dressed woman nodded with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. Then, she asked, "Will you participate in the hunt?" Fang Chen nodded. "Yes. See you at the hunt." With that, the red-dressed woman disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and hurried back to the sealed sky city. Then, he took the teleportation formation and returned to the black sky sect. Within the sealed sky city, in a certain elegant courtyard, Ouyang Hong sat on a rattan chair, leisurely enjoying the feeling of the sun shining on his face. Feng Bing, an elite disciple of the younger generation of the sealed sky sect, stood beside him. "Young master, it's my fault. Can't you punish me?" Feng Bing said bitterly. All right. Don't disturb my rest." Ouyang Hong said unhappily. "Go back first. I'll call you when I need you." Ouyang Hong had been cultivating with his reclusive master deep in the mountains. He had just left the mountains and was unfamiliar with the place. He came to the sealed sky city and waited for the hunt to begin. He thought that he also needed someone to run errands, so he got to know Feng Bing. Later, Feng Bing's actions made him very angry. Feng Bing hurriedly excused himself. "Brother, I'm back." As soon as Feng Bing left, a red figure landed in the courtyard. "How was it?" Hearing this voice, Ouyang Hong immediately sat up and looked at the red figure in front of him. "I successfully obtained the Void Sky Divine Vine's root." "Ah!" The red-dressed woman was very happy. Her face was full of smiles. "Quickly tell me how you obtained the Void Sky Divine Vine's root." Ouyang Hong was very curious. "I entered the Forbidden Vine Forest." The red-dressed woman gave a simple explanation. She did not mention Fang Chen. After all, this was a test given to her by her grandfather. It wouldn't be good if her grandfather knew that there was an outsider helping her. Not bad. "Little sister, you passed my grandfather's test. Now, he definitely won't stop you from participating in the hunt." Ouyang Hong smiled. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely be shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the woman in red and Ouyang Hong were actually siblings. Inside the Black Heaven sect, as soon as Fang Chen returned to the Black Heaven sect, he ran into something. There were many disciples gathered in the square of the sealed sky palace. It seemed that something lively was going on. When Fang Chen walked over to take a look, his face suddenly darkened. Shi Qing was lying on the ground. His body was covered in blood and his face was extremely pale. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't kill you because you're a junior commander, you would have already died," a golden-armored commander said disdainfully. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the golden-armored commander, and he immediately recognized him. This person was the golden-armored commander of the Golden Sky Palace. A dignified golden-armored commander attacking a junior commander like me. How laughable! Shi Qing sneered. He was not afraid of the golden-armored commander at all. The surrounding people also shook their head, but they did not dare to say anything. Fang Chen asked around and learned what had happened. The golden-armored commander of the Golden Sky Palace came to the Sealed Sky Palace to do some business and encountered Shi Qing on his way back. Shi Qing happened to be sparring with another junior commander in the square. He accidentally shot a strand of sword chi at the golden-armored commander. The latter was furious and directly attacked Shi Qing, severely injuring him. Fang Chen also saw what happened next. His face was ashen as he walked out of the crowd step by step. The golden-armored commander was about to leave when he suddenly heard someone shouting Sanguinati's name. Then he saw Sanguinati. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people, Fang Chen walked over to Shi Qing and helped him up. Then he said in front of everyone, "Apologize to him." "Sanguinati, did a donkey kick your head? You want me, a golden-armored commander, to apologize to a junior commander?" The golden-armored commander of the Golden Sky Palace seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. "Apologize," Fang Chen said again. Hearing this, the golden-armored commander's face darkened. "Sanguinati, know your place. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've become a golden-armored commander," the golden-armored commander said coldly. Fang Chen helped Shi Qing to the side and walked straight to the golden-armored commander. "Brother Shui." Shi Qing was a bit worried. "Because of Jin Tianzhan, you're hostile to me and then took your anger out on my friend." Fang Chen's words caused the surrounding martial artists to cry out in alarm. "He offended me, so I attacked him." "What's wrong with that?" asked the golden-armored commander. "You dare to do something but don't dare to admit it? What a joke!" Fang Chen sneered. He had a grudge with Jin Tianzhan, and the latter just so happened to attack Shi Qing. If Fang Chen still couldn't figure it out after putting everything together, he would be a pig. "Sanguinati, don't go too far," said the golden-armored commander. Bang! The only response he got was a punch. Caught off guard, the golden-armored commander was forced back by Fang Chen. Chapter 11:26. "Sanguinati, you've gone too far." The golden-armored commander of the Golden Sky Palace roared angrily. Then, he prepared to teach Sanguinati a lesson. Although Sanguinati was also a commander, everyone knew that Sanguinati had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest among them. However, just as the golden-armored commander was about to make his move, Fang Chen spoke. "What's your rank among the golden-armored commanders of the Black Heaven sect?" The commander was a little stunned by Fang Chen's words. Then, he said in a deep voice, "My rank is higher than yours." "Is that so?" Fang Chen grinned and attacked. It seemed that these commanders thought he was a pushover because he didn't make a move. Boom! Activating his perfect sword body, he didn't even use his full strength to send the golden-armored commander flying with another punch. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of the commander. Just as the golden-armored commander was about to resist, he felt a cold long sword pressed against his neck. "Get lost," Fang Chen said disdainfully. Then, he put away the hidden star sword and went to Shi Qing. Seeing Sanguinati and Shi Qing leave, the commander was filled with anger. Damn it! Sanguinati's strength was beyond his expectations. His heart was filled with hatred. Bai Qingqing was the first to visit Sanguinati when she heard that he had returned. "Sanguinati, did you get the virtual sky divine vine?" Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing expressed her understanding. It was already good enough that he could come out of the forbidden land of vines safely. After all, the virtual sky divine vine only appeared in legends. No one knew if it was really in the forbidden land of vines. Seeing that Bai Qingqing had misunderstood his meaning, Fang Chen didn't explain anything. He didn't get the virtual sky divine vine. He only got its root. Bai Qingqing left after chatting with Fang Chen for a while. After Bai Qingqing left, Fang Chen couldn't wait to refine the weapon. To refine a weapon, one needed tools. Fang Chen didn't want others to know that he was a 3-star god blacksmith, so he had to keep a low profile. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen thought of a place. Doesn't the mysterious sky sect have a crafting peak? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback, and then he grinned. In the Black Heaven sect, many disciples would often go to the crafting peak to help out. Firstly, it was to increase his knowledge. Secondly, it was to temper his state of mind. Thinking of this, Fang Chen asked Bai Qingqing for help. Soon, they arrived at the weapon crafting peak. Of course, He knew that the red-bearded elder had absolute authority over weapon refinement peak. However, he already had a countermeasure. On the crafting peak, Fang Chen was following a 2-star god craftsman. When I'm refining, what I hate the most is being disturbed by others. Just watch carefully. This 2-star god craftsman had a good attitude towards Fang Chen because Bai Qingqing introduced him. Fang Chen nodded. This 2-star god craftsman began to refine the weapon. Fang Chen quietly observed the process of refining the weapon. The control of the fire is very important, Fang Chen thought to himself. Unknowingly, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, the divine blacksmith was done with his work. Alright, clean up this place. I'm going to rest. After the 2-star god craftsman finished speaking, he turned and left. Refining weapons consumed a lot of his body, so he needed a good rest. After the 2-star god craftsman rested, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He quickly cleaned up the weapon crafting hall, and then took out more than 20 materials from the interspatial ring. Start refining. Fang Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. This was the first time he was refining after becoming a 3-star god craftsman. Of course, it was different from the god craftsman refining the weapon just now. Fang Chen wanted to improve the quality of the hidden star sword. In this way, it would be easier than refining weapons. Moreover, Fang Chen had a lot of refining experience of the 7-star god craftsman in his mind, so it was easy for him to refine the weapon. It took Fang Chen half an hour to smelt all the materials together. Next, he had to integrate them into the hidden star sword. As long as the smelting was completed and then hammered, the quality of the hidden star sword would be improved. Looking at the smelted materials gradually entering the hidden star sword, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. The refining experience of the 7-star god craftsman was very powerful. Fang Chen felt that it was very easy for him to refine the weapon. After about 2 hours, all the smelted materials had entered the hidden star sword. At this moment, the hidden star sword was hot. This was normal. Let's start hammering. Fang Chen picked up the sledgehammer and hammered the hidden star sword with a unique method. 6 hours later. Boom! A raging sword chi burst out from the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the whole refining hall was filled with extremely rich sword chi. It was very fierce and overbearing. So powerful. Putting down the sledgehammer in his hand, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and was ecstatic. Did I succeed? The hidden star sword was now hot and the temperature had not decreased. However, it still could not hide its sharpness. Fang Chen just waved it slightly and felt that the hidden star sword could cut the surrounding space. Is this a 3rd-level magic weapon? The hidden star sword had reached the level of a 3rd-level magic weapon. Its power was too strong. Its power has at least increased by several times. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. After a slight shock, Fang Chen hurriedly restrained his breath and put away the hidden star sword. Then, he quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Finally, he left the refining peak. The hidden star sword's quality had been successfully improved and he had achieved his goal. There was no need to go to the refining peak anymore. As for the other things, Fang Chen did not have the heart to care about them. As soon as he returned to the Ceiling Heaven Palace, he received a message. Brother Shui, the vice-sect leader is looking for you. Shi Qing said. Yes, the vice-sect leader is looking for me. Fang Chen was surprised. Why would the vice-sect leader look for him? What did he say? Fang Chen asked. The vice-sect leader came to look for you and found that you were not here. He told me to ask you to go to the main peaks hall. Shi Qing said. Fang Chen nodded and left the Ceiling Heaven Palace. In the main peaks hall, the vice-sect leader was alone. Vice-sect leader. Fang Chen cupped his hands and greeted. Sanguinati, I called you here for no other reason than to see how much you have improved. The vice-sect leader smiled. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Attack me with all your strength, the vice-sect leader suddenly said. Fang Chen's aura surged and he used the 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword art. Xiao. Under the operation of the Hidden Star Sword, an unimaginable heavenly demon sword light rapidly shot towards the Vice Sect Master. The Vice Sect leader's eyes flashed. When the terrifying sword light was about to touch him, he waved his hand and the sword light instantly dissipated. Level 3 Divine Weapon. Looking at the Hidden Star Sword in Fang Chen's hand, the Vice Sect leader nodded in satisfaction. With your cultivation level of Heaven Dipper Realm, it's not bad to be able to reach this step, the Vice Sect leader said. However, there are many elites in this hunting war. With your strength, if you can't improve, you are destined to not be able to enter the top 10. Please enlighten me, Vice Sect leader. Since the Vice Sect leader had called him here, he must have wanted to enlighten him. Do you know what's above the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm? The Vice Sect leader suddenly asked. Isn't it the Heavenly Body Realm? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The Vice Sect leader shook his head and said, It seems that you don't know. Please enlighten me, Vice Sect leader, Fang Chen said. In Heaven Dipper Realm, every increase in level will condense a streak of astral essence in the Qi Sea. The 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm is 9 streaks of astral essence, the Vice Sect leader said. After the peak of the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm, you still need to take 3 steps to have a chance of entering the Heavenly Body Realm. 3 steps. Fang Chen had never heard of this kind of thing and was very curious. Yes, it is very difficult to take these 3 steps. This is also why many martial artists are trapped in Heaven Dipper Realm for their whole life and can't enter the Heavenly Body Realm, the Vice Sect leader continued. Fang Chen was shocked, but he remained silent and waited for the Vice Sect leader to teach him. After truly stepping into the peak of the 9th level of Heaven Dipper Realm, the first step is to integrate astral essence, the Vice Sect leader said. Integrate astral essence. The 9 streaks of astral essence in the Qi Sea integrate together? Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. The Vice Sect leader shook his head and said, The first step is to integrate astral essence to 6 streaks. The second step is to integrate astral essence to 3 steps. The third and final step is to integrate astral essence to 1 streak. Chapter 11:27. When advancing from the Heaven Dipper Realm to the Heavenly Body Realm, one needed to transform the vital essence in the Qi Sea into a star tower. After the star tower was condensed, one was considered to have stepped into the Heavenly Body Realm. The reason why one had to take 3 steps was that it was extremely difficult to condense a star tower with 9 strands of vital essence. Condensing a star tower with 1 strand of vital essence was not only easy, but also very powerful. Therefore, after reaching the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper Realm, what the martial artist had to do was to gradually merge the 9 strands of vital essence into one. This was the most difficult part. Since ancient times, countless martial artists were unable to take these 3 steps. 3 steps. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect that there were such important 3 steps after the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper Realm. Which step is the strongest Heaven Dipper Realm martial artist in my Black Sky sect? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The 3rd step, the Vice Sect leader said. Fang Chen's face was full of shock. Taking the 3rd step meant that he could step into the Heavenly Body Realm at any time. In fact, he was already half a step into the Heavenly Body Realm. The path of martial arts is indeed extremely difficult. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. He originally thought that he should have a good chance of rushing into the top 10 in this hunting war. However, now it seemed that if he did not improve his cultivation, he would not be able to rush into the top 10 before the hunting war. It seems that my strength is still too weak, Fang Chen thought to himself. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, he knew what Fang Chen was thinking. You don't have to belittle yourself. With your potential, it's very easy to take these 3 steps, the Vice Sect leader comforted. After chatting with the Vice Sect leader for a long time, Fang Chen took his leave. After returning, Fang Chun immediately went into seclusion. If he could not step into the 5th level of the Heaven Dipper realm, he would not come out. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun had been in seclusion for more than a month. During this time, some of the golden armor commanders of the Golden Sky Palace were looking for Sanguinati. Of course, the reason was very simple. That was, Jin Tianzhan had successfully broken through to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9. With Jin Tianzhan's potential, once he stepped into Heaven Dipper Realm Level 9, his combat power would be close to the peak of Heaven Dipper Realm. He would even be qualified to fight against the first step powerhouse. The first thing Jin Tianzhan did after returning was to find Sanguinati. He issued a challenge to Sanguinati. This matter spread like wildfire in the Mystic Sky sect. Bai Qingqing and the others didn't show up either. He seemed to be allowing this matter to fester. As for the person in question, Fang Qin, he hadn't come out of seclusion and couldn't accept Jin Tianzhan's challenge. As a result, there were some rumors in the Golden Sky Palace. Sanguinati is a coward. He doesn't dare to accept Jin Tianzhan's challenge. Is he hiding in fear? Ha ha, how could such a martial artist be qualified to become a golden armor commander? What an embarrassment to the Black Heaven sect. The golden armored commander in the Golden Sky Palace was extremely arrogant. Of course, everything they did was to befriend Jin Tianzhan. Jin Tianzhan's strength wasn't the strongest among the golden armored commanders. However, the heavenly body tier elder behind him had a very high status in the Mystic Sky sect. This elder thought very highly of his disciple, Jin Tianzhan. One could imagine that Jin Tianzhan's future was bright. In the Golden Sky Palace, Jin Tianzhan was in high spirits. Wearing golden clothes, he stood on the square. Wherever he passed, countless martial artists greeted him. Their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. Even the Palace Master and Vice Palace Master of the Golden Sky Palace were extremely satisfied with Jin Tianzhan. Sanguinati hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Jin Tianzhan asked. His words were filled with disdain for the world. It was very intimidating. Hearing this, the lackey at the side said with a smile, "Boss, I think that Sanguinati has heard of your reputation and doesn't dare to come out. Seclusion is definitely an excuse." Hearing this, Jin Tianzhan frowned slightly and immediately said, "Keep an eye on him. As long as Sanguinati comes out of seclusion, inform me immediately." Losing to Sanguinati in the Battle of Junior Commanders. This was the shame of Jin Tianzhan's life. He originally wanted to use the honor of a junior commander king to repay his master's kindness. However, all his plans were disrupted by Sanguinati, and even gave him an incomparable humiliation. Jin Tianzhan's heart was filled with hatred for Sanguinati. Under the guidance of his master, he had been cultivating like crazy just for this day. "Sanguinati, the day you come out of seclusion is the day I wash away my humiliation," Jin Tianzhan said heroically. The second month after Jin Tianzhan issued a challenge to Sanguinati, there was finally a trace of movement in Fang Chen's seclusion place. Inside the room, Fang Chen's body was filled with rich energy. In his qi si, 4 streams of energy revolved rapidly, and the vast energy tossed and turned. And in Fang Chen's mind, he was also comprehending the nature of heaven and earth. Heaven Dipper Realm absorbed the energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. Fang Chen muttered to himself. From Heaven Dipper Realm Level 1 to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 4, he swallowed the gang-gathering pill. Swallowing the gang-gathering pill had some side effects, but it wasn't considered big. However, it wasn't until Fang Chen broke through to Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5 that he knew. In his qi si, there were still remnants of the gang-gathering pill's medicinal effects. These medicinal effects were the obstacles that prevented Fang Chen from stepping into Heaven Dipper Realm Level 5. Completely refine. Fang Chen thought to himself. After making a decision, Fang Chen activated the Golden Heart. Dong. The Golden Heart beat rapidly, and the undying bird's blood essence that merged into the golden heart was instantly released. The wild undying flame's aura instantly merged into the black flame. Suddenly, the temperature of the black flame rose to the extreme. In the next moment, the black flame spread to every corner of his body. Hiss! The black flame was burning the gathering pill's medicinal effects in his limbs and bones. In the blink of an eye, the black flame had completely refined the remaining medicinal effects. At this moment, Fang Chun controlled the black flame and entered his Qi-Si. Buzz. In his Qi-Si, there was a large amount of vital essence guarding it. Sensing that an external object had entered, the 4 vital essences led by terrifying vital essence instantly roared. Not good. Fang Chun shouted in his heart and tried to control the 4 vital essences. However, at this moment a miracle happened. Dong. The golden heart let out a deafening vibration. This vibration caused Fang Chun's soul to tremble as well. It hurts. While his soul was in pain, the 4 vital essences in his Qi-Si were also shocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the black flame spread in and refined the remaining medicinal effects. In a flash, the black flame retreated. The golden heart also calmed down. The soul in his mind stopped trembling. That vibration. Fang Chun recalled the vibration in his mind. The vibration of the golden heart was like the sound of the great Tao, which made Fang Chun feel enlightened. Ha ha! With the final obstacle removed, the 5th strand of righteous origin naturally formed. Crash! In his Qi-Si, a large amount of vital essence merged into the 5th vital essence like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the 5th vital essence was completely consolidated. He finally reached the 5th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. Phew! Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He finally reached the 5th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. After thinking for a moment, he said, however, I have no chance of winning against a martial artist at the first step. Restraining his aura, Fang Chun stood up. His face was full of smiles. After more than 2 months, he finally stepped into the 5th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. The hunting war seems to be coming soon. Fang Chun muttered to himself as he opened the door and looked up at the blue sky with his deep eyes. The hunting war was the real stage. Only by fighting with the strong could one better stimulate one's fighting spirit. Fang Chun clenched his fists tightly. He was looking forward to the hunting war. The primordial sword lord. However, at this moment, Shi Qing rushed in. Brother Shi Qing. Fang Chun saw the displeasure on Shi Qing's face and hurriedly greeted him. Brother Shui, you finally came out of seclusion, Shi Qing said hurriedly. What happened? Fang Chun asked. Jin Tianzhan came out while you were in seclusion. The moment he came out, he issued a challenge to you, Shi Qing said. You were in seclusion and didn't accept the challenge. Recently, there was news that you were afraid of Jin Tianzhan. During this period, many martial artists in the Heavenly Profound sect were watching. I'm afraid many people thought that you were really afraid of Jin Tianzhan and used seclusion as an excuse. Chapter 11:28. Jin Tianzhan's master gave him a lot of help and helped him advance to the 9th level of the Heaven Star Border realm. Shi Qing said in a deep voice. After Jin Tianzhan came out of seclusion, he became very arrogant and condescending. It seems like he's determined to take revenge for the humiliation you gave him. Revenge. Fang Chun muttered softly. There was a sharp glint in the depths of his eyes. Help me spread the news that I've accepted the letter of challenge. He can choose the time and place, Fang Chun said. Shi Qing wanted to persuade the Blood Sword Saint, but he opened his mouth and hesitated. It didn't take long for the news to spread. Sanguinati had come out of seclusion and accepted Jin Tianzhan's letter of challenge. Moreover, he was very confident. Jin Tianzhan could choose the time and place. How arrogant was that? For a moment, everyone in the Black Heaven sect was paying attention to this matter. They were looking forward to the battle of the golden-armored commander. Golden Sky Palace. In Jin Tianzhan's courtyard. Boss, Sanguinati has come out of seclusion. One of his subordinates ran over in a hurry and said while gasping for breath. He's out. A smile appeared on Jin Tianzhan's calm face. But what? Sanguinati accepted your letter of challenge and said that you can choose the time and place, the subordinate said. Jin Tianzhan clenched his fingers and the teacup in his hand shattered with a crack. He's still so arrogant. As soon as Jin Tianzhan finished speaking, his figure flashed and left Golden Sky Palace. After a few breaths, Jin Tianzhan appeared in the sky above Fengtian Palace. Sanguinati, come out and fight. Jin Tianzhan's voice spread throughout the entire Fengtian Palace. It startled all the warriors, including the Blood Sword Saint, who also heard it. Is he here? When Fang Chen heard this, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Then, with a leap, he arrived in the sky and confronted Jin Tianzhan. You came earlier than I thought, Fang Chen said with a calm expression as he looked at Jin Tianzhan. When the latter heard this, he laughed coldly and said, Sanguinati, the humiliation you gave me during the junior commander battle that day, I will take it back from you tenfold today. Before long, a large number of martial artists gathered below. Even the many golden-armored commanders in the distance had come to watch the battle. In the clouds, a few figures arrived one after another. These people were the true masters of the 8 palaces. Jin Tianzhan versus Sanguinati, who has a higher chance of winning? Asked Windless Palace Master. Jin Tianzhan's cultivation has reached Heaven Dipper Realm Stage 9. Sanguinati is at a disadvantage. The Bloodthirsty Palace Master analyzed rationally. Sealed Sky Palace Master glanced at Golden Sky Palace Master and said nothing. The Palace Masters had already tacitly agreed to this battle. They also wanted to see who was stronger between Sanguinati and Jin Tianzhan. If necessary, stop them. Don't let them both be injured and affect the hunting war, said one of the Palace Masters. In the sky, Fang Chen's robe fluttered without wind. He stared at Jin Tianzhan without any fear. On the other hand, Jin Tianzhan's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was filled with hatred for Sanguinati. Sanguinati, make your move. Today, I will trample you under my feet, said Jin Tianzhan in a deep voice. However, just as he finished speaking, his master appeared. Master! Disciple, I have a suggestion, said Jin Tianzhan's master, Daoist Han. Oh, what suggestion does master have? Jin Tianzhan asked curiously. He is your inner demon. If you can't defeat him, you won't be able to get rid of your inner demon. This will affect your future path. Daoist Han continued. Therefore, if you can defeat him in all aspects, your soul will be elevated. Hearing this, Jin Tianzhan's eyes lit up as he looked at his master. Daoist Han's appearance was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Hearing the conversation between the master and disciple, Fang Chen sneered in his heart. Valley of Swords, Bone Pagoda, Soul Mountain, and then battle, said Daoist Han. His meaning was clear. He wanted Jin Tianzhan to crush Sanguinati in all aspects. Moreover, he wanted to use this to tell everyone that his disciple Jin Tianzhan's potential was no less than Sanguinati's. Thank you for your suggestion, Master. Jin Tianzhan's face was filled with a wild smile. His gaze toward Fang Chen was filled with provocation. How about it? Do you dare accept my challenge? If you don't, kneel and kowtow to me, and this matter will be over, sneered Jin Tianzhan. Valley of Swords, Bone Pagoda, Soul Mountain, and then battle. Fang Chen repeated Daoist Han's words, then asked, and if I win? Daoist Han's face was filled with disdain. He didn't think Sanguinati could win. What do you want? Asked Jin Tianzhan. If you win, I want everyone to say you're trash, said Fang Chen. You! Scolded Jin Tianzhan. Good, very good. If you win, kneel and kowtow. I'll be the witness. At some point, the vice sect master had appeared in the sky and said loudly, Vice Sect Master. Even Taoist Han had to bow to the Vice Sect Master. I'll be the witness. Does anyone have any objections? Asked the Vice Sect Master. No. Then let's begin. The first stop is the Valley of Swords. Because the two of them were both sword cultivators, the Valley of Swords could be considered a competition point. Since he wanted to crush Sanguinati in all aspects, he had to do it to the extreme. Jin Tianzhan confidently walked towards the Valley of Swords. When he reached the entrance of the Valley of Swords, Fang Chen turned his head and looked at Taoist Han thoughtfully before entering the valley. Whoosh! After the two of them entered the Valley of Swords, the Vice Sect Master waved his hand. Instantly, a smooth mirror appeared in the sky above the Valley of Swords. There were two images on this mirror. They were the situation of Sanguinati and Jin Tianzhan in the Valley of Swords. They've activated Sword Qi, a cultivator shouted. Inside the Valley of Swords, Jin Tianzhan activated Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier. Hoo! Wild Sword Qi instantly filled the air. Jin Tianzhan's whole body was wrapped in Sword Qi. Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier posed no threat to him. Continue. Soon, Jin Tianzhan activated Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier. Look, Jin Tianzhan activated Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier. Outside the Valley of Swords, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Taoist Han stroked his beard and said with a smile, "My disciple's potential in Sword Dao is extremely heaven-defying. Although Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier is powerful, it's still worth a try." The Vice Sect Master beside him also nodded in satisfaction. Having the courage to activate Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier was already much stronger than ordinary sword cultivators. Looking at Sanguinati, it was still Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier. If Sanguinati doesn't dare to activate Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier, he'll definitely lose. Some cultivators discussed with laughter. Outside the entire Valley of Swords there was a black mass. The Palace Masters and Vice Palace Masters of the 8 palaces, as well as numerous golden-armored commanders, silver-armored commanders, junior commanders, and a large number of ordinary disciples. They were all paying attention to the battle in the Valley of Swords. Pung! Finally, after holding on for a minute, Jin Tianzhan was unable to withstand Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier, and his body was sent flying. Voila! After Jin Tianzhan came out, he won a round of cheers. "Jin Tianzhan, well done! Senior brother Jin, you're too strong." Jin Tianzhan enjoyed the tsunami-like applause, his face full of smiles. He quickly came before his master, Taoist Han. "Not bad," Taoist Han praised. Seeing Sanguinati's situation, Jin Tianzhan scoffed, "Sanguinati will definitely lose." Right at this moment, Taoist Han spoke up. "Vice Sect Master, if Sanguinati continues to maintain this state, and is unwilling to activate Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier, how should we judge? Could it be that we have to wait forever?" Hearing this, the Vice Sect Master pondered for a moment and then said, "I haven't considered what you said. But how about this, give him 3 minutes. If he's still unable to activate Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier after 3 minutes, it'll be considered his loss." Taoist Han's smile widened when he heard this. "Humph, the battle in the Valley of Swords is my first step to trample you," Jin Tianzhan said confidently. Inside the Valley of Swords, Fang Chen's body was continuously blocking Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier. The last time he came here, Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier was already the limit. Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier only resisted slightly, and was sent flying. And this time, his cultivation level increased. Sword Qi at the 9th layer of Heaven Dipper tier could no longer satisfy him. The reason why he hadn't activated Sword Qi at the 1st layer of Heavenly Body tier was because he was adapting. Chapter 11:29. 1. The scene in the Valley of Swords changed. Fang Chen activated first layer heavenly body tier sword chi. Look, Sanguinati activated it. Jin Tianzhan lasted for a minute, so he'll probably only last a few seconds. That's hard to say. Some supported Sanguinati and some supported Jin Tianzhan. Of course, the one who trusted Sanguinati the most was Bai Qingqing. For some reason, she finally felt that Sanguinati definitely still had a trump card. Time seemed so long at this moment. Fang Chen was blocking first layer heavenly body tier sword chi, and his perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. Sword chi seeped into the surface of his skin. 1 minute. Fang Chen managed to last for a minute under the sword chi of the first level of the heavenly body tier. The whole outside the Valley of Swords was completely in an uproar. How can he last for so long? Taoist Han looked at the smooth mirror in confusion. The vice sect master pondered for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Jin Tianzhan's expression was dark. Sanguinati lasted for 1 minute, and this way it was a tie. Damn it! Jin Tianzhan clenched his fists, cursing in his heart. However, 1 minute later, Sanguinati was still holding on. Has he surpassed Jin Tianzhan? Someone in the crowd asked. Instantly, outside the Valley of Swords, the black mass of people in the crowd once again burst into an uproar. Taoist Han and Jin Tianzhan's expressions were extremely gloomy, extremely laughable. The battle of the Valley of Swords that was originally in their grasp had no more suspense. Sanguinati won. How long can he last? When Sanguinati lasted for 3 minutes, the vice sect leader also spoke. A Heaven Dipper tier cultivator being able to last for so long was incomprehensible. However, he was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. The longer Sanguinati lasted, the more heaven-defying his potential in Sword Dao was. 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, outside the Valley of Swords, it was dead silent. All the cultivators looked at the smooth mirror in shock. They were looking at a monster. What a freak, Bai Qingqing said. After a quarter of an hour, Fang Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! His body was sent flying as he walked out of the Valley of Swords. He knew that if it weren't for the Golden Heart's help at the critical moment, he would only have lasted 3 to 5 minutes at most. While there was dead silence, all eyes fell on Fang Chen. I seem to have one. Fang Chen glanced at the vice sect master. When his gaze landed on Jin Tianzhan, he spoke softly. Boom! After the silence, there was an uproar. Deafening discussions resounded in the sky above the Valley of Swords. If it wasn't for the presence of the vice sect leader, everyone would have already rushed in front of Sanguinati. You brat! Seeing Fang Chen's harmless appearance, the vice sect leader shook his head and laughed. Only Cultivator Han and Jin Tianzhan looked pale. In the first battle, he had already been crushed by his opponent. It's just one battle. There are still 3 more battles, Cultivator Han said in a deep voice. Jin Tianzhan glared at Fang Chen and went to the bone tower. Everyone came in front of the bone tower again. Let's begin. Because of the previous battle in the Valley of Swords, some people's beliefs had begun to waver. They thought that Sanguinati really had a chance to win against Jin Tianzhan. Of course, only the bloodthirsty palace master and Bai Qingqing knew that this was the most predictable battle. Voila! The two entered the bone tower at the same time. The second floor lit up. They're too fast. A voice came from the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the third floor also lit up. The two's speed still didn't slow down. The fourth floor lit up. When the fifth floor lit up, the two's speed finally slowed down a little. They've reached the 5th floor. Everyone said. Cultivator Han and the vice sect master stared at the bone tower. Everyone was shocked. Such speed was rare in the world. After the two stayed on the 5th floor for a while, a light dot continued to break through the tower and entered the 6th floor. The 6th floor lit up. It must be Jean. Taoist Han smiled when he saw this. The others were very curious. Who was the one who entered the 6th floor? Heavens, the 7th floor lit up. Who is it? He actually reached the 7th floor. When the 7th floor lit up, everyone was completely shocked. Today, they actually witnessed the record being broken. When the bloodthirsty palace master saw this scene, she turned to look at Bai Qingqing. Her heart was in turmoil. The light dot on the 5th floor didn't move. It seemed to be stuck. Ha! In terms of physical strength, my disciple completely crushed Sanguinati. Cultivator Han was very happy. Not only did he crush Jin Tianzhan, but he also reached the 7th floor. He really made his master proud. The vice sect master didn't say anything. He was deep in thought. On the 5th floor of the Bone Tower. The gravity on the 5th floor is very strong. Even I can't resist it. Sanguinati must have been eliminated long ago. After enduring for a while on the 5th floor, Jin Tianzhan left the Bone Tower. Voila! The light on the 5th floor extinguished. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked curiously at the person who came out. It's definitely Sanguinati, Cultivator Han said to himself. When Jin Tianzhan came out, he felt everyone's gaze. A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that he had already won. Otherwise, these people's gazes wouldn't be so scorching. It's Jin Tianzhan. After a certain person shouted, their shouts instantly shook the sky. The smile on Cultivator Han's face suddenly disappeared. How is this possible? Cultivator Han looked up at the 7th floor. It was still lit up. In other words, the person who reached the 7th floor was Sanguinati. No, impossible! Cultivator Han cried out involuntarily. Even with his heavenly body tier cultivation, he couldn't accept this at this moment. Master, what's wrong? Seeing Cultivator Han lose his composure, Jin Tianzhan hurriedly looked at the Bone Tower. This look was unforgettable for him. 7th floor. Jin Tianzhan took a deep breath and shouted word by word. Impossible! Jin Tianzhan roared loudly in disbelief. At this moment, the light on the 7th floor extinguished. Sanguinati walked out calmly. In the Battle of the Valley of Swords, he had completely crushed them. In the Battle of the Bone Tower, he had crushed them again. Moreover, he had broken the highest record in the Bone Tower. What kind of monster was Sanguinati? Everyone stared at Sanguinati with their mouths agape. Jin Tianzhan rushed toward Sanguinati and roared loudly, "You cheated!" "Shut up!" The vice sect master spoke. He looked a little displeased. He had witnessed the entire process of challenging the tower. Jin Tianzhan said that Sanguinati cheated. Wasn't this indirectly talking about him? Come back. Cultivator Han suddenly woke up and hurriedly called back Jin Tianzhan, who had fallen into a frenzy. Then, a roar poured into Jin Tianzhan's mind. It stabilized Jin Tianzhan's emotions. It's just a competition. Don't worry about it, Cultivator Han comforted. Sanguinati won the Battle of the Bone Tower. The vice sect master looked calm on the surface, but in reality, a storm was raging in his heart. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Black Heaven sect were shocked. What? Sanguinati reached the 7th level of the Bone Tower? The red-bearded elder on the crafting peak cried out. Elder, this is absolutely true. The vice sect master watched the entire battle. The crafting apprentice said in a low voice. Bang! The red-bearded elder slammed his palm on the stone table. Immediately, the stone table shattered and turned into dust. He was furious. This kid's potential is too strong. He must be eliminated, the red-bearded elder said gloomily. In the main hall of the Black Heaven sect's main peak, the sect master also received the news immediately. He crushed Jin Tianzhan in the Battle of the Sword Valley, and he even destroyed the Bone Tower. The sect master grinned. This kid must have some kind of powerful special constitution. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th level of the Bone Tower. Those who could reach the 7th level of the Bone Tower were all extraordinary. Even with Bai Qingqing's potential, she only reached the 6th level. The student surpasses the master. Sanguinati's potential was even stronger than Bai Qingqing's. It seems that Sanguinati's potential is the strongest among the younger generation. The sect master said, "It's a pity that if he had time to grow, he would be unrivaled in the hunting war." The sect master sighed. There was not much time left before the hunting war. Although Sanguinati's potential was strong, he had not yet grown. In front of the bone tower, after the shock, everyone's eyes began to burn with passion. "Will the Battle of the Soul Mountain be held today?" the vice sect master asked. "Yes," Cultivator Han said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the vice sect master turned and left for the Soul Mountain. Cultivator Han followed closely behind. Jin Tianzhan glared at Sanguinati, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1130. There was a very strange mountain in the Black Heaven sect. This mountain was surrounded by a strong soul aura all year round. Ordinary martial artists could not even get close to this mountain. Even the silver-armored commander did not dare to barge into the Soul Mountain. Only the golden-armored commander would occasionally come to the Soul Mountain to temper his soul. The Soul Mountain was the place where the Black Heaven sect tempered souls. On the Soul Mountain, there were remnant souls left behind by the seniors. Countless remnant souls left behind by the seniors created the magic of the Soul Mountain. As long as one entered the Soul Mountain, they would be suppressed by a strong soul. If one could resist the soul suppression, they could use it to temper their soul. In fact, in Fang Chen's opinion, the Soul Mountain was similar to the soul power source in the Star Ruins. However, the difference between a soul mountain and a soul power source was more than 100,000 miles. This is the Soul Mountain. The vice sect master led the crowd to the Soul Mountain. Usually, there would not be so many people coming to the Soul Mountain at the same time. This was because the souls of the disciples who wanted to come to the Soul Mountain were generally too weak to withstand the power of the Soul Mountain. As for the disciples with strong souls, they would occasionally come to temper their souls. The vice sect leader and the others entered the Soul Mountain in the blink of an eye and reached the peak. The palace masters and vice palace masters of the 8 palaces followed closely behind and stepped onto the Soul Mountain. Next were the golden-armored commanders. As for the silver-armored commander, the iron-armored commander, the junior commanders, and the ordinary disciples, they could only wait anxiously at the foot of the Soul Mountain. At the peak of the Soul Mountain, Fang Chun and Jin Tianzhan stood quietly on the ground. There was a layer of restriction in front of them. As long as they stepped into the restriction, the battle would begin. "The Soul Mountain competition officially begins," the vice sect leader said in a deep voice. Immediately, the two of them entered the restriction in a single file. Buzz. As soon as they entered the restriction, Fang Chen felt a strong soul aura that suppressed him instantly. So strong. Is this the remnant soul left behind by the Black Heaven sect seniors? Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he released his soul. The soul of a peak mid-stage blue class was very domineering. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen adapted to the soul suppression of the Soul Mountain. In another area, Jin Tianzhan also released his soul. What surprised Fang Chen was that Jin Tianzhan's soul had actually reached the blue grade. He was only at the early stage of the blue level. Rumble the remnant souls of the Almighties bombarded Jin Tianzhan's soul. The latter's face was twisted in agony, as if he was in great pain. However, he had been persevering. At the peak of Soul Mountain, Taoist Han's face was extremely gloomy. Losing 2 matches in a row made him very unhappy. In front of everyone, he proposed to crush Sanguinati in all aspects, but in the end, he was crushed by Sanguinati. He had completely lost all his face. Fortunately, there was still the battle for the Soul Mountain and the final battle. If his disciple won, his old face wouldn't be so embarrassed. If it was in the past, Taoist Han would have lost his temper long ago. However, with the vice sect leader present, he could not say anything. Moreover, the vice sect leader obviously had a good impression of Sanguinati, so he didn't want to offend the vice sect leader. Blue-grade soul, not bad. It was indeed good that his soul could reach the blue grade at such a young age. Looking at the two refining their souls in the Soul Mountain, a smile appeared on the vice sect leader's face. Time passed quickly. At the foot of the Soul Mountain, many martial artists were very curious. It's been 2 hours. Why haven't they left the mountain yet? Is the result out? Who will win? Could it be that Sanguinati has crushed Jin Tianzhan again? In the previous 2 matches, Sanguinati had completely crushed Jin Tianzhan, which made everyone feel as if a miracle would happen. However, everyone was waiting anxiously. On the Soul Mountain, souls were isolated, so they couldn't detect what was happening inside. Since no one had left the mountain yet, it meant that the battle for the Soul Mountain was still going on. At the peak of the Soul Mountain, inside the restriction, rumble. At a certain moment, the soul light above Jin Tianzhan's head suddenly soared, bursting with bright light. Seeing this, Jin Tianzhan was overjoyed. He immediately released his soul and absorbed a large amount of soul aura in the Soul Mountain. His soul was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it reached the peak of the early stage. Breakthrough! Jin Tianzhan shouted in a low voice. The soul aura around him suddenly swept over and instantly poured into his blue soul. Dong! The entire peak of the Soul Mountain shook in an instant. With the help of the power of the Soul Mountain, Jin Tianzhan's soul broke through to the middle stage of the blue class. Daoist Han was all smiles when he saw this. Originally, there was still a small gap between their souls. Now it seemed that Jin Tianzhan would undoubtedly defeat Sanguinati. Jin Tianzhan's potential is not bad. The vice sect master nodded in satisfaction and praised. Improving one's soul was an extremely difficult thing to do. It wasn't easy to improve one's soul in such a short period of time. Hearing the vice sect master's praise, Daoist Han was even happier. His face was full of smiles as he stared at the restriction. Inside the restriction, after Jin Tianzhan's soul broke through, his face was full of smiles. He glanced at Sanguinati, who was not far away, and an idea flashed in his mind. Immediately, he slowly walked towards Sanguinati. What is he doing? Some of the golden-armored commanders asked. The palace masters of the 8 palaces also widened their eyes. It seemed that they already knew what Jin Tianzhan was going to do. They looked anxiously at the vice sect master, but the latter's face was calm and he didn't say anything. After a while, Jin Tianzhan approached Sanguinati. Then, Jin Tianzhan actively released his middle-stage blue-class soul to interfere with Sanguinati's tempering. Despicable! Bai Qingqing said coldly. The most taboo thing for a martial artist in the process of tempering his soul was to be disturbed. Moreover, he was in the Soul Mountain. If he was disturbed, he would definitely suffer a backlash and even be severely injured by the remnant souls of the ancestors in the Soul Mountain. What Jin Tianzhan did was extremely dangerous. Bai Qingqing was very worried about Sanguinati's safety. However, since the vice sect master didn't say anything, she couldn't say anything. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Sanguinati. Above Sanguinati's head, the soul light ball was constantly absorbing the soul power in the Soul Mountain. In his body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. In his mind, the second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique was constantly evolving. Fang Chen was taking this opportunity to try to cultivate the second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. If he succeeded, his strength would skyrocket. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly felt that a soul was interfering with him. Then, he saw Jin Tianzhan with a sinister smile on his face. Sanguinati, you're going to lose, Jin Tianzhan said in a deep voice. He released his soul and instantly enveloped Sanguinati and began to interfere with the latter. Buzz! The soul light ball above Sanguinati's head suddenly shook. Then, it wobbled and finally drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Seeing this, the people outside shook their heads. Sanguinati was already being interfered with. If he couldn't resist the soul pressure of the Soul Mountain, he would be severely injured. The vice sect master didn't say anything. Obviously, he was testing Sanguinati. You must hold on. Bai Qingqing clenched her small white hands and prayed in her heart. Inside the restriction, after Jin Tianzhan finished interfering, he turned around and prepared to leave. You want to leave? Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the soul aura around him surged. The soul power that was pressing on him was instantly absorbed by him. Boom! A deafening sound resounded throughout the soul mountain. In the next moment, Fang Chen's soul broke through to the late-stage blue class. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. After the breakthrough, Fang Chen immediately used the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. Dong! The earth trembled. The dense soul power in the sky condensed into a bolt of lightning. It shot towards Jin Tianzhan at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He originally wanted to interfere with Sanguinati, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Damn it! Seeing Sanguinati ignore the danger and counterattack, Jin Tianzhan cursed inwardly and immediately used a soul secret technique to resist. Crack! The terrifying power of the lightning was only realized when it hit Jin Tianzhan. No! After being hit by the lightning, Jin Tianzhan's soul was severely injured. His body flew out like a kite. Bang! Jin Tianzhan fell outside the soul mountain. Zhan. Seeing this, Daoist Han shouted loudly and appeared in front of Jin Tianzhan at the same time. He seriously injured Jin Tianzhan with one strike, and it was an attack under the pressure of the soul mountain. Everyone, including the vice sect master, was completely dumbfounded. Was he still human? I knew that Sanguinati wouldn't disappoint, Bai Qingqing exclaimed. She thought that Sanguinati would be in a difficult situation, but who would have thought that he would face the difficulty head-on, resolve the situation, and severely injure Jin Tianzhan. A soul cultivator. Of all the people present, only the vice sect master saw through Fang Chen's identity as a soul cultivator. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. In the vast universe, soul cultivators were very rare. There was not a single soul cultivator in the Black Heaven sect. And this genius martial artist in front of him was actually a soul cultivator. Moreover, he cultivated such a domineering soul attack secret technique. At this moment, the vice sect master had secretly made a decision. Sanguinati, you're too heavy-handed. At this moment, Daoist Han's angry roar woke everyone from their shock. After helping Jin Tianzhan up, Daoist Han's aura surged as he rushed towards Sanguinati. Stop, the vice sect master said in a deep voice with some displeasure. Vice sect master, this kid is vicious. He seriously injured my disciple in the Soul Mountain's restriction. Please give Zhan justice, Daoist Han said in a deep voice. I think you know what happened. I don't want this to happen again, the vice sect master scolded. This, although Daoist Han was very angry, he still restrained himself. The vice sect master's words were very authoritative. He did not dare to disobey. However, the murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Sanguinati was even stronger. Chapter 1131. The Valley of Swords tested one's potential in swordsmanship. Sanguinati 1. The Bone Pagoda tested one's physical strength. Sanguinati 1. The Soul Mountain tested one's soul strength. Sanguinati 1. After winning 3 battles in a row, Sanguinati became the most popular person among the younger generation in the Black Heaven sect. Even the young prodigies who had reached the 3rd step were full of confidence in Sanguinati. As for the other golden-armored commanders, they were even more shocked. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't be able to do it. After the vice sect master announced the victory, there was an uproar at the peak of the Soul Mountain. In a moment, the news spread to the foot of the mountain. Immediately, all the martial artists went crazy. Sanguinati won again at the Soul Mountain. He was too much of a genius. I told you that Sanguinati would definitely win. Ha! Daoist Han proposed to crush Sanguinati in all aspects. Who would have thought that his disciple would be crushed by Sanguinati? I wonder how Taoist Han looks now. Many martial artists were discussing. On the peak of the Soul Mountain, Taoist Han's face was extremely gloomy. His hands were pressed against Jin Tianzhan's body. Powerful soul strength was injected into the latter's mind to heal him. Damn it! In the process of healing, Taoist Han discovered Jin Tianzhan's soul injury. He glanced sharply at Sanguinati, then focused on healing Jin Tianzhan. After a while, Jin Tianzhan's face became much rosier. Although his soul injury hadn't fully recovered, it was no longer a big deal. Are we still going to have the final battle? The Vice Sect Master asked. Of course, but not today, Taoist Han said in a deep voice. Zhan Er's soul is heavily injured and needs to rest. We'll fight on the martial arts stage in half a month. Hearing this, the Vice Sect Master looked at Sanguinati, asking for his opinion. No problem. Fang Qin shrugged. The Vice Sect Master nodded. Then we'll fight again in half a month. Taoist Han was expressionless as he quickly left the Soul Mountain with Jin Tianzhan. When they arrived at the foot of the Soul Mountain, countless people looked at Taoist Han with playful eyes. The latter wished he could find a hole to hide in. Damn it! Taoist Han cursed inwardly and quickly left. At the peak of the mountain, the Vice Sect leader came to Sanguinati's side with a peaceful smile on his face. Sanguinati, your potential is the best in the Black Heaven sect, the Vice Sect leader said. While there was an uproar on the mountain peak. If it was someone else who said it, no one would care. However, the one who said this was the Vice Sect leader. The Vice Sect Master, who was second only to one person and above everyone else, controlled the entire Black Heaven sect. Even on Clear Sky Island, they were considered the pinnacle of martial artists. However, he was actually praising Sanguinati for having the greatest potential in the Black Heaven sect. Everyone looked at Sanguinati in shock. Unknowingly, Sanguinati had already grown to such a level. Among the 8 palace masters, only the Fengtian Palace and the Bloodthirsty Palace were excited. The Fengtian Palace had given Sanguinati a lot of resources and help ever since they discovered his potential. As for the Bloodthirsty Palace Master, she had invested in Sanguinati under Bai Qingqing's persuasion. Now the investment finally saw a glimmer of hope. The Bloodthirsty Palace Master turned to look at Bai Qingqing behind him and gave her a thumbs up. Bai Qingqing's face was full of sweet smiles. The Bone Pagoda had broken the record and reached the highest level, the 7th level. On the Soul Mountain, Jin Tianzhan had been severely injured. Everyone seemed to have expected the battle half a month later. There was almost no suspense. Sanguinati would definitely continue to write his own legend. Sanguinati, Sanguinati. The Vice Sect leader led Sanguinati and the others back to the foot of the Soul Mountain. Everyone was shouting Sanguinati's name loudly. Sanguinati had now become a celebrity in the Black Heaven sect. In the main hall of the Black Heaven sect's main peak. When the Vice Sect leader and Sanguinati arrived here, the sect leader was already waiting. Sect leader. The Vice Sect leader bowed slightly to Fang Qin and greeted him. The sect leader nodded. When he saw Sanguinati, a smile appeared on his face. Perfect, it's really too perfect. The sect leader stared at Sanguinati and said slowly. Whether it was the potential of the sword principle, the strength of the physical body, or the strength of the soul, Sanguinati had very high attainments and was not something that ordinary martial artists could compare to. The path of martial arts was about mastery and not breadth. Therefore, very few people would cultivate both. The Blood Sword Saint was like a comet, a genius who was slowly rising. Soul, physical body, and martial arts. He cultivated all three. Moreover, he had reached an extremely high level. It seemed that he did not delay his martial arts cultivation because of cultivating both. This shocked both the Vice Sect leader and the sect leader. Especially after learning that Sanguinati was a soul cultivator, the sect leader was even more moved. It had been a long time since the Black Heaven sect had a soul cultivator in the true sense. Too much is easy to break. Blood Sword Saint's performance was too eye-catching. Send the order that no one is to reveal anything about him. The sect leader instructed. The vice sect leader nodded. In fact, he had already ordered the elders to do it on the way back. He believed that with the prestige of the Black Heaven sect, they could still keep this news a secret. Sanguinati, if you have any troubles in your cultivation in the future, you can come to me at any time, the sect leader said. The sect master of the Black Heaven sect had made a promise to the Blood Sword Saint. If outsiders knew about it, they would be envious. Thank you, sect leader. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. After chatting with Sanguinati for a long time, the sect leader asked Sanguinati to leave first. Only he and the vice sect leader were left in the main hall. What do you think? The sect leader asked. Sanguinati's potential is very strong. At least, he's one of the strongest I've seen. The vice sect leader said in a low voice, although his cultivation is a little weak, his combat power is comparable to a 9th-level Heaven Dipper realm cultivator. It won't be a big problem for him to participate in the hunting war. However, it will be difficult for him to enter the top 10. Hearing this, the sect leader nodded. Then, the two fell into silence. They seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, the sect leader spoke. It's time to pass it down. Hearing this, the vice sect leader was shocked. Others didn't know, but he knew very well. The Black Heaven sealing technique was an inheritance sword technique left behind by a great swordsman in the history of the Black Heaven sect. It was very powerful and very attractive to heavenly body tier cultivators. However, since that great swordsman left, no one cultivated this secret technique. It was sealed in the Black Heaven sect and kept by the sect leader. The Black Heaven sect had been secretly selecting sword geniuses, hoping to reappear the Black Heaven sealing technique. However, for so many years, no one moved the sect leader. Now, after seeing Sanguinati's perfect performance, the sect leader decided to reappear the Black Heaven sealing technique. Sect leader, be careful. The vice sect leader reminded him. Although Sanguinati's potential in swordsmanship was heaven-defying. However, the Black Heaven sealing technique was more important and needed to be carefully considered. Of course, the vice sect leader had another meaning. Because once he inherited the Black Heaven sealing technique, he would be a candidate for the sect leader. Once the current sect leader stepped down or no longer held office for some reason, the candidate would be promoted to the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family, the 6 top forces of Clear Sky Island. To be a candidate for the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, one could imagine how high his status was. The sect leader shook his head slightly and said, I've already thought about it. Perhaps Sanguinati is the best candidate. Hearing this, the vice sect leader stopped trying to persuade him. Instead, he said, since the sect leader has already made his choice, then I will fully support the sect leader. However, if he wants to be recognized by the Black Heaven Mad Demon technique, he needs to pass the test. After half a month after Sanguinati defeats Jin Tianzhan, let him take the test, the sect leader said. Fang Chen had no idea that unknowingly, he had already gained the sect leader's attention. The sect leader even wanted him to learn one of the Black Heaven sect's secret techniques, the Black Heaven Mad Demon technique. One had to know that the Black Heaven sealing technique was one of the 3 great swordsmanship secret techniques of Clear Sky Island back then. Apart from the other 2 secret techniques, no other swordsmanship secret techniques could compete with the Black Heaven sealing technique. After returning to the Fengtian Palace, Fang Chen was directly given 10,000 points. One had to know that he had only obtained 800 points from the survival tower. The 2 palace masters of the Fengtian Palace gave him 10,000 points at once, which made Fang Chen feel a little flattered. Sanguinati, you just need to work hard in your cultivation. If you need anything, just let us know. These were the original words of the 2 palace masters. Fang Chen did not decline. Points were of some use to him. After all, cultivation still required the appropriate use of some external objects, and these external objects could be obtained in the points hall. Of course, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to use them now. In the Soul Mountain, his soul had just broken through to the late-stage blue class, and his soul cultivation level had also naturally reached the late-stage 6th class. He needed to properly consolidate his soul and then consolidate his soul cultivation level. In the past few days, while Fang Chen was consolidating his soul cultivation level, there were constantly golden-armored commanders who came to visit him, wanting to hand him over. Even the palace masters of the 8 palaces and vice-palace masters came to visit him personally. Seeing these people coming in an endless stream, the palace master of the bloodthirsty palace snickered secretly. Fortunately, she had listened to Bai Qingqing's advice. Otherwise, her intestines would be green with regret now. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" Bai Qingqing said proudly in the dark. From the beginning, she thought that Sanguinati would definitely become a great person. Now, he had finally begun to grow. "Qingqing, your vision is still so sharp." The palace master of the bloodthirsty palace could not help but admire this. Many people who came to visit Sanguinati were rejected. Sanguinati was in seclusion and did not see anyone. Sanguinati's fame spread throughout the Black Heaven sect, and his status skyrocketed. The Fengtian Palace's status also rose among the 8 palaces. The Sword Firmament sect had been suppressed for a long time. Now, they could finally proudly walk on the path of the Black Heaven sect with their heads held high. As for Shi Qing and the others, they were good friends with Sanguinati. Many of the golden-armored commanders humbled themselves and took the initiative to befriend them. They wanted to find a breakthrough from these people. In short. Chapter 1132. In Taoist Han's courtyard on the Black Heaven sect's main peak. Taoist Han sat on a stone bench while Jin Tianzhan sat cross-legged on the ground beside him, cultivating. A gray aura filled the entire courtyard. Taoist Han smiled faintly as he watched Jin Tianzhan cultivate. Although Jin Tianzhan had lost all 3 battles to Sanguinati, he was confident in his disciple's final battle. With Zhan Er's current strength, he can easily deal with a peak Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist. He can even put up a fight against a first-step martial artist. Taoist Han nodded in satisfaction. Whoosh! At this moment, a vast amount of vital essence surged around Jin Tianzhan. 9 strands of vital essence spun rapidly in his sea of qi and merged together. No! Upon seeing this, Taoist Han turned pale with fright. Jin Tianzhan had just stepped into Heaven Star Border Stage 9, and he was about to take the first step. It was too dangerous. However, it was too late for Taoist Han to stop him. Jin Tianzhan had already started to merge. Buzz! A terrifying amount of vital essence swept through his body. The 9 strands of vital essence in his sea of qi merged together. Crack! However, halfway through the merger, the 9 strands of vital essence dispersed. Then, the sound of bones cracking came from Jin Tianzhan's body. Poochie! The vital essence dissipated, and Jin Tianzhan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. "You're too eager for quick success," Taoist Han complained. "Master, I want to defeat Sanguinati." Jin Tianzhan had an inner demon. If he couldn't defeat Sanguinati, his cultivation would be stuck in the future. He had to improve his strength. "Fool!" Taoist Han scolded after checking Jin Tianzhan's body and finding that he was fine. Jin Tianzhan's action was too dangerous. If something went wrong, his life would be in danger. Fortunately, his foundation was good, so he was fine. "Master!" Jin Tianzhan lowered his head and whispered. Taoist Han wanted to persuade Jin Tianzhan, but a laugh was heard. Taoist Han looked up and saw that it was the red-bearded elder of the blacksmith peak. "Elder!" Taoist Han and Jin Tianzhan cupped their hands and bowed. "Taoist Han, I heard that your disciple is going to fight Sanguinati, so I came here to watch." The red-bearded elder grinned. "Oh! Taoist Han was a bit puzzled. However, the red-bearded elder took out a pill from his bosom. "This is," Taoist Han asked. "This is an explosive blood pill." The red-bearded elder handed the pill to Taoist Han. After the latter received the pill, his heart trembled. "This is the legendary violent blood pill. During the battle with Sanguinati, you can use it at critical moment." The red-bearded elder turned around and left. Taoist Han and his disciple were left behind in astonishment. "Master, why did that red-bearded elder give me an explosive blood pill?" asked Jin Tianzhan hurriedly. Taoist Han shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Taoist Han retracted his gaze and looked at the explosive blood pill. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. The explosive blood pill was a legendary pill. According to the classification of pills, this explosive blood pill's quality was already a rank 4 divine pill. Pills were like weapons. After reaching the divine grade, they were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 4 divine pills could only be refined by a 4-star divine alchemist. It was considered a very precious pill in the Black Heaven sect. Moreover, the explosive blood pill was a very domineering pill. After consuming it, the martial artist's strength would skyrocket for a short period of time. However, there were also side effects. Once the time limit was over, the martial artist would fall into a weakened state. If the martial artist couldn't kill the enemy while their strength skyrocketed, they would face an even more dangerous situation. Under normal circumstances, the strong wouldn't be willing to use the explosive blood pill. Jin Tianzhan took the explosive blood pill and carefully put it into his interspatial ring. With the explosive blood pill, he was even more confident in this battle. "Zhan the explosive blood pill side effects are very severe. If you can avoid it, try not to use it," Taoist Han reminded. "Master, don't worry. I can defeat Sanguinati even without the explosive blood pill," said Jin Tianzhan confidently. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 4 martial artists, half a month was just the blink of an eye. Some powerhouses even went into seclusion for hundreds of years. Before the half-a-month agreement, Fang Chen's strength had also improved. Especially when his soul had reached the late-stage blue rank. His soul cultivation level naturally reached the late-stage 6th rank. When he used the first level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, the power was several times stronger than before. On this day, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged when he was suddenly awakened by a shout. He looked up and saw that it was Bai Qingqing in a green dress. "Sanguinati, it's time. Why are you still cultivating here?" Bai Qingqing asked. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and stood up with a smile. "I'll go now." The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the square's martial arts arena. At this time, the square was already packed with people. There were 8 palace masters, many golden-armored, silver-armored, iron-armored junior commanders, and a large number of ordinary disciples. Even the red-bearded elder and other higher-ups had come. However, what everyone did not know was that in the clouds in the sky, the Black Heaven Sect Master and the Vice Sect Master were closely watching this battle. "I wonder if Sanguinati can defeat Jin Tianzhan," the Vice Sect Master said softly. "He cultivates both soul and martial art. Defeating Jin Tianzhan shouldn't be a problem," the Black Heaven Sect Master said. As the two spoke, both sides had already arrived. Taoist Han glanced at Fang Chen with a gloomy face, then his gaze fell on the martial arts arena. Jin Tianzhan was in high spirits. He stood on the martial arts arena, exuding a terrifying aura. He stared at Sanguinati and said in a deep voice, "Sanguinati, in today's battle, I will avenge my humiliation." Sanguinati walked onto the martial arts arena and said with a smile, "Is that so? I'm afraid it won't be as you wish." "Then let's fight." Jin Tianzhan did not waste any more words. He held the long sword in his hand, and the power of vital spirit surged as he slashed out. Whoosh! The power of this sword made everyone in the square pale. "Jin Tianzhan is too strong. Many golden-armored commanders were sighing. Jin Tianzhan was much stronger than half a month ago. Bang! Jin Tianzhan's longsword slashed onto Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Instantly it was blasted away. Then, Jin Tianzhan did not say anything and used the golden light dragon slaying. He used his ultimate skill as soon as he came up. It was enough to see that Jin Tianzhan was determined to win this battle. Rumble! In the sky above the martial arts arena, the terrifying power of vital spirit condensed into giant dragons. Under Jin Tianzhan's control, the giant dragons opened their mouths and swooped down towards Fang Chen. The Sky Demon Sword technique cut through the sky. Fang Chen used the Sky Demon Sword technique. Streaks of Sky Demon Sword light pierced the giant dragon's body at an unbelievable angle. Roar! The giant dragon let out a furious roar and began to bombard the Sky Demon Sword light at the same time. Crack! The Sky Demon Sword light that stabbed into the giant dragon's body shattered, but the giant dragon also dimmed at the same time. Go to hell! Jin Tianzhan controlled the remaining power of the giant dragon and continued to attack Fang Chen. However, the latter used the true meaning of time and space. In the clouds in the sky, the sect master and vice sect master's eyes widened when they saw Sanguinati use the true meaning of time and space. Why is there something else mixed in his true meaning? The sect master's expression was solemn. He increasingly felt that Sanguinati's true meaning was extraordinary. Even the sect master can't be sure? Previously, the sect master had confirmed Sanguinati's true meaning. However, at this moment, the sect master was in a daze. After not seeing each other for many days, Sanguinati's true meaning had undergone a great change. As for what had changed, the sect master could not tell. Then, the sect master shook his head and stopped talking. Below, on the martial arts arena, Fang Chen had just concealed his figure when the remaining power of the giant dragon bombarded down. Dong! The martial arts arena was trembling. The collision of the giant dragon's power made a deafening sound. Rumble! Fang Chen appeared in the void and slashed out with his sword. In the following time, Fang Chen and Jin Tianzhan were tangled in a chaotic battle. The battle between the two was very intense. However, in the beginning, they were evenly matched. Later on, Fang Chen gained the upper hand. Sanguinati's true meaning is too domineering. Below the martial arts arena, everyone was amazed. The red-bearded elder and Taoist Han's expressions were also extremely gloomy. This brat can't be left alive. This was what the red-bearded elder thought. Everyone was shocked that a Heaven Star Border Stage 5 could suppress Jin Tianzhan. After about 15 minutes, the battle finally reached its climax. Crack! Fang Chen's Sky Demon Sword art broke Jin Tianzhan's Golden Light Dragon slaying and forced the latter to retreat. Jin Tianzhan stabilized his body and stared at Lin Fan with a fierce look in his eyes. Sanguinati, I admit that I underestimated you. However, I, Jin Tianzhan, will definitely win today's battle. For glory, Jin Tianzhan had to win. In the first 3 battles, he was completely crushed. If he was crushed again in this final battle, then he would be suppressed by Sanguinati for the rest of his life. He refused to accept this. He wanted to defeat Sanguinati. As he spoke, a pill appeared in Jin Tianzhan's palm. Then, he directly swallowed the explosive blood pill. Rumble! In an instant, Jin Tianzhan's face was filled with blood. The blood vessels on the surface of his skin swelled. A terrifying aura came out of his body and soared into the sky. At this moment, Jin Tianzhan's strength was comparable to a cultivator who had stepped into the 3rd step, and was even close to the heavenly body tier. What's going on? In the square, everyone exclaimed. What exactly happened? Why did Jin Tianzhan's strength suddenly soar so much? Even Fang Chen, who was on the martial arts stage, was shocked. He kept retreating. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against Jin Tianzhan, who had fallen into a deranged state. It must be that pill, Fang Chen said solemnly. In the clouds, the sect master's face was dark. Explosive blood pill. After swallowing the explosive blood pill, Jin Tianzhan's strength is close to the heavenly body tier. Sanguinati is no match for him at all, the vice sect master said. Chapter 1133. Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind and was ready to use the heavenly star technique. However, at this moment, a huge hand pressed down. Crack! Although the hand seemed weak, it directly suppressed Jin Tianzhan, who was in a berserk state, onto the martial arts arena. Let go of me. I'm going to kill Sanguinati. Jin Tianzhan was already a little delirious. He tried his best to resist and break free. However, it didn't help at all. There was originally a commotion below the martial arts arena. However, when the giant hand came crashing down, there was only dead silence. The vice sect master made a move. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. However, there were also people who were very unhappy. A trace of coldness flashed in the red-bearded elder's eyes, and then he calmed down. He clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Jean Daoist Han called out worriedly when he saw the hand pressing down. However, he was relieved when he saw that the hand didn't intend to hurt Jin Tianzhan. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen's face to be filled with astonishment. Fang Chen was taken aback for a moment before he broke into laughter. He was forced to use the heavenly star technique, but who would have thought that the vice sect master would make a move? In this way, he didn't have to risk using the heavenly star technique. Whoosh! In the clouds drifted away. The sect master and vice sect master landed on the martial arts arena. The vice sect master looked around at everyone, then at the suppressed Jin Tianzhan. It's a taboo to take a violent blood pill in a normal fight. The Black Heaven sect didn't have a clear rule that no one was allowed to take violent blood pills in a fight between fellow sect members. Of course, under normal circumstances, even the golden-armored commander couldn't get a violent blood pill. Don't do it again. The hand that suppressed Jin Tianzhan instantly collapsed, and at the same time, Jin Tianzhan fainted. Daoist Han was overjoyed when he saw this. This was the vice sect master's method to make Jin Tianzhan faint so that he wouldn't have to suffer the side effects of the violent blood pill. Thank you, vice sect master. Daoist Han cupped his hands and thanked him. Teach your disciple well, the vice sect master said in a deep voice. Jin Tianzhan was also a good seedling, but if he wasn't taught well, he could easily go to extremes. Definitely. Daoist Han chuckled and left with Jin Tianzhan. The red-bearded elder didn't stay any longer and quietly left the martial arts stage. Even though he had already guessed the outcome, seeing it with his own eyes still left him flabbergasted. Sanguinati was too strong, actually forcing Jin Tianzhan to swallow the explosive blood pill. Let's disperse, the vice sect leader said. The vice sect leader was so imposing that he dismissed all the disciples with a single sentence. Although everyone wanted to talk to Sanguinati, they had to listen to the vice sect leader. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen and the other two were left on the martial arts stage. Sanguinati. The sect master waved his hand and the surrounding space was instantly sealed. Fang Chen was startled. What was the sect master trying to do to prevent others from hearing? Sect master, what can I do for you? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The Black Heaven sect has a secret technique. Are you willing to learn it? The sect master asked directly. Secret technique? Fang Chen was puzzled. It's one of the 3 great sword Dao secret techniques of Tongtian Island. It was left behind by a sword Dao expert of the Black Heaven sect, the vice sect leader explained. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. One of the 3 great sword Dao secret techniques of Tongtian Island. The sect master actually wanted him to learn such a secret technique. I'm willing. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen agreed. This secret technique is one of the secret techniques of the Black Heaven sect. It's very difficult to cultivate and it's not something you can learn just because you want to. You have to think it through, the vice sect leader said. The path of the martial Tao is incomparably difficult. There's no such thing as a smooth path, Fang Chen said. The sect master nodded in satisfaction. If you want to cultivate this secret technique, you have to obtain the approval of a sword Tao expert. To put it bluntly, he had to pass a test before he could cultivate it. Fang Chen thought for a moment and understood. Although it was a test, the sect master and vice-sect leader wanted to know more about him. I'm willing, Fang Chen said. All right, come with us. The sect master grabbed Fang Chen, and the latter felt the world spin. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived at a mountain peak. The atmosphere on this mountain peak was very heavy. The sect master and vice-sect leader stood quietly, looking into the mountain peak. Sanguinati, let me first introduce one of the secret techniques of the Black Heaven sect to you. It's one of the 3 great sword Tao secret techniques of Tongtian Island. It's called Fang Chen's heart trembled. The Black Heaven sealing technique. Just the name alone was very domineering. This secret technique can allow you to cultivate to the peak stage of the heavenly body tier, the vice-sect leader continued. The vice-sect master continued, the test left behind by that great swordsman is on this mountain. You may enter. Fang Chen didn't say anything else and entered the mountain peak. Watching Fang Chen's back disappear, the vice-sect leader asked, Will Sanguinati be approved? The sect master nodded. Definitely. An elite like the sect master had seen countless people in his life, but he couldn't see through Sanguinati. From Sanguinati, the sect master felt a very terrifying potential. If he didn't die prematurely, Sanguinati would definitely become a top-notch great elite in the future. He even had hopes of surpassing the heavenly body tier and becoming a legendary great elite. Because of the limited resources, heavenly body tier elites were unwilling to stay on a small island. A large number of elites left the small island and ventured into the wider universe to find a way to break through. Thus, on small islands like Tongtian Island, there were very few elites surpassing the heavenly body tier. However, there were also a few geniuses who broke through on the small island. These people were very rare. At the peak of Tongtian Island, there were only 5 elites surpassing the heavenly body tier. Over the endless years, Tongtian Island experienced prosperity and decline. In the end, it gradually fell to its current state. There were almost no elites surpassing the heavenly body tier. And now, the sect master was sure that Sanguinati's future achievements would be greater than his. The vice-sect master was somewhat shocked. Is it too much praise? The vice-sect master asked. The sect master shook his head. No. In the mountain peak there was a cave. In the cave there was a statue. This cave was the statue of the great elite of the sword Tao. 1. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a terrifying sword Tao aura. What a powerful sword Tao aura! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Dong! The golden heart began to beat rapidly. It was enough to see how powerful this elite was. Fang Chen came before the statue and bowed to it. Release your sword Tao aura. A melodious voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Hearing this, the latter directly released his sword Tao aura. The sword chi was mixed with the aura of the golden heart. Instantly, it filled the entire cave. Hiss, 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 the terrifying sword chi shrouded the statue. Then, all of it drilled into the statue's forehead. Finally, the color of the statue changed from white to purple. The statue was completely purple, and its color was very dark. Dong! Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, a voice came from the statue again. Your sword Tao potential has reached the standard. You can cultivate my swordsmanship. As the voice fell, a stream of light shot from the statue's forehead into Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a large amount of information appear in his mind. Black Heaven Sealing Technique. Fang Chen was ecstatic. He had finally obtained such a secret technique. After the inheritance, the statue returned to its original state and the purple color faded. Fang Chen bowed to the statue and then left the cave. He's out. When the sect master and vice sect master saw Sanguinati come out, they hurried to his side. "How was it?" the vice sect master asked. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. "Success," the sect master said. "Success," Fang Chen said. "Ha ha ha, that's great." The vice sect master laughed. "What color has the statue become?" the sect master continued to ask. "Purple." Hearing this, the smiles on the sect master and vice sect master's faces froze. Fang Chen sensed that something was amiss and raised his head to take a look. "Sect master, vice sect master, what's wrong?" Fang Chen asked. The sect master and vice sect master looked at each other and then their faces were full of shock. "A sword Dao genius, he's definitely a sword Dao genius." The sect master woke up from the shock and said loudly. "A sword Dao genius that's hard to come by in 10,000 years, the vice sect master also praised. Fang Chen was very puzzled. Wasn't it just purple? What was so great about it? However, when the vice sect master explained the situation in detail, Fang Chen was also a little stunned. The sword Dao assessment was divided into 7 levels: red, orange, red, green, cyan, blue, and purple. When the martial artist released his sword Dao aura and it was absorbed by the statue would change color. When it turned green, that was the 4th level, one would be able to obtain the Black Heaven sealing technique. However, no one had been able to meet the requirements for so many years. Sanguinati actually reached the 7th level of the highest purple level. How could the sect master and vice sect master not be shocked? 7th level? Fang Chen's face was full of shock, then he looked at the position of his heart. All of this could only be explained by the golden heart. That was Fang Chen's secret deep in his heart. In Fang Chen's opinion, the assessment process was very easy and there was no trace of danger. Of course, that was because his sword Dao potential was too abnormal. In fact, if a sword Dao cultivator came here in the past, if the statue couldn't turn red, his life would be in danger. If it turned red, he would be able to leave safely. If it turned green, he would be able to obtain the Black Heaven sealing technique. Now, Fang Chen had obtained the Black Heaven sealing technique as he wished. "Kid, you've given us too many surprises." The vice sect master grinned. "Hurry up and go back to cultivate the Black Heaven crazy technique. Try to get started before the hunting war," the sect master said. Fang Chen nodded and left in high spirits. Looking at Sanguinati's back view, the sect master and vice sect master fell into silence again. After a long time, the vice sect master broke the silence. "Sect master, I now completely believe your evaluation of Sanguinati." The sect master chuckled and said, "What a mysterious guy." The more he came into contact with Sanguinati, the more he felt that he couldn't see through him. Chapter 1134. It was easier than expected, and he obtained the mysterious heaven sealing technique. After returning to the sealing heaven palace, Fang Chen immediately went into seclusion. The most important thing for him now was to improve his strength, especially after learning that many hidden prodigies would also come out to participate in this hunting war. His heart was extremely heavy. The mysterious heaven sealing technique was his chance. It would be great if he could cultivate the mysterious heaven sealing technique to the entry level before the hunting war. In the sealing heaven palace, Fang Chen's courtyard, he sat cross-legged, and his whole body was filled with dense kingly sword aura. There was a lot of information in Fang Chen's mind, and it was all about the mysterious heaven sealing technique. Fang Chen looked inside his mind and carefully read the chant of the mysterious heaven sealing technique. The mysterious heaven sealing technique has a total of 9 levels, and it can allow cultivators to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly body tier. Fang Chen was shocked just by reading this introduction. Ordinary mid-level secret techniques could at most allow cultivators to cultivate to the middle level of the heavenly body tier. The mysterious heaven sealing technique before him could allow cultivators to cultivate all the way to the peak of the heavenly body tier. In other words, the mysterious heaven sealing technique was a top-tier mid-level secret technique. After an hour, Fang Chun finished reading the chant of the mysterious heaven sealing technique and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder which great being created the mysterious heaven sealing technique. It's too exquisite. After so many years, Fang Chun had seen the most exquisite sword technique, and it was much stronger than the heavenly demon sword art. To cultivate the mysterious heaven sealing technique, the first step was the second step of the Sword Dao Truth Advanced Scroll, the Sword King tier. Fang Chun had already reached this level, so there was no need to worry. The second step was the requirement of the soul. If the soul was too weak, it couldn't bear the power of the mysterious heaven sealing technique. Therefore, the soul had to be at least cyan, and Fang Chun had reached this level. The third step was the comprehension of the Sword Dao. The deeper one's comprehension of the Sword Dao, the easier it was to cultivate. A sword cultivator who could be recognized by the statue naturally had extraordinary potential in the Sword Dao. In the following time, Fang Chun began to immerse himself in cultivating the mysterious heaven sealing technique. Time passed bit by bit. During this period, some important things happened in the Black Sky sect, causing a sensation in the entire sect. The first thing was that the strongest of the golden-armored commanders, Fan Feiying, had successfully taken the second step. The sound of astral essence in her Qi rang out 3 times. After taking the second step, Fan Feiying's strength skyrocketed. Below the heavenly body tier, apart from cultivators who had reached the third step, no one could match him. Many of the higher-ups were overjoyed. At this critical juncture, Fan Feiying had taken the third step. It was definitely very exciting. Last time, Xia Sheng, a member of the royal family, had defeated Fan Feiying, who was also in the first step. In the end, if Fang Chun hadn't defeated Xia Sheng by coincidence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And now, Fan Feiying had finally reached the second step. 3 days after Fan Feiying entered the second step, an even more important piece of news spread within the Mystic Sky sect. Yang Qing, the genius martial artist who had left the Black Sky sect, had returned. Yang Qing's return made everyone in the Black Heaven sect very excited. However, this was within the sect master's expectations. Back then, Fang Chun had asked the sect master what cultivation level the strongest of the younger generation of the Black Sky sect had reached. The sect master said and took the third step. All along, Fang Chun had been very curious. Wasn't Fan Feiying the strongest? Could it be someone else? However, he didn't know that the sect master was actually talking about Yang Qing. 10 years. After leaving the Black Sky sect for 10 years, Yang Qing had finally returned. 10 years ago, Yang Qing left the Black Sky sect as the strongest of the younger generation of the Black Sky sect to explore the outside world. 10 years later, he returned. In the main hall of the Black Sky sect. Ha ha ha, he's finally back. The vice sect master grinned. Sect master, vice sect master. Yang Qing cupped his hands at the two of them. The sect master had already received the news that Yang Qing was coming back in advance, so there was no change in his expression. He stared at Yang Qing and shook his head slightly. Time was too merciless. The once high-spirited young martial artists now had some edges and corners etched on them. Compared to 10 years ago, Yang Qing's aura was more powerful. Moreover, he was more mature. There was a look of vicissitudes on his face. One look and one could tell that he had experienced many difficulties in these 10 years. After a long while, the sect master said slowly, "It's good that you're back. In this hunting war, I will definitely help the Black Sky sect to glory," Yang Qing said solemnly. The sect master and vice sect master nodded in satisfaction. Yang Qing, who had taken the third step, was only 1 step away from the heavenly body tier. It was only a matter of time before such a peak elite stepped into the heavenly body tier. Perhaps he could step into the heavenly body tier during the hunting war. Rest well, the vice sect master said. Yang Qing's return caused a huge commotion. Of course, besides Yang Cheng's return, the other sects also used their trump cards. Some of the prodigies who went out returned, and some came out of seclusion. In short, the entire Clear Sky Island became extremely lively because of the hunting war. Clear Sky Island's imperial family. Today there were two pieces of good news. The first piece of good news was that Xia Xing had reached the second step, and his strength was comparable to that of a third-step elite. The second piece of good news was that Xia Xing's title as the strongest of the younger generation of the imperial family had changed hands. The Xia clan's former supreme prodigy had returned. Xia Ao, the undisputed strongest of the younger generation of the Xia clan, had left Clear Sky Island for so many years, and had already taken the third step, becoming the strongest elite below the heavenly body tier. Xia Ningqin, Xia Ao's sister, was not inferior to Xia Ao in terms of talent. She had left Clear Sky Island with Xia Ao, and now, she had also taken the third step. How could the Xia clan not be happy with the addition of two young prodigies who had taken the third step? In the Xia clan's main camp, the bearded Emperor Xia was so happy that he could not close his mouth. "Why are you two back?" Emperor Xia asked in astonishment. "Father, over the years we joined the Celestial sect. With our own efforts, we became the disciples of an elder. This time, we told our master about it and came back." Xia Ao was silent. Xia Ningqin said softly. So, Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin were Emperor Xia's children. Hearing this, Emperor Xia was very pleased. His children's talent was too strong. Fortunately, he had the foresight to send them away from Clear Sky Island. Now, his children had become disciples of an elder of an immortal sect, and their future was limitless. Good, very good. This hunting war can be considered as a training for you, Emperor Xia said softly. Xia Ao's face was cold, and he did not care about the hunting war at all. In the entire Clear Sky Island, who among the younger generation could match him? Of course, Xia Ningqin was a girl, and her arrogant personality had to be restrained. After not seeing her father for a long time, she chatted intimately. Fleshly Hall, Doubtless Hall, Pillview Hall, and Green Spirit Sect. These four super sect were also nervously preparing for the hunting war. As for some of the secluded rogue cultivator geniuses, they also appeared one after another. In short, all the warriors on Clear Sky Island were waiting for the arrival of the hunting war. Some small sect knew that there was no hope for them to stand out in the hunting war. But they were still preparing, and did not let go of any opportunity. Maybe some disciples of the sect would get an ancient opportunity in the hunting war and soar to the sky. It wasn't as if such a situation had never happened before. It was just that the probability of it happening was very low. For a long time, the top 10 of the hunting war had been controlled by the 6 super sect. It was harder for the geniuses of the small sect to get into the top 10 than to reach the sky. In the Xiantian sect, one day, Fang Chen's mind suddenly vibrated. Immediately, he stood up abruptly. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he moved quickly on his toes and waved the hidden star sword on the ground. Streaks of strange sword light appeared in the sky one after another. In the blink of an eye, a sword net was formed, and the terrifying sword energy swept over the entire courtyard. "Go!" Fang Chen shouted, and the sword net in the sky suddenly rushed to the pavilion he lived in. Boom! Suddenly, the pavilion collapsed directly. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face showed a trace of an excited smile. After cultivating for half a month, he finally got started. And what he just performed was the first level of the heavenly sealing art. Of course, to be able to get started in such a short time, in addition to his own sword principle potential, he also had the help of the Golden Heart. The more Fang Chen came into contact with the Golden Heart, the more he felt the former's magic. Especially when he was cultivating the Sword Dao secret technique, it was of great help to him. Unfortunately, my cultivation is still at Heaven Star Border Stage 5. Fang Chen was a little speechless. His cultivation did not improve. However, after cultivating the heavenly sealing art, his combat power soared. At least, he could fight against a martial artist who had taken the first step. If his cultivation base could increase, then the hunting war would be a little easier. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Let's rest. There were only a few days left before the hunting war, so Fang Chen simply stopped cultivating and took a comprehensive rest. Putting away the star-concealing sword, Fang Chen walked out of the courtyard. Walking on the tree-lined avenue of the heavenly sealing palace, there were martial artists coming and going everywhere. Fang Chen's ears moved slightly, and he heard some of the martial artists' discussions. Fan Feiying has taken the second step. Fang Chen nodded and continued walking. However, when he heard the news of Yang Cheng's return, he stopped in his tracks. "Brother, you just said that Yang Cheng has returned. What's going on?" Fang Chen waved his hand and asked the martial artist beside him. "Oh, it's Senior Shui. You must have been in seclusion all this time." The disciple smiled and said, "Yang Cheng is a young genius of the Black Sky sect. He left 10 years ago and only returned a few days ago." Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded with a confused look in his eyes. Yang Cheng. Fang Chen muttered this name in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered what the sect leader had said. Could it be that this Yang Cheng is the peerless genius who has reached the third step? Thinking of this, Fang Chen was even more certain that Yang Cheng was the genius that the sect leader had mentioned. "I really want to see such a genius." Fang Chen grinned. However, at this moment, Yang Cheng appeared in the sky above the heavenly sealing palace. Chapter 1135. Who is Sanguinati? This voice contained a terrifying amount of astral essence that spread throughout the entire sealing heaven palace. Even the martial artists of the other palaces heard this voice. Who is looking for Sanguinati? Who dares to openly provoke Sanguinati? It seems to be senior apprentice brother Yang Cheng. Why is he looking for Sanguinati? Someone shouted excitedly when they saw Yang Cheng in the sky. On the tree-lined avenue, Fang Chen raised his head to look at the sky. There was a figure standing tall and straight there. Why was Yang Cheng looking for him? Whoosh! Unleashing the true will of spacetime, Fang Chen's silhouette flickered in and out of existence as he arrived in the sky. You must be senior apprentice brother Yang Cheng. Fang Chen cupped his hands and smiled at Yang Cheng. You are Sanguinati? Yang Cheng asked with an expressionless face. Yes, I am Sanguinati. Why is senior apprentice brother Yang Cheng looking for me? Fang Chen asked. As he spoke, he frowned slightly. He could sense a strong battle intent from Yang Cheng's body. Why was Yang Cheng looking for him? And why was he filled with fighting spirit? Did he want to challenge him? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes and stared at him. It was as if he wanted to see through him. After a long while, a trace of surprise appeared on Yang Cheng's face. Do you know why I'm looking for you? I don't know, Fang Chen said. Bai Qingqing. When Yang Cheng said Bai Qingqing's name, his voice was very heavy, as if he was angry. Fang Chen was a bit startled. Then he understood. Looking at Yang Cheng's expression, he seemed to have a good impression of Bai Qingqing. Please speak clearly, senior apprentice brother Yang Cheng. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Crack! Yang Cheng clenched his fists, his bones cracking. A terrifying light shot out of his pitch-black eyes. I heard that you're very close to Bai Qingqing, said Yang Cheng. There was no fear on Fang Chen's face. He looked at Yang Cheng and said, Bai Qingqing and I are just good friends. She appreciates me, and I admire her character. That's all. That means they're very close, Yang Cheng continued. Fang Chen shook his head and said, You're the #1 prodigy of the Black Sky sect. Don't tell me you're not allowed to make friends with others? Bai Qingqing said that you have great potential. I, Yang, want to see exactly how great your potential is. Just as Yang Cheng finished speaking, there was a buzzing sound, and the horrifying astral essence in the sky instantly spread out. Countless warriors were secretly paying attention to this. Yang Qing had just returned and he had a conflict with Sanguinati. This was interesting. "Senior brother Yang Qing, are you trying to bully the weak?" asked Fang Chen with a frown. "Don't worry, I won't bully the weak. I will suppress my cultivation to the 9th level of the Heaven Dipper realm and fight with you," Yang Qing said. Crash. As soon as Yang Qing finished speaking, he stretched out his hand. Suddenly, the horrifying astral essence gathered in his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. Seeing that Yang Qing's hand was about to attack, Fang Chen's figure instantly disappeared. "You can't escape," Yang Qing roared and pulled back his hand. Suddenly, the void was torn apart. Fang Chen's figure was forced to appear. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the Sky Demon Sword art. The Sky Demon Sword art cut through the sky. Hiss! Hiss! The tyrannical sword chi quickly pierced towards Yang Qing. Ding! Ding! Yang Qing used his hand to block the sword chi attack. Crack! Yang Qing clenched his hand and the sword chi that was close to his body instantly shattered. Fang Chen did not make a move. He held the hidden star sword and stared at Yang Qing. He asked, "Is this interesting?" Yang Qing was also stunned and did not make a move. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. He was at the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 9, but he couldn't suppress Sanguinati immediately. It was enough to see Sanguinati's strength. Hearing Sanguinati's words, Yang Qing fell into silence. He had already acknowledged Sanguinati. "Your potential is stronger than mine back then," Yang Qing said. "If we were in the same realm, I would easily defeat you," Fang Chen said. Yang Qing nodded. That was true. When he was in Heaven Star Border Stage 5, his combat strength was not as abnormal as Sanguinati's. After this battle, Yang Qing's attitude towards Sanguinati changed a lot. "A genius like you is worthy of Bai Qingqing. I will fight for what I want. Of course, I will not stop others from competing fairly." Yang Qing cupped his hands at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was startled hearing this. It seemed that Yang Qing still misunderstood him. "Senior brother Yang Qing, actually, I have a wife." When he mentioned his wife, Fang Chen's face dimmed. But it was fleeting and no one caught it. "Yes, you have a wife. What do you mean?" Hearing this, Yang Qing was stunned. Then, he looked at Sanguinati with a burning gaze. He understood Sanguinati's meaning. It seemed that Sanguinati was not pursuing Bai Qingqing like the rumors said. "Damn it!" Yang Qing cursed in his heart. At the same time, he was also complaining about the red-bearded elder who gave him the news. "The red-bearded elder wants to provoke a battle between me and Sanguinati. Does he have a grudge with Sanguinati?" Yang Qing thought to himself. At this point, the matter was clear. Yang Qing was almost taken advantage of, and he was very angry. He immediately bid farewell to Sanguinati and went to the red-bearded elder's courtyard. "Elder, give me an explanation," Yang Qing said coldly. Although the other party was an elder, he was not afraid. He had the right to be proud. "Yang Qing, what's wrong?" The red-bearded elder did not understand and asked. "Sanguinati and Bai Qingqing are just ordinary friends, but you said that they are very close. Are you using me as a tool?" Yang Qing questioned. Hearing this, the red-bearded elder chuckled. He already had a plan to deal with this. Then, he slowly explained to Yang Qing. After the battle with Yang Qing, Sanguinati also recognized a true genius. Although his potential was not inferior to Yang Qing's, his weakness was his cultivation. What he lacked the most now was time. He had cultivated for less than 30 years and was already competing with martial artists who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Some of the martial artists were even older. "My cultivation is still too low." Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If he had more time, not to mention Yang Qing, he would not be afraid of even the strongest genius of the imperial family. Unfortunately, the reality was like this. Along the way, Fang Chen had always been fighting with experts. although he did not dare to say that he had not lost. However, he was definitely invincible in the same realm. On this day, Fang Chun thought a lot. He even planned his future path. However, there were too many variables in martial arts cultivation. The slightest change would affect the overall situation. Therefore, this kind of plan was actually useless. 3 days later, the Black Heaven sect held a pledge ceremony. The hunting war was about to begin. Those who entered the Black Heaven sect would have to go to the ancient hunting battlefield in the territory of the Imperial Sky City, where the Imperial family was located. The ancient hunting battlefield was formed by a broken continent tens of millions of years ago. There were powerful demonic beasts from the ancient times here. Every hunting war would be held in the ancient hunting battlefield. The ancient hunting battlefield was controlled by the Imperial family. Therefore, they had to reach the Imperial Sky City in advance. Today, the main peak square was filled with martial artists. On the rostrum, the sect master and the vice sect master stood quietly. Seeing that all the martial artists had arrived, the vice sect master began to speak. Everyone, we will be heading to the ancient hunting battlefield today. The vice sect master said, the hunting war is extremely dangerous. You may even die inside. However, the more dangerous it is, the more we have to participate. Danger is often accompanied by opportunity. If you don't die in the ancient hunting battlefield, your strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. I won't say much. I hope everyone will remember that the hunting war may not be hunting prey. Sometimes it may be humans. The vice sect master's meaning was clear. Demonic beasts were not the most terrifying thing in the ancient hunting battlefield. It was the human heart that was terrifying. The conflict between the sect would be repeated inside. Especially the disciples of the 6 super sect. Almost all of them would draw their swords when they saw each other. Other than the hunting war, they had to be careful of other human martial artists. After speaking for a while, the vice sect master continued. Yang Qing is fully in charge of the Black Heaven sect in this hunting war. When you enter the ancient hunting battlefield, if you are not separated, you must listen to Yang Qing. Understood. Everyone answered in unison. Next, it was the sect master's turn to speak. The vice sect master has said what needs to be said. I will briefly say a few words, the vice sect master said. First of all, I want to tell everyone that if you enter the top 10 in this hunting war, you will receive an unexpected generous reward. What reward? Everyone below asked. Their eyes were filled with fervor. Entering the top 10 will be able to receive a mid-level secret technique. Moreover, you will also receive a large amount of resources and can even use it to break through to the heavenly body tier. The vice sect master's words completely ignited everyone's blood. In the square, everyone was extremely excited. Mid-level secret techniques were the supreme secret techniques in Clear Sky Island. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to see them normally. Even for a super sect like the Black Heaven sect, mid-level secret techniques were considered the ultimate techniques of the sect. And as long as one entered the top 10 in this hunting war, they would be able to receive a mid-level secret technique and a large amount of resources. What a big deal! In the crowd, Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. The mysterious sky sealing technique that he cultivated was one of the 3-sword Dao secret techniques of Clear Sky Island. He knew how powerful mid-level secret techniques were. The rewards of this hunting war were too generous. It was no wonder that some reclusive prodigies had appeared one after another. Entering the top 3 will receive a mid-level secret technique, a level 4 divine weapon, and a large amount of resources. Boom! The square was completely in an uproar. Even a level 4 divine weapon had appeared. Then what about the reward for first place? Vice Sect Master, what is the reward for first place? Yang Qing, who was standing at the front, asked. Only Yang Chun dared to ask such a question. Only he had the right to ask. Instantly, the whole square was silent. Everyone's gaze landed on the Vice Sect Master. Although they had no hope of getting first place, they were very curious about the reward for first place. First place? Chapter 1136. All the warriors looked curiously at the sect master at the front. The rewards for the top 10 and top 3 were so generous. What about the reward for first place? To be able to stand out from so many geniuses, how strong did one have to be? The sect master spoke under everyone's gazes. First place will allow you to enter the heavenly divine pool once. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. First place would allow them to enter the heavenly divine pool. That was too shocking. The heavenly divine pool was born with heavenly divine island. It was said to be a product of the previous universe. It had experienced the entire process of the universe's destruction and survived intact. The heavenly divine pool was connected to heavenly divine island. If one fell, the other fell. If the heavenly divine pool was damaged, heavenly divine island would also be damaged internally. Therefore, in a sense, the heavenly divine pool was very important. The various major forces of heavenly divine island were constantly fighting. However, if there was an invasion of the heavenly divine pool, they would immediately unite against the enemy. It was said that the heavenly divine pool contained the divine liquid of the previous era. It was said that if a warrior absorbed this divine liquid, it could temper their body and make it reach perfection. In the past 1,000,000 years, no one had been able to enter the heavenly divine pool to temper themselves. That was because to enter the heavenly divine pool, one had to be recognized by heavenly divine island. Inside heavenly divine island, there was an island core, which could be considered the heart. It could release the power of will. Only by obtaining the approval of the island core and releasing the power of will to unseal the heavenly divine pool could a warrior enter. Therefore, even Emperor Xia and the others could not enter if they were not recognized. There were many powerhouses who coveted the heavenly divine pool, but in the end they could not succeed. Because even if they suppressed the powerhouses of heavenly divine island with their absolute strength, they could not enter the heavenly divine pool. 1,000,000 years ago, someone came out of the heavenly divine pool safely. Later, he became one of the top few existences in the universe. Even now, this story was still circulating in heavenly divine island. Of course, as for who this powerhouse was, no one could verify because of the long history. Back then, the master of heavenly divine peak had also tried, but he could not get the approval. As for Emperor Xia, Black Heaven sect master, and the others, how could they not want to enter? However, they could not get the approval. This time, the royal family obtained the power of will of heavenly divine island. The first place of this hunt could enter the heavenly divine pool. When the news spread, the entire Tongtian island was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone, including the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, was shocked. Heavenly divine pool! Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with passion. That Almighty from 1,000,000 years ago had become the pinnacle of the universe because of the heavenly divine lake. It would be great if we could enter it. Fang Chen fantasized in his heart. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain first place. Other than the quota to enter the heavenly deities pool, there's also a middle-grade secret technique and a 5th-grade divine weapon, the Black Heaven sect leader continued. Everyone no longer cared about these words after that. They were completely shocked by the words heavenly divine pool. Looking at the shocked faces of the crowd, the vice sect master smiled faintly. Sect leader, do you think our Mystic Sky sect disciples have a chance of getting first place this time? The sect master pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The chances are slim. The sect leader was very rational. Although Yang Qing was very strong and had taken the 3rd step, the sect leader was very rational. However, the Heavenspan sacred pool this time attracted many geniuses. Yang Qing was not the only one who had taken the 3rd step. After the pledging ceremony, the sect leader and the vice sect master personally led everyone to the Imperial Sky City. Everyone, enter the teleportation array in batches. The vice sect master commanded the scene and shouted. Immediately, batches of martial artists began to enter the teleportation array. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the teleportation array was activated. In the blink of an eye, a batch of martial artists had been teleported. Next, another batch of martial artists entered the teleportation array. About 15 minutes later, only Fang Chen and a few others were left in front of the teleportation array. Let's go. This time, Bai Qingqing also followed the crowd to the Imperial Sky City. In front of the teleportation array in the Imperial Sky City. Buzz. Beams of white light flashed as batch after batch of cultivators walked out of the transportation array. Look, the people from the Mystic Sky Sect are here. On the streets near the teleportation array, everyone stopped to watch and whispered. With the Mystic Sky Sect leader in the lead, the vice sect master and many disciples gathered behind him. Is everyone here? The Mystic Sky Sect leader asked. Everyone is here, the vice sect master said in a low voice. Okay, let's go. However, just as the people from the Mystic Sky Sect were about to leave, the teleportation array flashed again. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the people from the Qingling sect had arrived. Old geezer Xiantian, you're quite early. The leader of the Qingling sect was Ancestor Qingling, the sect master of the Qingling sect. Ancestor Qingling said as soon as he came out of the teleportation array. The disciples of the Qingling sect and the Mystic Sky sect often had conflict. Ancestor Qingling also liked to bicker with the Mystic Sky sect leader. Old geezer, you're not too late. The Mystic Sky sect leader smiled. In the crowd, Fang Chen's gaze swept across the people of the Qingling sect. He suddenly found that the two people standing at the front did not emit any aura at all. However, Fang Chen was unable to see through the two of them. These two people should be the strongest people in the Qingling sect, Fang Chen said to himself. Ancestor Qingling looked behind the Mystic Sky sect leader and said softly, Hey, Yang Qing is back. The name, Yang Qing, also made the two young talents of the Qingling sect slightly moved, and then they returned to normal. Didn't Qinkong and Qinji Wanyu of the Qingling sect also come back? The two giants were well aware of it, but they did not point it out. Ha ha ha, there will be a good show to watch in this hunting battle. Ancestor Green Spirit grinned and left with the people of the Green Spirit sect. Let's go. The Mystic Sky sect leader also left with the people of the Mystic Sky sect. Not long after, the teleportation array lit up again. The people from the three palaces also arrived one after another. The entire Imperial Sky City instantly became lively. As one of the three palaces and two sects, the Mystic Sky sect's arrival was naturally greeted by the senior members of the royal family, and a mansion was specially prepared for the people of the Mystic Sky sect. In the mansion where the Mystic Sky sect lived. There are still a few more days before the hunting battle begins. The vice sect leader and I will go to the royal family to discuss important matters. During this time, don't wander around. After the sect leader reminded them, he left the mansion and went to the royal family. Many disciples were overjoyed and clamored to go shopping. Sanguinati, how about we go shopping together? Bai Qingqing walked to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile. This, Fang Chen touched his head, a little hesitant. However, at this moment, Yang Qing walked over. Let's go together. After saying that, he walked out of the mansion without giving Fang Chen and Bai Qingqing time to refuse. Seeing this, Fang Chen spread his hands, a little helpless. The Imperial Sky City was very vast, and this was the prefecture of the Imperial Sky City, which was very lively. The Imperial Sky City was the center of power of Clear Sky Island. On the streets, heavenly body tier elites could be seen everywhere. From this point, it could be seen how lively the Imperial Sky City was. The Imperial Sky City is very prosperous, Fang Chen said softly. Of course. Of the 8 cities of Clear Sky Island, the other 7 cities added together are not as lively as the Imperial Sky City, Bai Qingqing said. Yang Qing walked straight ahead, turning back to look at Bai Qingqing from time to time. Unknowingly, the three of them walked to the market. The market was one of the more lively places in the Imperial Sky City. That was because there were all kinds of people here. Moreover, some things of unknown origin would also be sold here. Over time, the reputation of the market square spread. Some elites would often come here to make a fortune. Of course, those who dared to buy stolen goods were generally elite. Otherwise, they would definitely be found by the original owner. At that time, it would be troublesome. It could be said that in the market, as long as one had some foresight, they would always reap unexpected benefits. The market of the Imperial Sky City is very famous on Clear Sky Island, Bai Qingqing introduced. Fang Chen also heard all kinds of hawking. Level 4 God Tool Fragment sold cheaply. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop again. There's a map from the ancient hunting battlefield. It's very precious. Come take a look. Ancient divine pills. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks when he heard the hawking. Most of them are fake. Only a few are real, said Yangqing. Fang Chen was also startled, but he immediately understood. The map from the ancient hunting battlefield was clearly fake. Who would sell a map that they had worked so hard to obtain? Ignoring these hawking, Fang Chen's group continued forward. Not long after, Fang Chen met some familiar faces, and there were two of them. The two of them had a dispute in a certain area of the market. Gu Xingyun, don't go too far, said Wang Wenlong coldly. Humph, you dare to snatch something that I, Gu Xingyun, want, said Gu Xingyun coldly. Back then, he had encountered two geniuses of the younger generation in front of the severed head cliff. But now, Fang Chen didn't need to look up at them. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and watched from the crowd. It didn't take long for him to learn what had happened. Gu Xingyun wanted something, and Wang Wenlong also wanted it. Unfortunately, the stall owner had sold it to Gu Xingyun, so Wang Wenlong wanted to buy it by force. Then a dispute arose. What's so interesting about this kind of dispute? Asked Bai Qingqing. Fang Chen shook his head. I ran into an acquaintance. After saying that, Fang Chen walked in front of Gu Xingyun. Brother Gu, long time no see, said Fang Chen with a grin. Why are you here? Gu Xingyun thought for a moment before remembering who he was. This person was the one who had angered Jin Tianzhan at the Severed Head Cliff. Brat, you offended Jin Tianzhan at the Severed Head Cliff, yet you still dare to appear here, berated Wang Wenlong. Fang Chen ignored Wang Wenlong's words and looked at Gu Xingyun. Brother Gu ran into trouble. It's nothing, said Gu Xingyun. Chapter 1137. Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Facing Sanguinati, Wang Wenlong was very confident. Back then, in order to curry favor with Jin Tianzhan, he had spoken ill of Fang Chen. Now that he had finally met this man, how could he let him go? Noisy. Before Gu Xingyun could speak, Fang Chen directly punched out. Bang! Wang Wenlong's body was directly sent flying. This scene stunned Gu Xingyun. He looked at the man in front of him in shock. Back then, in front of the guillotine cliff, he was just a little guy in the Mystic King realm. Now, he had grown to this extent. He was really amazing. I'm going to kill you. Wang Wenlong was furious. He quickly got up and shouted loudly. Immediately, the power of vital spirit around him surged, and in the next moment, he directly came to Fang Chen's side, wanting to kill Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What an idiot! Fang Chen punched out again, this time containing the power of the perfect sword body. Crack! All the bones in Wang Wenlong's body were shattered, and he directly fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Wang Wenlong's heart was filled with horror. How did this person become so powerful? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, Jin Tianzhan was completely crushed by me. Fang Chen grinned and said. Then, he turned to look at Gu Xingyun. The latter's face was filled with shock. Brother Gu. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. Gu Xingyun couldn't accept this fact for a while, and was a little shocked. After chatting with Gu Xingyun for a while, Fang Chen learned that Gu Xingyun had joined the Dallas Palace, and Wang Wenlong had joined the Flamewing Palace. "Brother Gu, I'll take my leave first," Fang Chen said. "See you later," Gu Xingyun said. Fang Chen and the other two left. "Kid, you're always restless wherever you go." On the way, Bai Qingqing laughed. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to cause trouble. Unknowingly, the three of them had arrived at the depths of the market. Here, some of the things sold were relatively precious, and they were all very valuable. Fang Chen looked around at the stalls on both sides, looking for something suitable for him. Suddenly, the golden heart began to beat rapidly. Fang Chen was shaken. Then, he slowly walked in the direction indicated by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen arrived in front of a stall. There were many weapons on display in this stall. Most of them were incomplete weapons. Fang Chen carefully observed the weapons on the stall. "Brother, you have a good eye. The weapons I have here are all brought out from the ancient hunting battlefield." The stall owner smiled and said, "If there's anything you like, just say it. The price is negotiable." "It was taken from the ancient hunting battlefield?" Fang Chen asked with a frown. At this moment, Bai Qingqing and Yang Qing walked over. "Humph, it's clearly a fake. How could something from the ancient hunting battlefield be sold here?" demanded Yang Qing. Bai Qingqing also stared at the stall owner and said, "Trying to trick us? You're too weak." The stall owner was a little embarrassed that his trick had been seen through. He lowered his head. "Let's go." Bai Qingqing reached out and grabbed Fang Chen's arm, preparing to leave. However, Fang Chen shook his head. He pretended to casually pick up a broken sword on the stall, and then asked casually, "This broken sword is not bad. I like it a little. What's the price?" 10 million purple crystals, said the stall owner. 10 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Bai Qingqing glared and said directly. The stall owner said, "This broken sword has an extraordinary origin." "Then tell me, what's the origin of this broken sword?" Bai Qingqing continued to ask. The stall owner was speechless and did not say anything else. "This thing has been broken from the inside. Even if you buy it, it can only be used as an ornament. Your price is too expensive." Fang Chen shook his head slightly, seemingly unwilling to buy it. Seeing this, the stall owner hurriedly said, "Brother, if you really want to buy it, I'll give you 5 million purple crystals." Hearing this, Fang Chen had a certain amount of confidence in his heart. A price of 5 million purple crystals in one go. It seemed like this stall owner did not know the origin of this broken sword. It was a good opportunity to haggle over the price. 3 million purple crystals. "If you don't sell it, I'm leaving," Fang Chen said. "Brother, although this sword is broken, it's a level 4 divine weapon. 3 million purple crystals is a little too little." The stall owner still wanted to say more. However, after seeing Fang Chen's expression, he gritted his teeth and said directly, "In that case, 3 million purple crystals it is. Deal." Fang Chen handed over 3 million purple crystals, then took the broken sword and left quickly. After leaving the stall, Bai Qingqing looked at Fang Chen with a little doubt and asked, "Is there something special about this broken sword?" "This broken sword is not a level 4 divine weapon," Fang Chen said. Yang Qing was also a little surprised. He immediately said, "What level is it then?" "Level 5. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Yang Qing's faces were filled with shock. A level 5 divine weapon was a divine weapon comparable to the physical body of a heavenly body tier elite. Even if it was a broken level 5 divine weapon, its value was also immeasurable. This stall owner obviously did not understand divine weapons. Otherwise, he would not have thought that this divine weapon was only a level 4 divine weapon. In fact, if it were not for the golden heart, Fang Chen would not have discovered it either. This was because the method of forging this broken sword was very unique. Ordinary people would not be able to detect its level at all. 3 million purple crystals for a broken level 5 divine weapon. This was definitely a good deal. If the stall owner knew, he would definitely cry until he fainted. Fang Chen put away the broken sword and followed Yang Qing and Bai Qingqing for a while. The two of them also bought some things respectively. Finally, the three of them happily returned to the residence of the Black Heaven sect. Just as they returned, Fang Chen impatiently returned to his courtyard. Then, he took out the broken sword. Dong! The golden heart was beating rapidly. It seemed to be caused by the broken sword. What exactly is going on? Fang Chen was very puzzled. He held the broken sword in his hand. However, something strange happened. The broken sword was merging into his palm bit by bit. What's going on? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. How did the broken sword fuse into his palm? However, after a moment, Fang Chen understood. The golden heart was swallowing the broken sword. Soon, the broken sword was completely swallowed by the golden heart. After swallowing the broken sword, the golden heart became even stronger. The beating was very fast. Waves of clear energy spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. This made the latter feel comfortable. I still wanted to study it. I didn't expect it to be swallowed by the golden heart. Fang Chen was a little speechless. However, swallowing the golden heart was also beneficial to him. Imperial Heaven City, deep in the market. In front of the stall where Fang Chen had bought the broken sword, a black-clothed man hurried over. Where's the broken sword? This black-clothed man looked around the stall and found that the broken sword was gone. I'm sorry, the broken sword has been bought by someone else. The stall owner grinned. What do you mean it's been bought by someone else? The black-clothed man's face instantly darkened. I asked you to keep it for me. You actually sold it to someone else. After the black-clothed man found the broken sword in the market, he wanted to buy it. However, when he came out, he didn't bring any purple crystals with him. He returned to his residence to get it. He didn't expect that the broken sword would be sold when he returned. What price did that person pay? The black-clothed man suppressed his anger and asked coldly. 3 million purple crystals. I'll pay 6 million purple crystals for you to find the broken sword for me. The black-clothed man said. At this moment, the stall owner also realized that something was wrong. His expression kept changing. He felt some regret in his heart. Could it be that the broken sword had an extraordinary origin? The stall owner couldn't say anything for a moment. The black-clothed man really wanted to slap him to death. Unfortunately, this was the market of the Imperial Heaven City. The power behind it was the Xia clan. Which power is that person from? The black-clothed man asked. He seems to be from the Black Heaven sect, the stall owner said. Subsequently, the stall owner described Fang Chen's appearance to the black-clothed man. In the end, the black-clothed man left with a gloomy expression. A disciple of the Black Heaven sect? I hope you will enter the ancient hunting battlefield. In the Imperial Heaven City, it was impossible to attack a disciple of the Black Heaven sect. Therefore, the black-clothed man could only hope that the other party would participate in the ancient hunting battlefield. He clenched his fists tightly and his face was filled with gloominess. Chapter 1138. A few days later, in the Imperial Sky City, all the disciples of the sect set off for the ancient hunting battlefield. Under the leadership of the sect master of the Mystic Heaven sect, the disciples of the Mystic Heaven sect left the mansion. The ancient hunting battlefield was in the northwest of the Imperial Sky City. It was completely controlled by the royal family. However, the royal family could only control it. This was because the ancient hunting battlefield required the willpower of Tongtian Island. Therefore, the royal family could only enter the treasure mountain empty-handed. The ancient hunting battlefield was finally about to begin. The vast crowd streaked across the sky and finally landed on the wasteland in front of the ancient hunting battlefield. Not long after, the wasteland was covered in a dark mass. 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The 6 super forces stood at the front. The other smaller forces and sect were at the back. As expected of the 3 palaces, 2 sects, and 1 royal family. The younger generation of disciples is too strong. Many small forces were discussing the prodigies in front of them. Fang Chen stood in the crowd and looked ahead curiously. At the end of the wasteland, it was gray and hazy. He extended his soul spirit over, but he couldn't detect the situation inside. It was as if there was a chaotic space there. Could the ancient hunting battlefield be there? It was said that the ancient hunting battlefield was an incomplete continent in the ancient times. It had been immobilized on Heavenspan Island by some expert using some heaven-defying method. After countless years, the ancient hunting battlefield of Tongtian Island appeared. After that, generations of ancient hunting battles symbolized the rise of Tongtian Island. The 6 leaders of the 6 superforces stood side by side at the front. They were waiting for the ancient hunting battlefield to open. Fang Chen's soul spirit scanned the crowd and found many unfathomable experts. Just as the crowd was waiting, the wasteland trembled with a loud thud. Immediately after, everyone felt an aura that made them tremble spread down from the sky, and then drilled into the dusky fog. What's that? Fang Chen felt a trembling aura appear. The golden heart beat faster than it had ever done before. Is that the willpower of the island's ancient hunting battlefield? Fang Chen thought to himself. Buzz. A vast aura came from the end of the wasteland. Then, the crowd felt an ancient aura. The ancient hunting battlefield has opened. An expert standing in the middle said in a deep voice. He was the Xia Emperor, the clan leader of the Xia clan, and the island master of Clear Sky Island. His body was filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's gaze fell upon the Xia Emperor. The strength of this Emperor Xia is too strong. Just one look from the Xia Emperor was enough to make him tremble. Just the thought of it was terrifying. Royalty, please enter first, the Xia Emperor said in a deep voice. Immediately, the Imperials entered the gray area in a grandiose manner. After them were the people from the 3 palaces and 2 sections. When it was the Black Heaven sect's turn, Fang Chen also took a step forward and entered the gray mist. Finally, it was the small sect. Then there were the rogue cultivators, who just as the 3 palaces and 2 sects entered the ancient hunting battlefield, 2 figures flew over from afar. One of them was Ouyang Hong, and the other was his younger sister. Fortunately, I'm not late. Ouyang Hong smiled. The red-dressed girl's beautiful eyes flickered as she pulled her brother Ouyang Hong's hand and entered the ancient hunting battlefield. At the same time, powerful rogue cultivators from all over entered the ancient hunting battlefield. The last to enter was the linen-clothed man from the vine forest forbidden ground. Dong. Sensing that everyone had entered, the will of the island closed the entrance to the ancient hunting battlefield. The 6 giants looked at each other. Then, the Xia Emperor said, Everyone, the ancient hunting battlefield opens for an indefinite period of time. It could be a few months or it could be a few years. Since the ancient hunting battlefield is closed, we'll leave first. The Flamewing Palace Master laughed loudly as his figure streaked across the sky and left. The other people also left together. In the end, only the Xia Emperor was left. The Xia Emperor's eyes looked toward the ancient hunting battlefield. The quota for the Heavenly Lake will definitely belong to my Xia clan. In the Xia Emperor's opinion, the first place in this ancient hunting battlefield would definitely be between Xia Ao and Xia Ningqin. The strength of the 2 of them could be considered the top amongst the younger generation. Even if they were to meet other warriors who had reached the 3rd step, they would not be afraid. Ancient hunting battlefield. Speaking of which, it was strange that in the passageway leading to the ancient hunting battlefield, Fang Chen was curious as he extended his hand to touch the surrounding walls of the passageway. However, something strange happened. Fang Chen was sucked into the walls and was randomly sent to an empty space in the ancient hunting battlefield. He was separated from the group. Truly despicable. Fang Chen scolded himself. Why did he have to touch the walls in the passageway? But now, he was separated from the group. The ancient hunting battlefield was extremely dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stabilized his body. Looking around, he discovered that this place was temporarily safe. There were no demonic beasts. This was a mountain range. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds and towering trees. In the ancient hunting battlefield, the more demonic cores one obtains, the higher one's ranking will be. Fang Chen thought in his heart. The strength of demonic beasts varied. Hence, the quality of demonic cores differed as well. However, Emperor Xia had already made a rule. The demonic cores that were hunted were at least at the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm. That was the 9th level demonic core. This was the lowest standard. 8th level, 7th level, and even lower demonic cores were useless even if they were hunted. In this way, everyone would not hunt demonic beasts with weak strength. They would only choose demonic beasts with tyrannical strength. A demonic beast comparable to the 9th level of the Heavenly Dipper realm was a 9th level demonic beast. Its demonic core was also a 9th level demonic core. A demonic beast comparable to a powerhouse who had taken the first step was a 10th level demonic beast. Its demonic core was a 10th level demonic core. A demonic beast comparable to a martial artist who had taken the second step was a 11th level demonic beast. A demonic beast comparable to a martial artist who had taken the third step was a 12th level demonic beast. Of course, there were also some heavenly body realm demonic beasts. However, these demonic beasts would not come out under normal circumstances. Of course, martial artists were not stupid and would not take the initiative to hunt them. Fang Chen slightly sorted out his mood and began the hunting journey. His soul spread out and immediately discovered that there were some demonic beasts in the mountain range. However, most of them were 8th level demonic beasts. Keep moving forward. Fang Chen moved towards the depths of the mountain range. After a while, he found the 9th level demonic beast. Kill. Fang Chen's soul locked the 9th level demonic beast, and his hand held the star-hidden sword and rushed up. In the blink of an eye, the 9th level demonic beast was beheaded by Fang Chen. In the body of the 9th level demonic beast, a fiery red demonic core was taken out. Fire attribute demonic core. Fang Chen said with a smile. This demonic core was full of fire attribute energy and was very hot. 9th level demonic core is the lowest level of demonic core. In the ranking evaluation of the hunting war, this demonic core was the lowest level. 100 to 1. 109th level demonic cores were equivalent to a 10th level demonic core. So on, 111th level demonic cores were equivalent to a 12th level demonic core. Therefore, killing 109th level demonic beasts was not as good as killing a 10th level demonic beast. However, the demonic beasts in the ancient hunting battlefield were abnormally tyrannical. With Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't too confident against a 10th level demonic beast. Of course, if he really encountered one, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After collecting the first 9th level demonic core, Fang Chen continued to move forward in high spirit. The demonic beasts in this mountain range were generally very weak. Fang Chen's soul swept across and found some 9th level demonic beasts in the depths of the mountain range. He came to the depths of the mountain range and didn't find any 10th level demonic beasts. Then, Fang Chen started a massacre. After a while, he killed 5 9th level demonic beasts, and the total number of demonic cores reached 6. After putting away the demonic cores, Fang Chen left the mountain range and appeared in a wasteland. I wonder which area of the ancient hunting battlefield I'm in, Fang Chen said faintly. However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, a figure appeared in the distance. At the same time that Fang Chen discovered the other party also discovered him. Yes, there's someone here. This person felt that Fang Chen's aura was very weak, so he shouldn't be an expert. He rushed over. So it's a fellow Taoist from the Xiantian sect. Seeing the symbol on Fang Chen's collar, This person revealed an awkward smile and cupped his hands. Fang Chen looked at this person expressionlessly. Fellow Taoist, goodbye. This person turned around and left. Swoosh! Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and slashed at this person. Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this? This person was furious and roared. Chapter 1139. This person's cultivation was just an ordinary Heaven Dipper realm level 9. In Fang Chen's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. You! After being stabbed by Fang Chen's sword, this person was furious and immediately counterattacked. However, his attack could not even break through Fang Chen's defense. Pucci, without any hesitation, he killed him with a sword. If I'm not from the Black Sky sect, you will definitely attack me, right? Fang Chen said faintly. In this world where the strong were respected, there was no need to be soft-hearted. If others want to kill you, then you should kill them before they do. Only in this way could you survive in the universe where the strong were as numerous as clouds. The ultimate goal of every martial artist was to reach the peak. But they did not know that only by living could they hope to reach the peak. If they died, everything would be gone. Fang Chen caught the killing intent in the eyes of the martial artist who was just killed by him. This kind of person could not be left alive. After killing him, Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword's sword tip picked up this person's interspatial ring. Using his mind to check, he found that there were 3 level 9 demon cores inside, which made Fang Chen slightly stunned. Except for these 3 level 9 demon cores, which were somewhat useful to Fang Chen, the rest were useless. Fang Chen threw away the interspatial ring and put away the 3 level 9 demon cores. From this matter, Fang Chen also understood. He was not the only one who was randomly teleported. Perhaps in this empty wasteland, he would meet others. However, with Fang Chen's current strength, as long as he did not meet the 6 super sex prodigies, he was not afraid at all. Let's continue forward. Fang Chen found the direction and continued forward. However, after walking for about a quarter of an hour, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. The little mouse, who had fallen into a deep sleep, actually sent him a soul message. Boss! The little mouse was very weak and seemed to be unable to wake up from his deep sleep. That day in the flowing gold stone vein, he swallowed the pseudo-ancestral stone and had been digesting the power of the pseudo-ancestral stone. In the southwest direction, I sense a familiar aura. The little mouse sent a soul message with difficulty. Familiar aura. After a simple conversation with the little mouse, Fang Chen knew that the little mouse sensed something in the southwest direction. If he could get it, he might be able to completely digest the pseudo-ancestral stone. Southwest direction. After Fang Chen confirmed the direction, he activated the space-time true meaning and flew quickly. Along the way, the little had been guiding Fang Chen's journey. Time passed bit by bit. The little mouse sensed that the aura was getting closer and closer. Not long after, Fang Chen stopped advancing. Boss is in this valley. The voice's soul message Fang Chen nodded and carefully entered the valley. Level 10 Demonic Beast. Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect to encounter a level 10 demonic beast here. Roar. The demonic beast let out a loud roar and suddenly attacked Fang Chen with its claws. Seeing this, the latter covered his whole body with the space-time aura and hid in the void. In the next moment, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed. The 6th level of the Sky Demon Sword Art, Sky Cleave. Swoosh. The tyrannical Sky Demon Sword Light pierced the level 10 demonic beast. However, the level 10 demonic beast's defense was too strong. Crack. The Sky Demon Sword Light shattered. The level 10 demonic beast was completely enraged by Fang Chen. It roared at the sky and whistled. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face changed. 5 Thunder Calamity Technique. The first level of the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was used. The soul of a late blue rank soul coupled with the 5 Thunder Calamity Technique was many times stronger. In the sky, a thick lightning bolt swooped down and bombarded the level 10 demonic beast's head. Suddenly, the level 10 demonic beast's advance was blocked. Roar! The level 10 demonic beast spat out turbid air and exuded a terrifying aura. Its claws abruptly grabbed onto the thick lightning. Then, with a forceful squeeze, the lightning instantly shattered with a "kacha" sound. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was gloomy. The level 10 demonic beast was too strong. Black Heaven Sealing Technique. This was the first time Fang Chen used the Black Heaven Sealing Technique. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body was constantly moving, and the hidden star sword in his hand streaked across the air in a strange manner. In the sky, streaks and streaks of terrifying sword light instantly gathered together, forming a powerful sword net. This was the beginner form of the Black Heaven Sealing Technique. Under the control of Fang Chen, the sword net whistled and directly enveloped the level 10 demonic beast. Roar! The level 10 demonic beast roared and opened its bloody mouth to bite the sword net. However, the sword net was very powerful and the level 10 demonic beast was helpless. Trapped in the sword net, the level 10 demonic beast was even angrier. It struggled with all its might, and a crack actually appeared on the sword net. Let's go! Fang Chen did not dare to continue fighting. His figure flashed and directly disappeared into the valley. Not long after Fang Chen left, the Class 10 demonic beast that was trapped in the sword net tore it apart with a loud bang. Then, it raised its head to the sky and roared. Its large eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for Fang Chen. Demonic beasts in the same realm were much stronger than humans in the same realm. The level 10 demonic beast was comparable to a human warrior in the first step in the realm. However, their strength was much stronger than that of human warriors. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could fight against a human warrior in the first step, but he could not do anything to the level 10 demonic beast. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen chose to escape. As long as he could get the treasure in the valley and completely awaken the little mouse, not to mention a level 10 demonic beast, even a level 11 or level 12 demonic beast would not be a problem. He could not give up the long-term benefits for the immediate benefit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space to constantly move forward, his figure appearing and disappearing. The speed of the air around him was rapidly increasing. This was the second stage of the true meaning of time and space cutting and time acceleration. In terms of space cutting, Fang Chen mastered it well, but in terms of time acceleration, his mastery was not good enough. Perhaps the true meaning of time and space could only be fully mastered after reaching the sixth stage. Now, Fang Chen could only control the flow of time within 100 meters around him, and at most, it could be accelerated by about 10 times. In a battle between top experts, this level of time acceleration was not enough. Unless the time acceleration could reach 100 times or even higher, then in a battle, he could take the enemy by surprise and seriously injure him. Fang Chen could hear the level 10 demonic beast roaring not far behind him. However, after a while, the level 10 demonic beast stopped chasing Fang Chen. Because Fang Chen felt that he had entered the territory of a stronger demonic beast. In the middle of the valley there was a demonic beast the size of a hill. This demonic beast was lying in the middle of the valley, sleeping. Level 11 demonic beast. Seeing this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with shock. What exactly was in this valley? Why did a level 11 demonic beast appear? Fang Chen carefully hid in the void, restraining his aura for fear of waking up this level 11 demonic beast. With the level 11 demonic beast as the center, no demonic beast dared to enter the circular area around it. Fang Chen could see that some level 10 demonic beasts were eyeing him covetously, but they did not dare to enter. Did you find it? Fang Chen hid in the dark and sent a soul message. Boss, I feel it. It's under this demonic beast. Little Mouse sent a soul message. Fang Chen's gaze fell below the hill-like demonic beast. Suddenly, he found a few pieces of bones. Are these bones? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Could these bones help Little Mouse wake up? Just as Fang Chen was hesitating, Little Mouse spoke again. Boss, there's the blood of my heaven-devouring divine rat clan on these bones. Help me get it. Hearing this, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. It was very dangerous to take these bones from under the level 11 demonic beast. Once the level 11 demonic beast is alerted, I'll definitely die. Fang Chen thought to himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a terrifying aura rushing towards him. He cursed inwardly and immediately used the true meaning of time and space to dodge. Crack! As soon as he dodged, the terrifying aura bombarded the ground, causing a huge pit to appear. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. Immediately, he looked at the hill-like demonic beast. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that the hill-like demonic beast had woken up and discovered him, so it attacked. Chapter 1140. What a guy! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The breath it exhaled while sleeping was already so tyrannical. If it woke up, he really wouldn't be able to escape. Fang Chen observed for a long time and found that this guy was sleeping very soundly. In the end, he decided to take the risk. Activating the true intent of spacetime, Fang Chen carefully arrived at the foot of the demonic beast. Raising his head to take a look, the mountain-like demonic beast was still sleeping. Its butt was facing his side, and its head was on the other side. Fang Chen picked up a piece of bone and hurriedly put it into his spatial ring. Then he looked up and saw that the hill-like monster was still sleeping soundly. This time Fang Chen was relieved and picked up the remaining pieces of bones. Then, he slowly retreated. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, a few level 10 monsters on the periphery suddenly roared to the sky, as if reminding the level 11 monsters that a human was approaching. Roar! The deafening roar woke up the demonic beast that was as big as a small mountain. Dong! The hill-like demonic beast suddenly woke up from its sleep. It opened its sleepy eyes and glared at the few LV-10 demonic beasts in the periphery. Roar! The level 11 monster was very angry that it was woken up from its sleep. Whoosh! It spat out a flame from its mouth, instantly enveloping these level 10 monsters. Crash! The level 10 monsters died instantly, turning into white bones. At this time, Fang Chen's heart was beating rapidly, and his body was trembling a little. However, he resisted the urge to escape. The level 11 monster was too powerful, and he was no match for it at all. Hold it in, Fang Chen secretly reminded in his heart. He hid under the level 11 monster's butt. After the level 11 monster killed a few level 10 monsters, it looked up and glanced around, and found that there was no movement. Immediately, its huge head lay on the ground again, and in the blink of an eye, there was a deafening snoring sound. Fang Chen patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this time, buzz! Fang Chen felt that his ears were deaf. He couldn't hear anything. His head was dizzy, and the world was spinning as if it was the end of the world. What happened? Fang Chen's body was blasted into the ground. He opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't hear anything. A strange stench invaded Fang Chen's body. It was as if he had been poisoned. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. His deaf ears were slowly recovering. He looked up and saw that he had been blasted into a huge pit. He struggled with all his might to get out of the crater. The golden heart beat rapidly, and streams of clear energy appeared, refining the extremely stinky odor in his body. At this time, Fang Chen's complexion improved a little. His head was no longer dizzy, and his deafened ears had recovered. What's going on? Who's attacking me? Fang Chen looked around and asked. The surrounding area was empty. There wasn't even a level 10 demonic beast. Could it be that a level 11 monster beast is attacking me? That's impossible. It's still sleeping. Finally, Fang Chen looked up and saw the level 11 monster beast's butt. At this moment, Fang Chun felt like he had directly stabbed the hidden star sword into the level 11 monster beast's anus. It was farting just now. Thinking about how he was blasted into the ground by a fart, losing his hearing, and feeling dizzy, Fang Chun was speechless. "Sooner or later, I will pierce your anus," Fang Chun secretly said in his heart. This place was not suitable to stay for long. He quietly left the level 11 monster beast's territory, and then quickly took away the core of the level 10 monster beast that was killed by the level 11 monster beast. Then, he urged the space-time true intent to the extreme and quickly left. On the way, Fang Chun encountered the level 10 monster beast's attack. However, it couldn't catch up with Fang Chun. After escaping the valley, the level 10 monster beast stopped chasing. It seemed that they couldn't leave the valley. Looking at the valley behind him, Fang Chun sighed in relief. It was really thrilling. He was almost sent to the Western Paradise by a fart. From this experience, Fang Chun also realized the tyrannical power of a level 11 monster beast. His previous thoughts were indeed a bit childish. If he wanted to fight a level 11 monster beast, he had to at least raise his cultivation. "Let's just obediently hunt for the level 10 monster beast's core first," Fang Chun faintly said. After spending an hour, he found a relatively safe mountain peak. Fang Chun sat down and then with a thought, he released the little mouse. At this time, the little mouse was still sleeping. "Now that we have the bones, what do we do next?" Fang Chun asked. "Put the bones in my mouth," the little mouse said faintly. Fang Chun was a bit puzzled, but he still followed the little mouse's instructions and put the bones in its mouth. Crack! Fang Chun opened the little mouse's mouth and put the bones in. He immediately heard a cracking sound. The little mouse's teeth were very hard. Even in its sleep, its teeth were still able to easily crush the bones. After the bones were crushed, they entered the little mouse's body. Buzz! In an instant, the little mouse's body was covered in a layer of purple light. "It really is useful." Fang Chun was a bit excited as he nervously stared at the little mouse. The latter's body was constantly changing. This continued for a day and a night before the little mouse finally opened its eyes. It's finally awake." The little mouse was very happy to have awakened. "Have you completely digested the pseudo-ancestral stone?" Fang Chun asked. The little mouse shook its head. "Half of it has been digested. The other half is still in my body." The energy within the pseudo-ancestral stone was very strong. Digesting it all at once was impossible. "What's going on with these bones?" Fang Chun asked. The little mouse's awakening was very beneficial to him. At the very least, hunting rank 10 demonic beasts would be very easy. These bones should belong to a human martial artist. There's the blood of the heaven-devouring divine rat on them. Although they've been through countless years, they still contain a lot of energy, said the little mouse. Fang Chun was shocked. Could it be that Emperor Zhongjian had also brought that heaven-devouring divine rat to the ancient hunting battlefield? Thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. Emperor Zhongjian had also risen from nothing. It was very likely that he had participated in the ancient hunting battlefield. However, too much time had passed since then. There was no way to verify it. The blood of a heaven-devouring divine rat is too strong. After experiencing the baptism of time, the bones should have been weathered, but the blood on them still contains so much energy, said Fang Chun. The little mouse nodded. The stronger it was, the more its inherited memories would awaken, and the more it would know. This was only a small part of the heaven-devouring divine rat. A truly powerful heaven-devouring divine rat could swallow the sky. Boss, where is this place? Previously, the little mouse had been in deep slumber and still didn't know that this was the ancient hunting battlefield. After Fang Chun explained, the little mouse was overjoyed. Perfect, I've been in deep slumber for so long, and am a little hungry. I'll take these ancient demonic beasts to fill my stomach. The little mouse danced with joy, very happy. Is your current strength capable of confronting a level 10 demonic beast? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse said, not to mention level 10 demonic beasts, I can even confront level 11 demonic beasts. The little mouse was very confident. After swallowing the pseudo-ancestral stone, its strength increased greatly. Reaching the heavenly body tier was only a matter of time. Excellent! Fang Chen was overjoyed. The little mouse could deal with level 11 demonic beasts. Then it would be much easier for him to obtain his demonic core. Let's go, I'll bring you to stretch your muscles, Fang Chen said. In the valley. Fang Chen came again, but this time, he was no longer in a sorry state. Instead, he entered the valley openly. Roar! The level 10 demonic beast that chased him previously suddenly charged over, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Daring to bare your fangs and brandish your claws at my boss, die. The little mouse's petite body jumped onto the level 10 demonic beast's head. Then, its innate mystical power was used. Instantly, the level 10 demonic beast prostrated on the ground, its body trembling endlessly. This was bloodline suppression, absolute suppression. Gotcha! In the blink of an eye, the little mouse swallowed the level 10 demonic beast. Not long after, a demonic core was spat out from its mouth. Boss for you. Receiving the level 10 demonic core, Fang Chen was even more excited in his heart. Obtaining demonic cores with this method was too easy. Adding the demonic cores of the 3 level 10 demonic beasts killed by the level 11 demonic beasts previously, Fang Chen now had 4 level 10 demonic cores and 8 level 9 demonic cores. Continue forward. With a powerful assistant, Fang Chen was full of confidence as he walked. Chapter 1141. There were still many level 10 beasts in the valley. However, no level 10 beasts dared to approach the little mouse. The latter did not deliberately hunt level 10 beasts either. Just like that, when the man and the mouse arrived at the level 11 beasts' territory, they had a great harvest. There were already 12 level 10 beasts' cores in the spatial ring. 12 level 10 beasts' cores were equivalent to 1,200 level 9 beasts' cores. Even if one worked hard to kill level 9 beasts, the beasts' cores would not be as fast as this. Boss, is this the big guy? Little Mouse pointed at the sleeping demonic beast in front of him and asked. Fang Chen nodded, but there was a complicated expression on his face. Recalling that he had just been blasted into the ground by the big guy's fart and lost his hearing and felt dizzy, he felt very angry. Can you deal with it? Fang Chen asked. The little mouse nodded, very confident. Boss, watch me. As soon as the little mouse finished speaking, it immediately released its bloodline aura. Immediately, a purple halo filled the valley and enveloped the sleeping level 11 beasts. Who is disturbing my sleep? The level 11 beasts felt the palpitating power and roared angrily. Immediately, it woke up from its sleep. It raised its huge head and opened its gong-sized eyes to look at Fang Chen. Human, you disturbed my sleep, do you want to die? As it spoke, the big guy spat out a flame from its mouth and instantly shot it at Fang Chen. Seeing this, the little mouse was a little unhappy. This big guy actually ignored him. He stretched out his little paw, pointed at the big guy and said loudly, "Big guy, don't hurt my boss." Bang! The flame from the big guy's mouth was suddenly blocked and then extinguished when it was about to touch Fang Chen. At this time, the big guy noticed the little mouse. In its eyes, the little mouse was really just a little thing. If the little mouse had not blocked its flame, it would not have seen it at all. An ant! The big guy widened his eyes and looked at the little mouse. Big guy, you're dead. The little mouse was infuriated by the big guy's words and used its innate ability, extreme piercing. Swoosh! The purple halo behind him instantly condensed into a purple spear. It carried a tyrannical force as it pierced towards the big guy. His originally playful face instantly turned incomparably gloomy. The big man could feel the power of the purple spear. While the big guy's body instantly moved, causing the entire valley to tremble. Crack! The big guy stretched out his claws, trying to block the power of the purple spear. However, what the big guy did not expect was that the purple spear contained a very strong penetrating power. It directly penetrated the big guy's big claw with an unstoppable force. Blood splattered all over the sky. The big guy roared angrily. "Little guy, you've succeeded in infuriating me." The big guy looked down at the little mouse with his gong-sized eyes and said in a deep voice. The little mouse's face was full of disdain. "You're too weak." Fang Chen, who was at the side, was already in shock. Although he already knew that the little mouse's strength was very strong, he was still shocked to see that he was not at a disadvantage against the big guy. Dong! The cliffs around the valley were constantly shedding stone fragments. Large pits appeared on the ground in the valley one after another. All the level 10 demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. The battle between the little mouse and the level 11 demonic beast caused a huge commotion. Fang Chen also quickly retreated and activated his perfect sword body, just in case. In the blink of an eye, the little mouse had completely gained the upper hand and suppressed the big guy. Roar! The big guy let out a long roar towards the sky. An ant-like mouse actually suppressed it. This was something it could not tolerate. "I'm the king here." The level 11 demonic beast roared angrily and used its strongest attack. However, it was useless against the little mouse. Crack! The little mouse once again used its innate ability, Devour, and directly blasted the level 11 demonic beast to the ground. The little mouse stepped on the huge head of the level 11 demonic beast and looked at it mockingly. At this time, the level 11 demonic beast's huge body was lying on the ground motionlessly. A trace of fear actually appeared in its heart. How can it be so strong? It was not a match for the other party at all and was completely crushed. Seeing that the little mouse suppressed the level 11 demonic beast, Fang Chen hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." Hearing this, the little mouse stopped attacking and released its bloodline aura to suppress the level 11 demonic beast. Fang Chen quickly came behind the level 11 demonic beast and then took out the hidden star sword. Using all his strength, the hidden star sword stabbed into the big guy's anus. Roar! The big guy roared angrily and wanted to attack Fang Chen. However, it was intimidated by the little mouse and did not dare to move. However, the big guy's face was full of grievance. "Damned human," said the big guy furiously. When he was blasted into the ground by the big guy's fart, Fang Chen had said that he would definitely stab the big guy's anus if he had the chance. Poochie! The sword repeatedly stabbed into the big guy's anus. Soon, blood was flowing out of the big guy's anus. The big guy was furious, but there was nothing he could do. "Boss, what are you doing?" Seeing this scene, the little mouse also asked curiously. Fang Chen's face was dark. He did not say anything and walked in front of the big guy's head. "Don't randomly fart in the future." The big guy's entire body was in pain. How could he pay attention to Fang Chen's words? On the other hand, the little mouse seemed to have noticed something and burst into laughter. "Boss, what should we do?" The little mouse asked Fang Chen. What should they do with this level 11 demonic beast? Originally, Fang Chen wanted to kill it, but suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He immediately said, "Let it recognize me as its master with a drop of blood." "Hey, big guy, drop your blood and become my boss's spiritual pet. I can spare your life," the little mouse said arrogantly. "Impossible." The big guy refused directly. He would rather die than become this damned human's spiritual pet. However, facts prove that, whether it was a human or a demonic beast, they would all submit at the moment of life and death. This level 11 demonic beast was no exception. After rejecting Fang Chen's proposal, it was almost tortured by the little mouse until it almost went crazy. In the end, it begged Fang Chen to drop his blood to recognize it as its master. "Look at you. Do you have any dignity of a level 11 demonic beast?" The little mouse sat on the big guy's nose and said calmly. Hearing this, the big guy wanted to eat the little mouse in one bite. Master, please take me in, the big guy said shamelessly. After a while, Fang Chun and the big guy completed the blood recognition. After that, the two souls established a connection. Big guy, Fang Chun called. Master, the level 11 demonic beast prostrated on the ground and whispered. From now on, you will collect demonic cores for me. The lowest level is level 9, and the highest is unlimited. After a while, I will come here to take the demonic cores, the direction ordered. Although the big guy had some doubts, he still agreed. Boss, so that's what you're thinking, the little mouse said with a grin. A level 11 demonic beast was almost safe in the ancient hunting battlefield if it didn't encounter a level 12 demonic beast. It would be easy for it to hunt level 10 demonic beasts or even level 11 demonic beasts. In fact, some top geniuses would also think of Fang Chen's idea. Controlling powerful demonic beasts to collect demonic cores for them. They could save time to look for inheritances and improve their strength. Master, there's another guy in this area who occupies half of the territory and often goes against me. With my strength, I can't defeat that guy, the big guy said. Splash! The little mouse cut its finger and dripped a few drops of blood. After digesting this blood, your strength will increase. It won't be a problem for you to deal with ordinary level 11 demonic beasts, the little mouse said. As soon as it came into contact with the little mouse's blood, the big guy felt that something was wrong. Immediately, its expression changed. It was ecstatic and hurriedly absorbed the little mouse's blood. Thank you, Master Mouse, the big guy said flatteringly. Okay, we'll go first. Remember to collect demonic cores for me, Fang Chun reminded. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely collect enough demonic cores for you, the big guy said confidently. Fang Chun nodded to the little mouse and turned to leave the valley. However, at this moment the big guy spoke. Chapter 1142. Fang Chun left with Little Mouse. The big guy had already dripped blood and acknowledged him as his master, and would listen to all his orders. Now, the place Fang Chun was going to was the place where the elite died that the big guy mentioned. The big guy often lived here and was more familiar with the situation here. Perhaps he really knew the place of inheritance. On the way, Little Mouse said somewhat regretfully, Boss, when can you subdue a level 12 demonic beast, or even higher? Hearing that, Fang Chun spread out his hands and said, A level 12 demonic beast's strength is close to a human heavenly body tier elite. Even if you and I join hands, I'm afraid we won't be a match for it. Dealing with level 11 demonic beasts, Little Mouse could use its two great natural mystical powers. Dealing with level 12 demonic beasts was more difficult. Even Little Mouse could only guarantee that it could retreat unscathed under the attacks of level 12 demonic beasts, unable to suppress them. After all, there was a very large strength gap between level 12 demonic beasts and level 11 demonic beasts. However, Little Mouse was very confident that after digesting the other half of the pseudo-ancestral stone, not to mention level 12 demonic beasts, even heavenly body tier level demonic beasts would not be a problem. Boss, controlling one demonic beast is still not enough. If you can think of it, those elites should also be able to think of it, Little Mouse said. Fang Chun nodded. This was also what he was thinking. After exploring this place where the elite died, we'll go look for level 11 demonic beasts, Fang Chun said. Fang Chun and Little Mouse arrived at the place that the big guy mentioned. This place was a stretch of ruins, and on the ruins there was a dilapidated palace. Inside the palace, there was a withered skeleton sitting cross-legged. After the baptism of time, cracks had long appeared on the withered skeleton, as long as a strong wind blew past, it would turn into powder. The place where the elite died. Fang Chun stared at the withered skeleton in the dilapidated palace. This stretch of ruins seemed to have once been a small building. Under the ruins, there were piles of incomplete withered bones. This place seemed to have experienced an abnormal great battle. Little Mouse jumped on top of the ruins and observed carefully, but did not discover anything unusual. The big guy should be talking about this place, the little mouse said. This place was very well hidden. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for outsiders to find it. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded and walked towards the palace. However, just as he was walking, a few ear-piercing sounds were heard from afar. Then, several figures appeared. We were the first to discover this relic, one of the armored men said with a smile. However, his smile was filled with killing intent. We were the ones who discovered it first, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Humph, a spirit pet dares to be so rude? The cloaked man beside the armored man said disdainfully. Whoosh! The little mouse jumped onto Fang Chen's shoulder and glared at these people. These people also noticed Fang Chen's clothes. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Black Heaven sect. A martial artist laughed and said, I'm sorry, this place was discovered by the 3 swordsmen of the Sword Gate. Fellow Taoists of the Black Heaven sect, please leave quickly. The 3 swordsmen of the Sword Gate. This person deliberately said the name of the Sword Gate to intimidate Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. Fang Chen was not afraid of them. A mere Sword Gate dares to steal from the Black Heaven sect. You don't know what's good for you, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Kid, don't be arrogant. Although you're from the Black Heaven sect, you'll definitely die if the 3 of us join forces, the armored man said with a ferocious expression. I was going to let you leave first, but it seems that there's no need for that now. The cloaked man sneered. The Sword Gate was a slightly larger sect on Tongtian Island, but it could not be compared to the Black Heaven sect. The 3 swordsmen was a title. These 3 were outstanding disciples of the Sword Gate. The 3 of them had always been together, and their swordsmanship was exquisite and their strength tyrannical. The 3 of them were all at the peak of Heaven Star Border Stage 9, but together, they could defeat a martial artist who had taken the first step. Therefore, the 3 of them were called the 3 swordsmen of the Sword Gate. Why are you talking so much? The third man sneered and attacked directly. Suddenly, the 3 of them displayed exquisite swordsmanship. Fang Chen's expression was calm, and he did not move at all. Trash! When the 3 of them approached him, they heard Fang Chen say 2 words. Suddenly, the 3 of them were furious. Die! Even a martial artist who had taken the first step would not dare to take the full blow of the 3 of them head-on. If this person was hit, he would definitely die. However, what they did not expect was that this person did not make a move from the beginning to the end. Instead, it was his spiritual pet that made a move. The 3 of you go to hell. The little mouse's little paw pointed at the 3 of them and said arrogantly. Immediately, the innate ability Devour was used. A terrifying suction force spread out. What's this? The armored man turned pale with fright. No, run. The cloaked man realized the terror of the little mouse and shouted. The 3 of them gave up their attack and turned to escape. However, the Devour's superpower was not that easy to resist. Dong! As soon as the 3 of them escaped, they were pulled back by the terrifying suction force. The little mouse opened its little mouth and bit on the foreheads of the 3 of them. Suddenly, a crunching sound was heard. The 3 of them were killed instantly. Then, the little mouse stopped using its innate ability and patted its little paw with a disdainful look on its face. Fang Chen picked up the space rings of the 3 of them. There were 50 level 9 demon nuclei and 7 level 10 demon nuclei. Sure enough, robbing others was the fastest way to get demon nuclei. No wonder the sect leader reminded him that the most dangerous thing in the hunting war was not the demon beasts, but the human martial artists. But now, with the help of the little mouse, Fang Chen was not afraid of other martial artists except for those who had taken the 3rd step. After putting away these demon nuclei, Fang Chen's total number of demon nuclei had reached 58 level 9 demon nuclei and 19 level 10 demon nuclei. Boss, look! Just as Fang Chen was cleaning up the demon nuclei, the little mouse suddenly shouted. Instantly, Fang Chen turned to look. he discovered that a small hole had appeared on the forehead of the skeleton sitting cross-legged in the dilapidated palace. As it squirmed, a worm crawled out of the skeleton's forehead. "This is a demon armor worm," Fang Chen involuntarily cried out. There was actually a demon armor worm inside the skeleton. The demon armor worm was a type of insect. The reason why Fang Chen was shocked was that the demon armor worm was famous for its tenacity. As long as it was lodged in a martial artist's body, no matter how powerful the martial artist was, he would be killed by the demon armor worm in the end. Heavenly body tier martial artists could resist the demon armor worm for a while. And Heaven Dipper tier martial artists could not resist at all. Once the demon armor worm burrowed into their body, they would definitely die. The demon armor worm would constantly swim in the martial artist's body and devour their internal organs. If the martial artist used the energy in their sea of qi to attack, it would make the demon armor worm more powerful. The demon armor worm was not afraid of the power of vital essence. "I'll try," the little mouse said. Immediately, it burrowed into the dilapidated palace and faced off against the demon armor worm. The demon armor worm discovered the little mouse and made a threatening sound. The little mouse took out the level 3 divine weapon, jet black iron rod, and smashed it on the demon armor worm's body. Gotcha! The demon armor worm was hit with full force by the level 3 divine weapon, but nothing happened to it. Its defense is too strong. Xiao! The demon armor worm was very fast. It instantly pounced in front of the little mouse and tried to burrow into the little mouse's body. But it was caught by the little mouse. "You lousy worm, you want to kill me?" The little mouse's body was tough. The demon armor worm struggled with all its might but to no avail. "Boss, what do we do with this worm?" the little mouse asked. From the battle between the demon armor worm and the little mouse, this demon armor worm should not be very strong. Fang Chen was confused. Logically, this demon armor worm should be able to kill the skeleton in the dilapidated palace. It should be very strong. Why couldn't even the little mouse defeat it? Could it be that it was injured? That was the only explanation. This skeleton must have been a heavenly body tier elite when it was alive. The power of the stars could slightly restrain the demon armor worm and severely injure it, but it lost its life. As for the rest, Fang Chen could not guess. "Boss, what should we do with this demon armor worm?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Can I drip blood to recognize it as master?" "Yes," the little mouse said. After a while, Fang Chen dripped blood to recognize the demon armor worm as master. Then, he ordered the demon armor worm to control more level 11 demonic beasts and collect their demonic cores. Hearing its master's order, the demon armor worm quickly disappeared from the ruins. Seeing this, the little mouse grinned. He didn't expect to encounter a demon armor worm here, and it wasn't very strong. "Boss, it's very easy for the demon armor worm to invade level 11 demonic beasts. Soon, there will be a group of level 11 demonic beasts under the demon armor worm. At that time, demonic cores will definitely roll over." The little mouse laughed. Fang Chen nodded. That was why he dripped blood to recognize it as master. Collecting his thoughts, Fang Chen entered the dilapidated palace and came before the skeleton. The skeleton was heavily smashed by the little mouse's black iron rod, but it didn't shatter. This surprised Fang Chen. He came before the skeleton and spread out his spirit to sense it carefully. "Thank you for luring the demon armor worm out of my body." Suddenly, an ancient voice could be heard coming from the skeleton. This surprised Fang Chen and the little mouse. Fang Chen looked at the skeleton in confusion. The skeleton had died long ago, and this voice should be the obsession he left behind. As expected, the skeleton spoke again. "Back then, I was wrongly harmed by AB*TCH. The demon armor worm entered my body. Although I used the power of the stars to severely injure the demon armor worm, it also devoured my internal organs. In the end, I died tragically here." My mansion was also destroyed by my enemy. After hearing the skeleton's words, Fang Chen instantly understood. The demon armor worm sensed a human's aura, so it crawled out of the skeleton. But it didn't expect to meet an even more perverted little mouse. From the skeleton's words, he could feel the pain of being tortured by the demon armor worm. Therefore, the obsession was always there. With the demon armor worm out of my body, my obsession is about to dissipate. To show my gratitude, I will pass on my treasure to you, the skeleton said. Chapter 1143. Withered Bones was a heavenly body tier elite when he was alive, and he had lived for a very long time. Even after he died, he left behind a trace of obsession, unwilling to dissipate just like that. The demon armor bug entered his body and tortured him until he wished he was dead. Being harmed by that B***th, Withered Bones' heart was filled with resentment. And now, Fang Chen lured the demon armor bug out, freeing him. His obsession was about to dissipate. Before it dissipated, he wanted to give his inheritance to Fang Chen. It could be considered fate. Fang Chen heard this and secretly rejoiced. He didn't expect to be able to obtain the inheritance like this. It was too easy. However, thinking about it, he felt a little scared. If it weren't for the little mouse or if the demon armor bug was slightly stronger, he would definitely die. The demon armor bug was very dangerous. Even some heavenly body tier elites would be shocked when they saw an adult demon armor bug. However, he had already dripped blood on this demon armor bug. If he could nurture it into a heavenly body tier demon armor bug, then it would be amazing. At that time, it would be a great help to him. Just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Immediately after, Fang Chen discovered that cracks appeared on the skeleton in front of him. It was weathering. Could it be that Withered Bones' obsession had dissipated? What was going on? However, at this moment, a ray of light shot out from the skeleton that had turned into powder. It shot into Fang Chen's forehead at lightning speed. Instantly, Fang Chen felt a large amount of information spread out. Immediately, Fang Chen was overjoyed. My inheritance is stored in a hidden place. Head there according to the map. This was the information in his mind. Other than this sentence, there was also information about the map. Fang Chen thought that the old man would give it to him personally. He didn't expect that the old man would only give him a map. It seemed that the old man knew that he was about to die, so he left his inheritance in a hidden place, waiting for a fated person. Fang Chen and the little mouse looked at each other. Then, they bowed to the bones that had turned into powder and left the ruins. Rumble after Fang Chen and the little mouse left the ruins, the dilapidated palace collapsed instantly. Fang Chen had mixed feelings. Even if he was a heavenly body tier elite, he would still be reduced to a pile of dirt in the end. What is the purpose of a martial artist's cultivation? To survive? However, in the end, this was the result. No matter how high your achievements are, how many people admire you. In the end, he fell here and was forgotten by the later generations. Fang Chen sighed in his heart as he walked. After a long time, Fang Chen felt that his state of mind had undergone some changes. He clenched his fists and swore in his heart. If he was going to fall, even if he died, he would be a hero revered by tens of thousands of people. He would not die in obscurity. Moreover, he had yet to reach the peak of martial arts, so he would not give up easily. This was an attitude towards the path of martial arts. A martial artist should have the heart of a powerhouse. If one cultivated a path, fear would arise in their hearts, and they would not be able to advance. After thinking this through, Fang Chen's heart beat rapidly. His body was filled with power. Immediately, Fang Chen sped up. Because of the golden heart, he was much luckier than most martial artists. Moreover, his starting point was much higher than most martial artists. Moreover, with the help of the golden heart, his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Even if he encountered danger sometimes, he could turn it into safety. Of course, this was also related to his own effort. Unknowingly, Fang Chun and the little mouse arrived at the place described on the map. At the end of the wasteland, there was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. If it were others, they would definitely think that this mountain peak was just an ordinary mountain peak. However, only Fang Chun knew. The mountain peak was just a cover. Inside the mountain peak was the inheritance of the old man. "Boss, it's here," the little mouse said softly with wide eyes. Fang Chun nodded and said, "Let's go up." Immediately, Fang Chun and the little mouse set foot on the mountain peak. At the top of the mountain peak, there were a few people sitting cross-legged and resting. "Damn it, why are there so few demonic beasts in this ancient hunting battlefield?" one of them cursed. They had been walking for a few days and only met some level 9 demonic beasts. They did not meet any level 10 demonic beasts at all, which made them very unhappy. "Let's rest for a while and continue searching," another person said. "I think we should hurry and find a way to meet up with the team. With Prince Xia Ao and Princess Ningqin leading the team, we will definitely have a bountiful harvest." These 4 people were disciples of the Xia clan. When they entered the ancient hunting battlefield, they were separated from the Xia clan. One of them had reached the peak of Heaven Dipper Realm level 9. The other 3 were martial artists who had taken their first step. The 4 of them formed a small team and were not afraid of other martial artists. Level 10 demonic beasts could only last for a moment in front of them. As for level 11 demonic beasts, the 4 of them could fight against them together. They did not even dare to think about level 12 demonic beasts. Only Xia Xing and Xia Ningqin could deal with such powerful demonic beasts. While the 4 of them were talking, they suddenly felt the aura of human martial artists. "Someone is approaching." Immediately, the 4 of them stood up with a solemn expression and looked down. "It's a disciple of the Black Sky sect," someone said in a deep voice. The other 3 also noticed Fang Chun. The 4 of them stared at Fang Chun. The latter stepped onto the mountain peak and was a little surprised when he saw the 4 members of the royal family. "So it's a disciple of the Black Sky sect," one of the royal family disciples said with a smile. Fang Chun remained silent. The 4 members of the royal family spread out and stood around Fang Chun, surrounding Fang Chun. Why is it so familiar?" A man standing on the left side of Fang Chun exclaimed softly. Immediately, an idea flashed in his mind and he shouted, "Sanguinati." "What? He's the Sanguinati?" The man on the left side followed Xia Xing and challenged the younger generation disciples of the 3 palaces and 2 sects. He had seen Sanguinati before. His memory of Sanguinati was still fresh in his mind. Because Sanguinati defeated Xia Xing with a scheme. Xia Xing had said that he would definitely kill this man in the ancient hunting battlefield. Now, the 4 of them had actually met him. Hearing this, the other 3 revealed a wild smile. "Ha ha ha, we actually met Sanguinati." "Yeah, take Sanguinati's head and get the reward from Xia Xing." "Sanguinati, you can only blame yourself for being too unlucky." The 4 members of the royal family exuded a terrifying aura and laughed coldly. "Go." Following one of their orders, the 4 immediately launched a fierce and overbearing attack on Fang Chun. "You're courting death." Seeing this, the little mouse roared loudly. Immediately, he blocked the 4's attack. Swoosh! The perfect sword body was activated and the first level of the heavenly sealing art was displayed. Poochie! The Heaven Star Border Stage 9 martial artist died under Fang Chun's sword in an instant. "Sanguinati, you're courting death." The 3 martial artists who took the first step were stopped by the little mouse. Their eyes were scarlet as they roared loudly. "You're the ones who are going to die." Fang Chun secretly transmitted a message to the little mouse, asking him not to kill them and just to trap them. As for Fang Chun, he used the space-time true meaning to continuously display the heavenly sealing art to fight against the 3. Bang bang bang! Time passed bit by bit. The 3 of them were trapped and couldn't catch Fang Chun's figure. They were constantly attacked by Fang Chun. "Damn it, He's using us as sparring partners, one of the royal family disciples said in a deep voice. Let's work together and kill this mouse first. The three of them knew that if they didn't kill this demonic beast, they would die without a doubt. At the same time, they were also envious of Sanguinati for having such a powerful spiritual pet. The three of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack that landed heavily on the little rat's body. Too weak. This was the only response they got. Suddenly, the three of them were so angry that they almost vomited blood. With the three of them working together, not to mention a level 10 demonic beast, they could even fight against a level 11 demonic beast. Could it be? One of them seemed to have thought of something, and his face was suddenly filled with horror. A level 12 demonic beast? Hearing this person's shout, the other two were also shocked. Senior brother Xiaxing, avenge us! Kill us, Sanguinati! The three of them transmitted their voices to Xiaxing at the same time. Two of them had already finished transmitting their voices, but the last one was killed by Fang Chen before he could transmit his voice. After fighting for an hour, Fang Chen finally stopped attacking.